In the VRS SCO 24 hours of Spa. We currently have Team Redline leading the way. We've been with you through the night here on RaceSpotTV, and for the final 6 hours it's me, Uranau alongside David Haynes and Stefan Schlacker to take you home to the checkered flag. Maximilian Badeke, as you can see, is currently leading by 40 seconds ahead of car under SimSport, and the other Team Redline car in third. MSI Sports are in fourth right now. We've had a lot of attrition so far in this race, and you'd expect the field to be spread out at this point, and it kind of is, but we do still have some battles going on up and down the field. Plenty of stuff for us to be watching throughout the final part of this race, and yeah, we're very much looking forward to it. Stefan was making predictions about 12 hours ago. Seems that a lot of them have come true, Stefan, but what do you think about the rest of this race, the final 6 hours? Are these things likely to change? Is this lead for Redline likely to change? What do you think?
Well, yeah, as I said, a lot of my predictions came true. I predicted that VRS Coanda did shoot themselves in the foot with their tower strategy, and so it came true, as they pretty much are out of contention for winning this race. Love to see MSI fighting for that second place. They have done a very good job just right now, fourth place, because of the tower strategy that they're on with a 71, 72, a little bit of a different tower strategy. I think still over the night they are offset by one stint compared to the 71 and the 47. Apex Racing Team continues to be that underdog in the fight for the top 3, but I think if everything goes their way, there might be a chance that they can snap away that third place from the 72 as well, and that would be a little bit of an upset here to not have two Redline teams on the podium. Yeah, up and down the field there's a lot of strategy going on, so there might still be a little bit of shoveling around in the mid-pack, especially around those last prize money positions that are 9th and 10th. So I think we're still going to be in for a great show here for the last 5 hours and 50 minutes.
Yes, we definitely are. Field a little bit all over the place at the moment, but we'll try and make sense of it in a few moments' time. First of all, though, let's take a look at the highlights from the last 6 hours.
To get the run up the Camel Straight. MSI Esports goes for the move, and giving them the space is the Team Redline Blue Machine. No, this time the Lego car gets the chance to move on by. Uranau Esports HP Machine saying go on by. Ole. Move Tally Oscar tonight. Mistake right there from Williams Esports with the slide coming out of the corner. He'll sacrifice the position. Bootaloo able to make the pass with that slide.
That shows a little bit of the weight of the car and
managing the throttle input, but this time gets enough to peak. Bootaloo with the massive send, able to make the move for third. and it's a group that has been familiar with one another for parts of this race. Now, Spataska currently driving the car in front for Satellite Racing, the car behind.
For something extra.
Nothing I can think of, but MSI Esports Red is thinking, thank you very much for the position. WL score given. Chris Loham has broken away a little bit. Here comes the move from MSI Esports. Boodaloop gives him the space to clear on by without losing really any time with that maneuver. Very nice.
Rolling.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's important to make sure you keep cool, especially since it can get fairly hot. There's a bit of a bobble in front of him. Lamello nearly spun it around. What a save.
Oh, that's a mid-corner save.
Here's a look at the replay. That's Pascal Stix, who is the car behind, and bye-bye.
There are the highlights from the final the last 6 hours, should I say. We're into the final 6 hours now, and a special thanks to Justin Prince and Lorenzo Bonda for taking us through the night hours and into the early morning. As you can see, we've still got a lot of battling going on out there at the moment. Just to have a quick run through of your top 10 before we do anything else and try and make sense of this race before we get to the end. Team Redline, the number 71 car, currently leading ahead of VRS Commander Simsport as things stand on the road right now, at least. The other Team Redline 72 car is in third, very close to MSI Esports. They may start fighting in the next few moments. Let's hope so, anyway, for our entertainment. Lego Technic Esports have just come into the pit lane there in fifth place ahead of Apex Racing Team. Then a big gap back to the other MSI Esports car. Williams Esports down in 8th place, not too far behind. Then we've got Uranau Esports HP in 9th and Logitech D Autos in 10th position to round out your top 10. 5 hours and 47 minutes to go on the clock here, David. Plenty of battles still to be watching, and these guys will just be starting to warm up as things stand. The track will start to be warming up as well, make things a little bit easier for them after the long night hours.
Well, yes, watching the battles, watching the cars, but also watching that thermometer, and the sun coming out I think is going to make things easier for them, as it has over several hours, but I'm not sure that the track heating up is necessarily going to make things easier for everyone. It's up at 26 Celsius now and still climbing, so we're approaching 10 a.m. in session time. We'll get towards midday and the track could still get rather toasty. It's a completely clear sky over Spa. That might make the tyre strategy just a little complicated for a bunch of the teams, not just inside of the top 10, but all through the field. In this battle, we're also watching here, when do you have to give up on double stinting the tyres? And you might have even seen already towards right at the end of the previous stint, some cars where the tyres were really starting to hurt.
This is Jakob Tofts we're watching at the moment for Porsche Sport in the number 31 cars. Coanda coming to the pit lane, but we'll watch the battle for 18th at the moment. It's Movado Sim Racing who are heading it. They're just going up the hill now in the BMW. Then we've got the Lamborghini of Core Sim Racing in front of this Porsche, but it doesn't look like this is going to be that way for very long. Tofts heads to the outside line, and even before we're halfway down the Kemmel Straight, he's pretty much clear into 19th position. That was a fairly simple manoeuvre in the end, and through he goes into 19th position. Core Sim Racing demoted to 20th. Seeing a lot more variety in the cars selected here this weekend, Stefan, as opposed to last weekend. I know this is a different BOP selection, etc., but Ferrari seems to be the car of choice here this weekend at the very least.
Yeah, as Coanda Sim Sports, Joshua Rogers goes into his pit stall to take on some more fuel. The organizers have done a very great job as Mitchell DeYoung takes over from a visibly tired Joshua Rogers. it is most definitely a very interesting BOP, because all of a sudden the fastest car is a car that shouldn't be fast here, because the Spa-Francorchamps circuit does not tailor towards the strengths of a Ferrari 488. So a very interesting BOP that those guys have been able to develop, and I think it really speaks volume about the organizers that are SCO, because being able to make a field where even the worst car for a track can be competitive is a very great achievement.
It is indeed. It's a fantastic event as well, organised by SCO, and we thank them greatly for it. Mitchell de Jong has just got into the Coanda Simsport car, as you can see. He's got blue carpet, a purple carpet and everything as well, which is quite spectacular, I must say. But we'll be, I'm sure, jumping on board with him throughout the day, throughout his stint. As he makes his way out of the pit lane and onto the circuit again. Not the most orthodox pit lane you've ever seen, but it is. Well, it does work, I suppose. Out of the pit lane they go. 5th position and a good 50 seconds behind Apex Racing Team at the moment, but we're still awaiting to find out what's going to happen when this all sorts itself out towards the end of the race. Moving on further down, some more battles to watch, but the battle for second is beginning to happen at the moment. This is Movano, Porsche Sport and Core Sim Racing again, just in a different order to what we saw last time, because Jakob Toft has made his way up the order just a little bit, and on the right hand side of your screen you can see the battle between the two Ferraris. MSI Esport are going to get the slipstream and the inside line as well. Doesn't look like it's going to be contested too fiercely either by the 72, and it isn't indeed. So MSI Esports move in front of Team Redline, and at this point in the race, David, there really wasn't much point in arguing about it.
Yeah, so we've had everyone double stinting their tyres all through the night, and, you know, some off cycle to some others. So, you know, some changing their tyres on the odd numbered stop, some's changing their tyres on the even numbered stop. But that is just interesting. Who is going to be caught out at the wrong time on the end of a double stint as the track keeps heating up? The answer here might be Team Redline Blue. Pace about 8/10 off MSI on the previous lap. You can see MSI have clearly caught them, gotten past them pretty easily, and we'll see how quickly Sanchez can stream away. But the track temperature at 26 right now, it's definitely still going to climb towards the 30s, maybe even into the 40s, and that is radically different on the tyre life. They will probably have to go back to single stinting at some point, but the teams all haven't made that call just yet. When and how they do that could have some pretty big implications in some of these battles, and also implications on who's in the top 10 and who isn't.
Yeah, absolutely. We're kind of waiting for that moment where the tyres begin to melt with the temperatures. You've predicted a lot of things right so far, Stefan. Do you think there'll be single stinting by the end of the day? And if so, when do you think that is going to come into effect?
Oh, no doubt about that. They're going to have to single stint their tires at one point. It's not going to be too far away. The way it's looking right now, Team Redline Blue is on the perfect strategy for that, because the way that's going to go, I think it's going to be at the end of next stint where they're going to have to change tires. So Team Redline Red might have to start either earlier with their single stinting, or they're going to drive through the pain of being over 30 degrees Celsius on the track temperature and lose a little bit of time with that. But in all honesty, those guys are so far ahead, they can take the pain of double stinting above 30 degrees Celsius. It could be a little bit beneficial for Coanda once we once again get to the 30 degrees Celsius, but the thing is, Coanda have shown that they can't go the pace of Team Redline even when they're just single stinting with those Porsches. So yeah, Coanda, I continue to say it, Coanda have shot themselves majorly in the foot with their strategy of single stinting their tires so very long at the start of this race.
And that is a phrase that we really don't utter too often at all. They are an exceptional team, one of the very best, and have been for a very, very long time in not only our racing but the esport world as a whole. Here in sim racing, certainly they've been an absolute force to be reckoned with, and it's very rare that they make any kind of error, really. So It is strange to hear those words. So track temperature is rising. We're coming up to 10 o'clock in Europe and at the moment in Spa, and so the track is going to be heating very, very quickly indeed. We're also in the height of summer, as you may have noticed, so it's that effect is going to be just made a little bit worse because of that. This is the battle for 18th though. Movano Sim Racing versus Porsche Sport. We've been keeping an eye on it for the last 10 minutes or so since we came live properly after watching some highlights of the last few hours. We've got back into the racing now, trying to make sense of it all to see who's going to be coming out on top in this one. Single stinting versus double stinting, and when are the single stints going to come into effect, because you can get away with it in the night but maybe not during the day. As a driver though, David, going into a single stint or a double stint, does your attitude really change? Because surely in a single stint you're wearing your tyres out pretty quickly, so you've got to keep an eye on them, and in a double stint you've definitely got to keep an eye on them as well, because you need them to go double the time than you would normally. So how does the attitude change for a driver?
I mean, I think you've definitely got to keep in mind what the kind of stint you're getting yourself into is. It's the difference between, you know, starting an 800-meter race and, you know, starting a marathon. You've got to start out of the blocks at a pace that is manageable and sustainable for the whole length of the race. And if you don't know how long that race is going to be, then you can't do that. So knowing when you get in the car or when you start a stint, whether it's going to be a single stint or a double stint and what the conditions are likely to be, is pretty important to how much you try to take out of them early, to make sure that, you know, you don't leave anything on the table, but you also don't get too greedy taking the biscuits out of the jar too early.
And being good at going quickly while not shredding your tyres to pieces is a skill in itself, and I know personally that I was awful at it when I used to do driving. A lot of people here though will be very, very good indeed, because they are some of our racing's best on show right now, including Max Benecke, obviously, who's leading this race for Redline. Redline tried to take their second 24 hours of Spa victory in a matter of 8 days, and they won the official event last weekend, and for the second time they won the official 24 hours of Spa, so they will have got a lot of practice, and that's all good, but the fact that they're driving a different car might mean that it's pretty meaningless, but it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much so far. Some teams have opted for the BMW again. We know it was so popular last weekend, and it's slightly less popular this weekend, but still a fair few on show, like the Movano one just in the foreground right now. Porsche have been fairly popular across both weekends actually, and we've seen a lot of it in the recent time since it was added to the service, but can't complain about that. It's a little bit too far back just for the moment though for the Porsche to get through. It would be a pretty outrageous dive bomb from this distance and at this time in the race to be doing that kind of thing. Expect to see that kind of stuff a little bit later on when we get down to the very end of the race. But we'll have some entertaining battles through the closing minutes. Williams Esports just closing into the 48 MSI Esports car at the moment as well. The gap's 1.2, 1.1 seconds between those guys. In other close battles, Logitech D Autos 43 pulling away from the number 8 RHG Esports car. The gap's 3 seconds at the moment. It was a little bit closer a few moments ago, but starting to stretch out slightly right now. Still no way through for Jakob Toft at the moment, just biding his time and just waiting here just a little bit with the amount of time here remaining. So Team Redline first, MSI Esports in second, and then Team Redline again in third. But the experience of winning last weekend, Stefan, is that going to play any kind of effect here this weekend? Because these drivers are so well drilled. Would that kind of extra practice matter too much? Is it a vital part of them being in the lead right now?
Well, they most definitely will boost their confidence, and we all know confidence counts. So for Team Redline, these guys, knowing that they have won already last weekend and are on track to win again, their confidence most definitely is sky high, not only in their car, but also in their car choice, their strategy choice, and so on and so forth, because they all know it worked very well last weekend. It's gonna work quite well once again, at least up to this point as well. They are right now 48 seconds up in front of everybody else. They have a even bigger lead than last weekend at this time. So these guys most definitely have stepped up the game, and nobody has been able to answer that step up.
Not for the moment, and yeah, it's difficult to see them being challenged at this point as well. But it's still a long time to go. Let's not forget. A different set of circumstances though here this weekend. An official event is very different to one organised by SCO here this weekend. Namely, the BOP is a little bit different, but I'd like to steer clear of those three letters for as long as possible, because it can cause controversy, but we'll leave it. Ferrari definitely seeming to be a strong car here this weekend though. The Porsche once again is fairly good, but a real mix of cars out there on the grid, which is fantastic news for us, certainly. Like to see all of them out there.
It's quite simple, Ewan. If nobody is complaining about the BOP, something is very wrong with the BOP.
Well,
if everybody is complaining about the BOP, that's when you know you have done the right choice.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right there. It's name a more iconic duo than racing drivers and complaining, and yeah, you probably won't find one because yeah, you're right. There's it's a contentious issue, but it's for everybody, especially if you're not winning. So yeah, we'll leave it just for the moment. Porsche versus BMW on your screens right now, though, and it doesn't look like this battle is changing too much. They just seem a little bit happy to sit with each other and be nose to tail as they are right now. Over 18th position. Still 30 cars, I believe, in the race from the 38 that started here today, or earlier yesterday now. We've got plenty of cars out there. It is indeed 30 cars, I believe, anyway, that are still in the race. Unfortunately, 8 retirements, but you're bound to see that, really. And I'm surprised that, somewhat surprised, it's only 8, because we see the 24 Hours of Spa with a lot of attrition normally, but on this occasion, 8 retirements out of 38, not bad at all for the way things are at the moment. Let's hope that we don't jinx things. Stefan's told me that 28 cars are still running to his knowledge, so I'll bow down to that and say 28. But either way, it's still very good at the moment to have 28 cars still on the field. Are you surprised by the attrition rate here, David, in one way or another? You know, 10 cars out at this stage, I would count that as pretty good.
Yes and no. We had 2 that were out very early. Then we had 5 more cars go in the next hour or so, and then we had a big 8 hours or so between the retirement of the first Bueller Racing Team car and the retirement of the next. So there was no retirements there at all for 8 hours or so, and then the most recent retirement. Well, I don't necessarily want to call it a retirement, but DV1 Triton Racing have been in the pits for about 16 minutes now, so they might rejoin and bring it back up to 29. But overall, I mean, for every car that is parked and retired after more than 16 hours, there's 2 or 3 cars that are out there and still running and still racing. So it was half the field retired. That might be a little much, but it's definitely nothing like that.
No, certainly not for the moment. And of course, Stefan, you just mentioned it to us that 5-Star Motorsport have not had the best couple of weeks here at Spa.
No, not at all, Ewan. Obviously, in the official iRacing Spa 24, they got dragged out with literally 1 lap and 2 corners under their belt, where they had that big crash through Eau Rouge and Redline with the Black Star team that took them out completely out of this race and out of that race. And in this race, they are also very long out, already 414 laps down, they also had big problems in this race, and it's really a very, very bad 2 weeks for these guys to have put in a lot of practice, a lot of time into these two events, and then to have nothing to show for all of that practice, for all of that determination to get out the best car that you can possibly get out on this track. Most definitely has to be extremely frustrating for that crew, especially because we know they are a very young team, they're a very passionate team, and also a very quick team as well. So yeah, these guys most definitely are not going to look very fondly back to this year's Spa 24.
No, unfortunately not. They do have the 55 5-star motorsport car in 17th at the moment, so there is one glimmer of hope for them to get at least to the end of one of these races in 17th at the moment, just in front of this battle that we're seeing on your screens right now. A little bit of weaving from Uranau on the Camel Straight on that occasion, just to break the toe a little bit, but Porsche wasn't really threatening to go through either way. So still waiting for maybe a move to be made, or indeed, well, if indeed there is going to be one at this point, because they seem quite happy to run nose to tail as things stand. We do sometimes see this, but a fuel saving can't hurt, especially when you're slipstreaming off the back of that BMW, which is fairly on the large side, we'll say, especially compared to the Porsche, which is quite
Apparently it's got a
slow.
longer wheelbase than the M8 GTE even.
Wow. That is long. I didn't quite realise how long. Of course, it's not actually been out in real life yet, has it? But we've got it out on the iRacing service.
Well, it is racing this weekend.
Out.
In
Is
the
it?
Spa 24.
Homologated.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It did one of the test sessions. It's not in homologated competition yet, but it will make some NLS outings later in the year, won't it?
I thought it's running out of classification in the Spa 24 as well.
Okay.
But honestly, I'm not following this year's Spa 24 because of this broadcast, so I could be very much wrong on that.
Yeah, I'm in the same situation. I think we all are with the Spa 24 going on in real life. But apparently, I've heard. I don't think this is spoiling anything for anyone. But apparently, there's only 3 cars on the lead lap now, so this race is better. Just saying. Team Redline still leading by nearly 48 seconds ahead of MSI Esports and their teammates. Of course, we'll see if there's maybe a run for the Porsche on this occasion into Le Combe. But doesn't look like it. They're closer than last time, but not close enough. Or maybe they are. Uranau have to go to the inside to defend, but not quite enough on this occasion to be able to get through. Still nose to tail, but it doesn't seem, like I said a little bit earlier on, David, it doesn't seem like they're quite happy to run nose to tail. It does look like the Porsche does want to get through at this point.
This is an odd one to me as well, because Uranau are 16 laps onto a new set of tyres. Porsche Sport are 17 laps into the second stint on a set of tyres, so basically a whole stint behind on tyres. Still just closing in the BMW in front. Strategy-wise, if they can just match the pace, that's no worries, because it'll all then flip around come some of the later pit stops. But yeah, it's just a little surprising to me to see that Porsche Sport are closing in this gap and staying there. They might. Porsche struggled a little bit for the straight line speed, but then being quick through more of the corners. But given the tyre situation, that sort of might bring them back a little bit in the corners. It might actually be difficult to do this pass, given the tyre difference and the straight line speed difference.
Yeah, now that you put it like that, it does seem like a little bit strange that this battle is even taking place at the moment because of that, but it is just for the moment. There's a little bit of lap traffic in front, by the way. A couple of the Mercedes that are laps down are in front right now. Been noticing this for the last few laps, actually. The 24th place Mercedes has been there for about that distance, actually, for a very long time as things stand, but the pressure's starting to be applied now coming out of La Source. Is there going to be a run through Eau Rouge? Let's hope so for the sake of Porsche Sport. Is they're going to want to get through. Uranau Racing have been weaving on the Kemmel Straight for the last few laps, actually, to try and break the slipstream and stay in front, but I don't think there's any need for that on this occasion. Slightly more speed for the Porsche, but not enough into Les Combes once again, and they stay single file. Stefan and David, by the way, are arguing about how many cars are on the lead lap right now in the chat, and
That's only because Stefan is wrong.
well, this is how the conversation is going, really. David telling Stefan that he's wrong, and Stefan's not quite willing to accept that. Well, I don't know if he is wrong or not, because I've not checked myself, but
That is completely wrong. Nobody's arguing in chat. That was just a error on my timing screen where
okay.
I didn't have the second team Redline on my timing screen for some reason.
Right.
But it updated, and I once again have 4 cars on the lead lap. But anyway, we're only better than the real SPA24 by a couple of seconds, because Apex Racing Team seems like they're soon gonna be lapped by the Team Redline 71. And you know, guys, this battle is really intriguing. We have one of the fastest cars on a straight line, namely the Porsche 911 GT3 versus the BMW, which is the slowest car on a straight line, fighting for this here position. And the only reason right now why the Porsche can't get past the BMW is because of the combination that is Eau Rouge and Radillon, because that's where the BMW is able to get enough of a distance back to the Porsche because of its immense fast to mid corner speeds over the Porsche, that it can just create enough of a gap the Porsche isn't able to reel it in by the time Lecombe comes around. So right now, most definitely, the advantage goes to the 6, but just one little mistake through Radillon, and that Porsche will be overtaking this BMW.
one of these fascinating battles that makes the GT3 racing especially so interesting. The strengths and weaknesses of different cars and how they play out over the different circuits. This time around, the Porsche looks like it has a pretty good run to maybe duck to the inside into Les Combes. Is there space for that? Doesn't look like Jakob Toft really wants to dive down the inside on this occasion, so he stays behind for the moment and saves a bit of fuel. Might well be the sensible choice here at the moment, David, with the older tyres they've got on right now. They could probably just jump them in the pit stops, or well, they're not going to jump them in this cycle of pit stops, but saving fuel right now to benefit them later on may well be a not too bad call.
They might, if this is the stop that Movano decide to go towards single stinting, but if Movano think that this set of tyres can do one more stint, then yeah, after the next round of pit stops, Porsche Sport are going to end up that amount of difference behind and have to make it up again in the remaining hours. The track temp was 25 when we started this segment of the broadcast 40 minutes ago. It rose to 26, it's at 27 now and still climbing. And not seeing really signs for the Movano car that got great tyre longevity there. So now might be the time to look at cars that we thought were coming in to continue a double stint, but might actually go for tyres, particularly if they think over the next hour from here it could be 30, 32 on track by the end of a stint that you start now.
Yeah, exactly. You've not just got to think about what the track temperature is now, but where's it likely to go and where's it going to be by the time we're 2 hours into the future, because that is quite a long way in terms of this track and its evolution. So difficult calls having to be made for cars on pit lane like RHG Esports, the number 8, currently down in 12th, with also Vendevel Sim Racing in the pit lane right now. They've just dropped out of the top 6, well, they were about to drop outside the top 16, but not quite. They managed to stay within, and they leave the pit lane now just behind P1 Esport, down to 17th. And Movano, actually, it's all very close in this section of the racetrack. You just saw them ever so briefly, a flash of their headlights in the background, them coming out of the pit lane. So this is now the battle for 17th position rather than 18th, which is what we saw a few moments ago, but no move again being made by the Porsche. The MSI Esports 47 also just behind these guys. And a bit of an awkward situation for them here, Stefan, because as a faster car on the lead lap, closing up to some slower cars on who are laps down, you in an ideal world, you want to pick them off one by one. You don't really want battling pairs of them in front of you like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, no, you really don't want to see that, but you have to give it up for these guys, because while we say they're a lap down, they're not slow at all. Last lap was only right now second slower than what our leaders are doing at this point in time. So not slow at all is that name of the game for these guys. But it's a little bit bad for these guys, because not only are they being caught by your leader or your second place Alejandro Sanchez, but also these guys are catching themselves some lap traffic with Tash Edwards of Fuga Simsport, right now the fastest Mercedes that is out there in that 23rd position. So yeah, they not only have to fight with that MSI coming through, that is a lead lap car, but also they have to lap themselves some people up ahead. And sometimes you see a BMW flash by as well in front of that Mercedes. That is also a car that they can catch for position, because that is the 17th place P1 Esports. So a little bit of a weird situation, because you don't want to lose too much time to Alejandro Sanchez once he comes around to lap you, but also you don't want to lose any time when you lap yourself that Fuga car. So these guys most definitely in for a tricky situation with now coming up to the Camel Straight.
Yeah, we are indeed, and expecting the Ferrari to pick off at least one of these guys. But 4 different manufacturers being represented in the little train we've got forming right now. Obviously not all for the 4 positions here. Ferrari going to move to the outside line by the looks of things now, and it's going to be alright. Going to have to just lift out a little bit the Movano racing car. Quite fast in a straight line, but just been able to let the 47 through. Still got a couple of cars in front as well for that car to negotiate at this point. Really starting to leave behind the 72 Team Redline car here though, David. That gap's nearly approaching 10 seconds at this point, and it was a pretty much nose-to-tail battle when we came to it.
Sorry, I just drew a complete mental blank about what to add to that.
Okay, I'll carry on then. It's all right. Yeah, about 10 seconds behind. They've got nearly a minute over Apex Racing Team, and then 48 seconds to Commander Simsport, who are just behind. But Mercedes starting to, well, not get in the way. I'd hesitate to say that, but they have every right to be there. But certainly slowing up the Movano car slightly. The 6 very nearly getting into the back of the Mercedes, into Stavolo, and out of the Paul Frere curve now towards Blanchimont. Fierce headlight flashing, and now going to be able to get through, but a little bit of an awkward moment there for Movano. It's going to be a little bit awkward for the Porsche. They both managed to get their way through. Unfortunately though, on this occasion, the lap traffic wasn't really able to present an overtaking opportunity to the Porsche behind.
No, that was pretty good by Taj Edwards, because for a second there I was thinking maybe he was going to slot in between the two before Blanchimont. He decided against that, let them both on through, which was probably a little more costly to his own race and his own strategy, but just didn't want to get in between this unstoppable force and immovable object.
Yes. Going down towards Eau Rouge again. And no way through for Porsche Esport for the moment. The MSI Esports car is going to get through on the very bright orange, at least front end of that BMW in front. You can just see in some of the background of the shots we're getting right now. It's quite a livery, I have to say. I don't mind it. I know some people are very against bright colours on race cars, especially orange, but I quite like it. It's quite good. Just going to be a little bit of traffic really for these guys. Still battling over 17th position. 16th position as it is now. P1 Esport not too far in front, and that's the number 19 car just mentioning, with the kind of orange livery. just a second up the road. Seem to be struggling definitely at the moment. I don't know if either of you have an idea of what their tyre strategy is, but we've got two different, well, one double stinting and one single stinting, or on the first stint, should I say, in the battle we're watching right now, but not sure about P1 Esports. Apex Racing Team come into the pit lane from 4th position, and indeed the race leaders here for Team Redline. So I'd probably be right in... Well, I'll ask you this. Would I be right in saying there's 5 stints to go for them, 4 pit stops after this one, Stefan?
That's their hope. Yeah. That's what they're hoping for, is that they'll be able to get, you know, a couple of minutes closer to the top of the hour on this stint and then the next, and hopefully be able to pit with 62 minutes to go or so.
Is that realistic though?
Probably not.
We'll have to wait and see. Just to remember, it's all about we're monitoring the laps and how long they're going on strategy, but also
it's going to be close, you know, because I'm seeing 136 laps to go. That might tick down to 135 on the calculation when Team Redline Red get out of the pit lane. Divide that by 5, well, it was 27 laps for 4 stints and 28 laps for the remaining stint. So I think Team Redline Red are hoping that there is 5 27 lap stints to get home from here, but I'm seeing some calculated numbers that say there might be 1 lap more left in this race than they'd ideally hoped for on this strategy. So for Redline Red and Redline Blue and Apex Racing Team, they are all cutting it really close on 5 stints to go from here. One team that doesn't really have that problem is MSI Esports Blue, so they're probably going to be able to push a little more flat out towards the end. And same is true for MSI Esports Red and Williams Esports.
You know, the thing comes in here. We have not the 420 liters worth of fuel tank as well. So it's a little bit of a miscalculation, because with the 120 liters worth of fuel tank, we most definitely would be able to easily make those numbers work. But since we have a little bit of a lower fuel number, it actually comes into play that we only are able to drive 25 laps in a stint. 26 laps is already a fuel-safe stint. And the longest we have seen thus far is, I think, a 128 lap stint. So, and that was with extreme fuel-saving tactics, with being stuck behind another car for pretty much the whole stint as well. So, in all reality, it's not feasible to do 27, 28 lap stints because of the smaller fuel cell that these guys are carrying around. So in all reality, they are going to be in for another 5 stops.
Yeah, let's.
What are you betting on that?
Yeah, how much money are you willing to put on the line on that one, Stefan? You've been doing well so far.
10 euros.
Oh, okay. Pretty.
Oh, I didn't want you to actually put any stakes to it. No. Oh.
Yeah, we shouldn't really be encouraging that, but whatever. Never mind. Also, one thing I was going to mention actually about MSI Esports, as we see in this battle for 15th going on our screens, is the fact that even if, let's say, Redline do make it with 5 more stints and 4 more stops, even though we're kind of betting against it at the moment, let's pretend that it's fine and they're going to be able to do 4 stops to the end of this race. MSI Esports nevertheless are going to be in a slightly better situation, because surely they're going to be able to put less fuel in at their final pit stop. Their final pit stop's going to be shorter, even if Redline aren't making an extra pit stop.
I think that MSI Esports Blue are in a pretty decent position for that, as we've got this going on.
Fairly simple slipstream and down the inside for Movano to get up into 15th position.
The tyres starting to feel a little bit of the heat. Figuratively and a little more literally for P1 Esports there. And also I noticed Maximilian Beneke going fuel only at his pit stop that just happened. So he thinks that those tyres can still hold on over this next stint. But critically, even if it doesn't boil down to, save a second or 2 in the final pit stops by MSI Esports Blue having a little bit more fuel on board, there's going to come a point towards the end here where they're not going to be doing all this fuel saving and lift and coasting that we're seeing everyone else doing. They might have a last stint or last 2 stints in that Ferrari where they really get to push, and they'll even make up time on track as well from just single stinting tyres, going nuts with them, and just pushing hell for leather in the last 2 or 3 stints potentially.
Yeah, we absolutely can't wait for that, because that's when the real crunch point in the race is going to be. And it's going to be very exciting indeed. Very much looking forward to it. So 38 seconds is the leading gap at the moment, but it can be very misleading at any given time. So yeah, let's wait and see. Lots of battles actually happening now, because we've just had a pit stop cycle, and so things have shuffled around a little bit. Apex Racing Team versus Uranau Esports HP is now going on. The 98 versus the 94 for 9th position. Sorry, for 8th position. For 7th position. Sorry, they're getting up the order quite a lot because of some changes in the pit stops. Apex Racing Team have just come out of the pit lane, whereas Uranau Esports are about to come in throughout the next few laps, 3 or 4 you would expect. So yeah, that's something to be watching. Team Redline though, in the 71 car, Stefan, are you a little bit surprised? You just mentioned that they've done a 27 lap stint on the last occasion, as opposed to the 26 they were doing in the first 6 hours, in the first stint of daylight running, let's call it. Are you surprised by that? What are your thoughts on that with regards to the race?
Well, surprised not really. It's more like, obviously, I have to catch up on quite a lot of data that I don't have from the night. Yeah, as I said, in the first 6 hours they were only doing 26 lap stints on a regular basis. So these guys most definitely are taking the track temperature to their fullest advantage and being able to do longer stints. The question is, will they be able to do that also with the very hot track temperatures later on in the day? We'll all have to see and wait, to be honest. But in all reality, I still don't think that they're going to be able to do that 28 lap stint that they're going to be able to have to do to make it on just 4 more stops.
The problem comes though, for me anyway, just thinking about this, you know, I'm not particularly behind the scenes or very with it with the strategy. However, the sticking point for me is, surely saving that lap of fuel, sure they're going to lose quite a lot of time, but this pit lane is huge. Surely you want to be avoiding taking that trip down there again.
I mean, yes,
that's why we have so much fuel saving, isn't it, though, is just how ridiculously penalising a splash and dash is here on the endurance pit lane. That's why we'd see them, you know, for 23 hours want to just lift and coast at the end of the Kemmel Straight every time, just to avoid that 1 kilometre crawl down the pit lane in extra time.
Yeah, it's really, really hurtful, which is, you know, why I'd think they would be saving the lap of fuel, but we'll wait and see if it is going to be possible for them, because they are going to want to be going pretty quickly. It's not like they've got 5 laps of a lead and they can just slow it down a little bit, take their foot off the gas, you know. They're really in a fight right now with MSI Esports, and all of the teams in the top 6 or 7 or 8 can't really be discounted at this point. I know it probably be realistic as you go down that list, unrealistic, excuse me, as you go down that list to see them taking victory, but you never know what can happen. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Porsche Sport just come into the pit lane, by the way, which is why this is now an all BMW battle between Movano Sim Racing and P1 Esport for 15th position. But the gap out front extends once again to nearly 40 seconds. You mentioned there, David, that Redline didn't, or somebody mentioned, I can't remember who it was, that mentioned the Redline car has taken on a bit of fuel, but not taking on any tyres on this occasion. The track temperature is still rising. Is that are they gonna pay for that a little bit later on, or are they gonna get away with it, in your opinion?
Well, I want to see what their pace looks like right at the end of this stint, because when they went fuel only, the track was 27, the track's 29 now. It is heating so rapidly. Look at places like here through Lafania, where there's still some shadows from the trees hitting the track, but give it 30 minutes and the whole track, the whole way around, is going to be in sunlight, as the sun is only, you know, an hour and a half away from being in the peak of the sky. Depending on daylight savings, etc. But you know, the amount of places of the track that do get the benefit of staying in a little bit of morning shadow, absolutely gone now. Track is baking everywhere, climbing very, very rapidly. So, gosh, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see Redline be into 219s by the end of this stint, the way the tyres are going. And Milano going for the pit lane after a 26-lap stint.
Most definitely Team Redline are gonna be okay with what their tires are gonna be able to give to them at the end of that second stint, because it's really only gonna start to hurt once we reach the 33 degrees Celsius track temperature, like we have seen last week. And so right now, I think this is the last possible stint that they're gonna be able to do on a two-stop strategy for the tires, because just of how these tires will wear out once we go to the hotter track temperatures.
It's not going to get any colder before it gets a lot warmer in this race, that's for certain. Nearly 10:30 in Central European time, at the moment. So we're not quite peak temperature just for the moment. We're still 3 or 4 hours away from that, but we are still climbing in terms of that temperature. Uranau Esports HP just come into the pit lane from 8th position there, spoiling us of the fight for 7th position. But we've got Logitech G Autos sandwiching on our competition at the moment for a top 10 position in the race right now. And the top 10 pretty important in this race, as you may have gathered by now. So there's going to be some fierce fighting going on for this one. Quite a nice livery on that 83, by the way. Quite like it, with the white, orange and blue combination, or yellowy orange, whatever you want to
often imitated, never duplicated. Although one time it was duplicated, and a quick letter and email saw a different team on a different platform hastily change their livery,
leaving a lot of names unnamed there, but
because I can't even remember who it was. the pictures of, hey, check out our new livery, existed on their social media for all of about 12 hours.
Oh, I'm disappointed. But
well, absolutely everyone went, that looks like the Altus livery, but you've replaced blue with pink.
Yeah, well, fair enough, I suppose. I don't blame you for copying it. It's quite nice. I quite like it anyway. I'm sure you've got your opinions at home as the race leaders come into the pit lane. MSI Esports, well, the race leaders for now come into the pit lane. Will they be race leaders in 5 hours and 2 minutes? That's the question we're trying to answer at the moment, but failing to, because it's hanging in the balance, this race at the moment. And one slip up from either team will definitely hand it to the other, but if indeed things do run clean and green to the end for both of these teams, which I'm hoping they do, then we're going to have a fascinating race between the two of them. It's not side-by-side, punches thrown, all-out battling lap after lap between the two of them, but it is absolutely intriguing strategy that is going on at the moment. And which way is the pendulum going to swing by the end of the race?
What MSI are hoping for to be able to win is that either Redline keep up enough of a pace at the lead that this race goes 1 lap longer than Redline's fuel will allow, or it goes the slightly shorter number of laps, wherein Redline gets to do 27 lap stints all the way, but the fuel saving somehow becomes difficult enough for Redline that they're forced to give up, half a second a lap towards a whole second a lap for a couple of hours just to hit those 27 lap stints that they're going to need to do to get to the end without a splash and dash, which is an entire misnomer because there is no such thing as a splash and dash with a pit lane delta of 70 seconds. So again, fuel only, no tyres for MSI, and they're another 5 laps or so, 10 minutes deeper into the stint here. By the end of this stint for them, everything I'd said for Redline is going to be true to an even greater degree for MSI on the tyres with their Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely correct. 44 seconds is going to be the corrected margin between the two of them, so no tyres for either, but we're expecting this to be the last occasion where they attempt to do this, because certainly with 2 hours to go, the temperatures are going to be way too high for two stint old tyres. You'd imagine so anyway, from everything we've heard so far throughout this race, as this battle continues on between the 83 and the 23. They're dropping the 43 as well, all of the threes going on at the moment in this battle, just outside of the top 10, as the battle just inside of the top 5 as well is starting to close in. The other MSI Esports car versus the LEGO Technic Esports car, 48 versus 92 for a top 5 place in this race also going on. So nose to tail in a couple of places inside the top 10. See what this BMW can do for Arnage Competition, who found themselves slightly on the wrong circuit for that kind of name, but that's all alright.
They're not going to change their name every track. Suddenly they're going to become Rivage Competition, Arnage Competition, and find a corner that rhymes with that for every other track. That's just, once they get out of the French-speaking world, that's going to get more and more difficult. I don't think there's anything that rhymes with Arnage at Kailami.
No, probably not. So yeah, that backfired pretty quickly. But anyway, yeah, they are anyway in 11th position, and the battle for 5th place is going to be briefly spoiled for us because MSI Esports are going to be coming into the pit lane, and they just did right now. Oh, well, I say that they will be soon, but not before LEGO Technic Esports can get down there inside and get through. Look pretty opportunistic there, Stefan, even though they didn't need to do it per se.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there, because we only joined that battle midway through, already being side by side, and there was a little bit of a headlight flash going on from MSI 48, so wonder if there was a little bit of a dive bomb involved for that 92. So it would be nice to see a little bit of a replay on that action right there for the 92 and 48. But either way, as you said correctly, the 92 passed into 5th place, and it is a little bit of a damage limitation for them because they're still on the very much back foot with their strategy.
Yeah, they are indeed at the moment. We did see the back end of that. It did look like at the end of a dive bomb to me anyway. As the Arnage Competition have got through on Logitech G Outers, I'm pretty sure that was a little bit more orthodox than what we just saw for this position inside the top 5. We'll see about that Ferrari in the background though. Are they going to be coming into the pit lane on this occasion? Can't quite see because they're out of shot on that occasion. 92 leaving them behind fairly quickly.
It's like a
there,
disappearing act there. Yeah. One shot they're there, the next one they're gone, but they're actually in. They're actually in pit lane.
They are indeed. As expected, the little siren thing goes off. I don't know what you call it, but anyway, the thing that goes off when you go in the pit lane denotes that MSI Esports are indeed going to have to get some more fuel before carrying on around this circuit. So they'll probably be dropping to 7th position and no further, because Williams Esports are a fair way down on MSI, a good 85 seconds as things stand, a little bit more than that even still. So they make their way down pit lane into the pit box and should be getting some more fuel here in the next few moments time. There we go, pulling to the right hand side and see if there's a driver change as well, quite possibly with 5 hours to go. There it is. And a new driver, Alvaro Ramiro, gets into the car for MSI Esports. We go back to the top 10 with Arnage Competition and Logitech G Autos. And you can just see in the background there that Logitech G Autos have gone for an Audi and a Lamborghini, I believe, anyway.
They're not alone. There's a couple of other teams that have split across manufacturer lines. Pure Sims have a BMW and an Audi. Someone else has done that as well that escapes my mind.
I think Uranau has an Audi and a Lamborghini as well.
I think it's a little bit strange to see this, really, Stefan. We don't, well, personally, anyway, I don't often see. Surely, if you're all on the same team, you all want to work together, cobble together a strategy and a setup, maybe help each other out here and there with pointers. But the team's not seemingly very interested in keeping cars consistent across their fleet.
Well, yeah, I mean, it all depends on what your drivers like more, obviously. Even the small differences that are between the Audi and the Lamborghini can already make a difference for your drivers. And by the way, I don't know where I came from, but I just seemingly made up a car for Uranau that they don't have field, because they only are driving one Audi, and that's it. So, yeah. Sorry, Uranau, I accidentally made you drive two cars there.
Yeah, it's easy to do with this deep into the race. 21 hours. No, not sorry. My maths is going over 19 hours into the race. Excuse me. Just under 5 to go right now. Team Redline still in the lead, as you can see in their 71 car. Just under 45 seconds to MSI. Then Coanda 30 seconds back. The other Redline car 7.5 seconds back once again, and another half minute to the 92 that's in 5th position. And then we've got Apex Racing Team, Williams Esports 6th and 7th, just in front of MSI Esports in 8th, who've just come out of the pit lane and are only 1.2 seconds behind Williams. Then we've got Uranau Esports, who we're just talking about there, and the BMW on your screen right now is in 10th position for Arnaud's competition, or Rivage competition, depending on where you are, I suppose. That's not actually true, it's just Arnaud's competition. For the 23 team, just got a small margin over the Audi that is in their wake at the moment. So MSI Esports come out of the pit lane. I said they were going to be in front of Williams, but they actually ended up turning out behind, and that may be a developing battle throughout the remainder of this race, but still is hanging in the balance here, David. Team Redline versus MSI Esports. I guess with just under 5 hours to go, it's kind of the last opportunity for me to pose this question to you about, which strategy do you think is going to come out on top? Redline fuel saving or slash splash and dash, whichever one they're going to decide to go for. Is it going to be MSI Esports all out attack in the last 2 hours? Which one do you think is going to prevail?
Well, firstly, if they took some horses to the Olympics, they could be dressage competition. But in the lead battle, I think 46 seconds is plenty in hand for Team Redline. They can manage their pace, manage their tyres a little bit. They're far, far too experienced in these 24-hour races to accidentally get wrong-footed by the lap count or the fuel consumption. It might be possible that MSI are able to take 20 seconds out of them or something if the management of the pace and the fuel and the tyres for Redline, has to kick in the final stint or two. But yeah, if MSI want the W, they're keeping themselves in position that they would be the benefactor of a miracle, but they're still hoping for a miracle on that one. So, you got to do half of the work, and they've done a lot of the work to be in second place, but I just can't see them finding anything that would otherwise let them be able to close in that much gap, particularly the experience in the lineup and in the team and in the strategy and everything for this style of racing from Team Redline.
Would you concur with that, Stefan? Do you think it's a real long haul for MSI Esports at this point as well?
It's such a long haul, you need a tanker with you to be able to make up that much ground.
It's a big margin.
GT3 cars with a trailer. Let's make it happen. Is there a towing package for any of these vehicles?
Must be.
I mean, you do have the tow hook on the back of the car.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they do have those attachment points. Yeah, you could kind of tow with one of them. You could do what people do on their off-roading four-wheel drives or whatever, where you have the mounts for jerry cans on the rear bumper.
I'm so glad I mentioned long haul. I don't know why I said that, but anyway, it's 45 seconds of a margin at the moment, and
they could be like a caravan, have one of those 9-kilogram gas bottles on the side.
I think you're thinking about this a bit too hard.
Alright everybody, we have lost David Haynes to the realm of tow hooking. But yeah, no, as I said, it's going to be a very long haul for the MSI Esports team to be able to make up those 45 seconds on a team like Team Redline, especially with having Maximilian Benecke drive that car. Obviously one of the best, if not the best, sim racer that we have right now on this platform. He's no longer 10k panicky because he has once again sprung up to the realms of 11k, and obviously that doesn't rhyme as good. But no, these guys are such big professionals that I don't think they're gonna be able physically to even lose that much time to second place.
They're obviously going to be hoping that you're correct in that one. 45 seconds is the margin right now as we go on board with the Audi of Logitech G Autos Esports. Andrew Carl is currently driving this Audi in the wake of the BMW in front from Arnaud's competition. Just a small bit of a lift through Eau Rouge and Raidillon as they go up the Camel Straight now, which is steeper than you think. And it does help the slipstream effect, that the fact that it is uphill does help the old slipstream, but still not enough for the Audi on this occasion to be able to get through into Les Combes. And out of it downhill into Rivage or Bruxelles or whatever version of this downhill right-hander you want to go for. And then into No Name. Stefan?
Yeah, and we sadly just... if you wonder how much we lost David Haynes to the realms of caravaning, he just found us a caravan that's capable of letting you race non-stop for 24 hours. So
I did the maths, right? Okay, so your leader, Team Redline, are trying to do this as a 22-stop, 23-stint race. 120 litres is the capacity in the Ferrari fuel tank. So currently, Team Redline are thinking of burning 2,760 litres of fuel across the full 24-hour race. So I had a look at some refueling trailers. So you can get ones that you're meant to be able to take to a job site and, you know, refuel equipment like bobcats and excavators and whatever. So I found a 3,000 litre towable fuel trailer, and that is what Team Redline would need if they were going to do this whole 24-hour race on a zero-stop strategy. Comes in two versions. There's one that is unbraked and one that is braked. You've got to pay a little bit more for one that's got the braking kit and the wires and everything for that. But I'm thinking, if you're going to attach it to a GT3, you're still looking for maximum performance. Minimum time on pit lane, maximum performance. So I think that a version with braking would still be a requirement.
I think all the aerodynamicists at these respective manufacturers might have a bit of a cry about it, though. Pretty big.
You know, the big question comes in, what about the tires? Because I don't think that GT3 tires will last for 24 hours.
I thought you were talking about the tyres on the trailer. I'm not sure the tyres on the trailer are going to last at GT3 speeds for 24 hours. They're probably not rated for that.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. We've definitely gone down a bit of a rabbit hole here, and I'm not quite sure how to get out. But anyway, we'll carry on anyway. Top 10. This battle is still going on between Arnaud's Arnaud's competition and Logitech G Autos, going downhill towards Rivage, looking backwards from the BMW at the moment. The Audi certainly closing under brakes on that occasion. And into No Name Corner, or what it used to be called anyway. It's been given loads of names recently, so it kind of does have a name.
Officially, doesn't have a name though.
Still doesn't have a name officially.
Yep. Oh. All the names that you hear for No Name are English commentator names, and they don't count anything. That's why Double Goosh is still named Double Goosh, and Piff Paff still named Piff Paff, and not Le Fun.
What was the first one you just said? I didn't catch it.
Double Goosh.
Where's that? It's
French for double left.
Wow, I've never heard that, but it does make more sense than Pouron, really, because that does make sense. Lego Technic Esports into the pit lane again, number 92. I'm not entirely sure if that's on schedule or not. I feel like they came in pit lane recently, but they can't have done.
That's on schedule.
That is on schedule. Okay.
They're just that early with their pit stops. They're so out of cycle that they have to pit 15 minutes after the hour. And that's not because they have drawn out their stints that long. It's just that they're so short on pit stop that they have to pit 15 minutes after the hour.
And presumably that is going to be a problem for them later on in this race.
very much so, because right now they are on track for having to make an extra stop for a stint that is 45 minutes long.
Yeah, that's going to be quite damaging for them, and if indeed they were able to keep the top 5, they would be very pleased with how things have gone, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. They just pull up into their stall now, and they are going to get service. It's like, well, fuel at the very least. We'll find out in about 30 seconds whether tyres as well, quite possibly at this point.
Should take tyres. Track temperature is up to 31 degrees. If they don't take tires, this might be the second foot that they're going to shoot in.
Yes,
they can't afford to do it anymore after that, because they only started with 2 feet.
I mean, they still got 2 arms, so...
You lose your feet anyway. Yeah. This is
there we go.
Oh, no. Out of the pit lane they go.
Interesting strategy. I wouldn't have gone for that. I don't think Redline is going to go for that as well. But hey, you never know. Maybe all of a sudden they can make the tires work for that second stint in very hot weather.
It's definitely going to be more rubbered in now than it was in the first 1, 2, or 3 hours of the race, though. Is that going to help them a little bit with the tyre life that they've had?
Technically makes it
20
worse.
hours of. I think the rubber down helps it heat up a little quicker, which brings it away from them. But
that's exactly it.
Rubbered in track compared to the completely green track will be slightly nicer to the tyres.
You know, that's exactly the problem. We have so much rubber on the track that rubber is going to get heated up. It's going to start to smear a little bit once you drive over it, and that's just going to make it more slippery, so you're going to use up more tires, etc., etc. And obviously also with the more tires being then on the marbles when having to overtake people, that's going to make it worse, because it's going to take more time until your tires are going to be clean again. So, yeah, no, I don't really see the benefit right now of going for another double stint, especially because now you're most definitely going to go over that 33 degrees Celsius mark, where your tires are really going to start to extremely hurt on the second part of your stint. So very interesting on the 91 in pit lane right now as well. The sister car going to be interesting if they are going to go also for that double stint, and I think that was only 32 seconds that were in their pit stall, so they also went for the tire strategy.
And it answers something that I had in my mind, whereas if they just kept doing full stints on the Coanda cars and they got to a pit stop with 30 minutes left to go in the race, what were they going to do on tyres? The track would be baking in the last 90 minutes of the race, and they're not really going to put a new set of tyres on just for the last 30-minute stint. So what they're doing now on both of the Coanda cars is they've short-fueled them at both of their stops. Neither of those stops were a full tank of fuel. 37 seconds out of a possible 40 for the 92 car with Matt Backen, 33 out of a possible 40 for Mitchell de Jong. They are going to now take their short fill and their short stint from here, and then take full stints on a single stinted tyres to the end. Then they've realised that the weather is going to start getting away from them, the track is going to be heating up. So they've brought the short stint from right at the end to now.
Battle for 18th position just coming out of La Source at the moment, as the battles in the pit lane just finishing up for us, with the 91 and 2 getting themselves up the hill through Eau Rouge, and looks like Porsche Sport are going to have the run, but are they going to want to get through? This is not a free car battle for position, by the way. The Mercedes in the background is not fighting for these positions, as the Movano and Porsche Sport cars are. Now finally the 31 goes to the inside. We've watched them following along for such a long time, but now finally under brakes they've managed to get that job done, and into 18th position they go. Still plenty of these little battles going on that are very similar to this one, actually. P1 Esport versus Vandervelde is for 15th. This is for 18th, and then a little bit further down, I think that I saw another one happening. Yeah, indeed, for 25th, Pure Sims and MBE Racing are also battling, as Vandervelde have just got through on P1 Esport for 15th position. They're just away from our cameras, so they've been able to make the move there, but finally getting on with it here at Porsche Sport and should be able to get away from Uranau in the next few moments. But yeah, I mean, I said it a little bit earlier on here, Stefan, we don't see Commander Simsport making mistakes on strategy very often, mistakes at all very often, but it seems that they have made a pretty disastrous one here. And you know, if their car is pitting so far, you know, it's even to me, who's, you know, not particularly with it in terms of the strategy. You and David are all over the strategy, but even to me, I can see immediately that them pitting so far out of sync with everyone else is going to be a problem. It has been a problem throughout this race, and it's going to be a huge problem later on.
Yeah, I mean, this short fuel stint that they just started, it's going to bring them back into sequence with everybody else, but still, the damage has been done. The damage happened in the first 6 hours where they just didn't go for the double stint strategy on their tires for so very long that Team Redline was able to open up this gap that we see before. So, I mean, after the first 6 hours, this gap was already up to nearly 30 seconds. So it only has grown since then, and Team Redline has once again shown what they have learned in the iRacing Spa 24 has translated into this race, that is the SCO Spa 24. And exactly, VRS Quad Simsport has made the big mistake of not racing the Spa 24, and with that have not gotten any of the data that they would have needed to make an educated guess on how the tires will develop with the track temperatures that we have been able to see.
Yeah, indeed. It's damage was done, as you said, a long time ago, but unfortunately in these 24-hour races, especially in GT3 cars, any damage that you end up doing can't really be undone at any point. It's very difficult to do that anyway. As we go back on board with Andrew Carl for the moment in 11th position. Out of La Source we go here in a few moments' time, and we'll see towards the end of the straight if there's any lifting going on, because there could well be, and that would point towards what I already believe anyway, that they're not really interested in going through on Arnaud's competition for the moment. As you can see, they're in the slipstream and gaining a bit of time, but the Audi doesn't seem to be overpowering the BMW by any stretch of the imagination on the straight. And there's your lift off into Le Combe that we were expecting, and so they are just happy to run 10th and 11th at the moment in this race. Make it clear as well, by the way, because it wasn't immediately obvious to me that the 91 and 92 are both Coanda cars. Obviously, we've probably already mentioned that throughout the day, but yeah, these cars are both from Coanda, which is why they're on such similar strategies, and they've got a pretty cool sponsor, as you may have noticed by the team name. And yeah, they're driving quite well, but unfortunately strategy not going as well.
Yeah, that Lego car is technically a VRS corner car, and that's why we have 91.
Was that intentional?
Yeah, that was very intentional.
Well, okay.
I've been making Lego Technic jokes all along in the 6 hours as well, that I was able to focus earlier, which technically were only 4 hours, because the first 2 hours I was sitting on the sidelines, as we have once again a battle for 18th place, but it seems like Uranau and Porsche have finally swapped positions in that battle. And just one more thing, I think David Haynes has a little bit of info on Andrew Carl in that Logitech G Altus car.
Oh, just a little bit of trivia. 2015 New South Wales Formula Ford champion. I heard interesting things about that season as well, that they might have won with a budget probably resembling a tenth of some of the other competitors. There'll be some drivers in Formula Ford who have a team prepare it for them. I believe Andrew Carl's team was him and his dad and their car in their garage in an open trailer. So yeah, there's motorsport talent out there that doesn't have money, and there's some motorsport money out there that doesn't have talent, and quite a lot in between.
Yes. Yeah. No, fair play to him, though. Fair play to him. And by the way, as well, here, David, for those people who do not live in Australia, what kind of circuits would you visit on a New South Wales Formula 4 Championship?
Great question. Probably Wakefield, Sydney Motorsport Park. I know if it's got the schedule here. I can clicky. Sure can. Sydney Motorsport Park, Queensland Raceway. Gosh, they had a round at Queensland Raceway. All right.
I've got absolutely no idea.
Wakefield as well. Yep. Okay.
No idea which circuits are in which what's it called, region in Australia or state. Sorry, yeah.
I'll give you a hint. Queensland Raceway's in Queensland.
Yeah,
Well,
I was just going to say.
Yeah, that was. There is a clue in there.
You'll never guess where Sydney Motorsports Park is.
I think it's outside Melbourne, isn't it? Obviously
Yeah,
not.
it's just a quick little 800 kilometres outside of Melbourne.
Yeah. No, obviously not. I'm not very clued up on the. Obviously, I know all those circuits, but I just don't know where they are. In relation.
To really head that off, Queensland Raceway is a very interesting venue for a Formula 4 race because of how unattractive
Unattractive the track is.
Yeah.
He's not happy with Spa. He's not happy with Queensland Raceway.
Are you not happy with Spa?
Stefan, are you even a racing fan?
I am a racing fan of good tracks.
Oh. And you're telling me
suspiciously
Spa
like he's
isn't
going
one
to
of
go
them?
no true Scotsman.
Spa is
What
one of
it
them
in a
because
good
it's
track.
7 kilometers long and only has 3 passing opportunities.
Bloody hell, what do you think about the Nordschleife?
That is very long and has a lot of passing opportunities.
Well, I'll take your word for it on that one. I thought you were going to say that it's
Let's just keep it at that because I remember the last time Samuel and I were speaking about it and we had to get Hugo to step in to tell us to have fun. So
Yes.
I think it's better we're
Someone's
not
like
going to
that
open
kind of
that
guy
can
who's
again.
like, oh, you don't like such and such genre of film? That's just because you haven't seen a good film in that genre. Oh, you don't like such and such food? That's just because you haven't had a good chef make such and such food. And there's no way you can convince Somil that you don't like something that you said you don't like. we all have a friend like that. Like, nah, man, I don't really want to, eat certain food, watch certain film, whatever. And they're like, oh, why not? You just haven't had a good one.
Yeah, I certainly see what you mean. Anyway, should we get back to the race? Because there's still a race going on at the moment. The battle going on... yes, there is, Stefan. The battle we're seeing right now on our screens is the one for 10th. Arnage Competition versus Logitech G Autos. Out front, it's still Team Redline ahead of MSI Esports. They've just stretched out that margin by another couple of seconds in the last few moments, and then we've got another half minute back to Team Redline, the other Team Redline car. That is the 72 in third position at the moment, but no real interest from Logitech G Autos to try and get through on Arnage Competition here, David.
And that's because, by the numbers I'm looking at here, Arnage Competition have got 4 more stops to get to the end here. They're about to run out of fuel at the end of this lap or at the end of the next one. And that'll still see them need 4 more laps to go. 4 more stops to get to the end, whereas Andrew Carl and Logitech G Esports, I'm sure, have their undivided focus on trying to hit their fuel targets, hit their stint lengths, and therefore only have 3 more stops to get to the end. They'll be well aware that their battle with Arnage Competition here for P10 can be resolved through the pit lane and clever strategy, rather than trying to get your elbows out, trying to get side by side, and wearing down your tyres too early.
And this battle is not only interesting on a strategy kind of side because of Arnage having to make 1 more stop than a Logitech G Altus, but this also is the battle for the last prize money position because the 10th place car still gets $300. So this might still be very interesting until the end of the race as we have cloud cover over the track.
Just for the moment. For now, yeah. It's just making sure that we keep a lid on the temperatures just for a moment. As we saw with the weather update a couple of moments ago, that there are some clouds in the sky. It's not a completely clear day, but for the most part, it is a very nice one, as we can see from the air right now. 4 hours and a half remaining then in the VRS SCO 24 hours of Spa. We've still got Team Redline leading, but we're going to go for a bit of fan immersion here in the next few moments' time. We'll be on board with Logitech G Autos and Andrew Carr as he tries to get through on the Arnage competition BMW just in front. We're back at Spa with the final hours of the VRS SCO 24 Hours of Spa. Andrew Cole gets himself into 10th position, we saw with the fan immersion on board, because Arnaud's competition have just come into the pit lane, and that is what we're going to be talking about for quite a lot over the next half an hour or so, because it's very nearly pit stop time here once again. Redline still leading this race by 48 seconds ahead of MSI Esports, and there they are. We've not seen Max Benecke for quite a long time, but here he is on your screens right now in the Ferrari. My name is Uranau. I'm along with David Haynes and Stefan Saka for the final hours of this broadcast. And David, you want to talk about tyres with Movano and Redline?
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned it through the last pit stops for both the cars running in first and, it is second, Team Redline and MSI Esports, is that they continued with double stint at the last pit stop. Meanwhile, one of the other battles we were looking at, Porsche Sport and Movano have already gone away from double stinting. They were on the coming to the end of the first stint of their tyres when they pitted a couple laps ago, and then put on another new set of tyres. So Movano have already decided double stinting the tyres is no longer worth it. We're going back to singles, and when that inflection point is for all of these teams in the top 10 or so is going to be quite interesting indeed. It's probably from the next stop onwards for Team Redline Red and MSI Esports Blue. So, and also the fact that they went the short stints on the fuel for 91 and 92, the two Coanda Porsches, I think that suggests they're also thinking that after the next stop they're going to single stints on the tyres, because otherwise if they could continue, I thought they could continue double stinting them, I don't think they would have short fuel. They're trying to make the fuel strategy line up with the tyre strategy, and because they're already committed to the extra stop, they've got more flexibility with that, whereas all the other teams like Apex and both of the Redline cars and MSI Esports Blue are so committed to the fuel strategy that the tyre strategy has just got to follow that immediately afterwards.
Indeed, it's a bit of a conundrum for all of them. And I'm sure Stefan would agree with you actually about what you're saying. He's just he will be returning, he will be with us shortly, but yeah, good to see the Team Redline car on our screens again for the first time since the very start of this final part of the broadcast, because they've been out front on their own. There's not been too much to talk about for them so far, but now they are on our screen, still leading and still stretching out the margin as things stand. In terms of that fuel, we were talking about it a few moments ago. Are Team Redline safe or not? Or what would constitute safe for you at this pit stop right now? What would you like to see, with regards to the fuel that would indicate to us that yes, they're going to be fine?
Well, I've got a predicted lap count of laps remaining. What I just do is I divide that by how many stints left. In this case, they'd be hoping that after their next stop, there'd be 4 stints to go, with 3 more stops after that. So I'm going to see what the predicted number of laps is and how much time is left when they make their next stop. Currently 22, coming to the end of 23 laps on this run on the fuel right now for Redline. So they're definitely going to be hoping that this is a 27 lap stint, because if it's not, they start digging themselves into a bit of a hole. But if it is 27 and they can keep doing 27 all the way to the end, that's going to be good for them. The other thing going on is we had a tiny bit of cloud cover for a second there. It didn't do a whole lot for reprieve of the track temperatures. It's still 32 and climbing, and the pace has dropped off just a bit for Redline. Previous lap 2:18.9, this lap just gone 2:18.7. They are sneaking back towards the 2:19s as the track warms up and this set of tyres get towards the end of a double stint. Critically, exactly the same thing with MSI Esports Blue to an even more extent. I think they've just had 2 laps in a row in the 2:19s.
The gap at the front is certainly stretching out at this point. I think, if I remember correctly, Team Redline in the lead left the pit lane with 5 hours and 13 minutes to go. So if we see, well, obviously we're going to see them a little bit closer to the hour on this occasion, but how much closer is one way to work it, I suppose. It also depends massively on how many laps the race is going to be, but obviously, given it's a timed race, we don't know. So that's all to work out, and that's what makes it so tricky in one of these races. So yeah, let's see if they have indeed got this one correct. I mean, this is a bit of a wild scenario, but you know, Redline have got nearly 50 seconds right now. Let's say they do need this 1 or 2 laps of fuel towards the end of the race a little bit later. Is 49 seconds going to be enough for them to drive all the way through pit lane and put that 5-10 litres or so in that they may need as a short fill? If they were going for that one, would the buffer they have right now be enough?
No, because it's a full minute from pit in to pit out without any service, because it's 1,000 metres and the pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometres, perfectly round numbers. It's an exact minute from the start of the pit lane speed limit to the end of the pit lane speed limit, not including the fiddly bits with the pit entry off the bus stop and then the pit exit and merge and getting up to speed on the Camel Straight. And the numbers again just now, and I'm still getting that Team Redline are going to have to do a 28 lap stint, or pit coming to the white flag, or manage their pace to try to make the race go 1 lap shorter. I'll run the numbers again when they pit next. But as you can see, Apex Racing team behind them are trying to get a lap back. Such is the way the pace is going on the second stint of the tyres and the fuel management for Redline right now.
Yeah, they're very close indeed, Apex, to actually unlapping themselves here. Let's see if they can do it until they come. You'd expect them to be able to. It's nose to tail between the two of them. Unfortunately not for a natural position, but they are still going to be battling away anyway. Redline going to pull to the left-hand side. Apex Racing team flash of the lights, and down the inside they go. Free wide for a brief moment as one of the Audis gets out of the way to let them through, but that's all fine. They work themselves out. Surely in that case, if they are indeed going to be losing so much time with a pit stop, then saving that 1 lap extra of fuel to do a 28 lap stint, it's not going to cost them nearly 50 seconds, is it? Surely that's the much more sensible choice.
No, they've got the time in hand, thankfully, to be able to look at their options and you know, either do a really big, really lift and coast fuel saving stint, or try to massage the length of the race by maybe giving up 10 seconds or so if that 10 seconds was going to cause the race to go an extra lap longer. The only option they don't have available to them against MSI Esports is that splash and dash. They'd then need to close up another 12 seconds or so, maybe even a little bit more. So they've got 2 options, and both of them I think they could execute pretty comfortably with massaging the race length, or, you know, giving up, you know, 10 seconds to be able to do a 28 lap stint. But the third option of a splash and dash I think is out the window.
And especially considering that MSI Esports are going to be a little bit closer to Redline than this in the final hour, because they've got a slightly shorter final stop, I think, anyway. And let's see if that works out and how much shorter it is by the end of the day. RHG Esports also into the pit lane in their Porsche, the number 8 car. So we have 4 hours 15 remaining in this race, and not too far away from this pit stop for our leader. Is it going to be one more time here? Either of it? Oh, I'm not sure if either of you would know.
2 more for Redline,
2 more,
I think.
Okay, so 2 more. That's going to take them towards 4 hours and 11 kind of leaving, or 4 hours 10 leaving. So that's a good. They've made up a good few minutes in terms of getting towards the hour, but it's just a question of, is it enough, really?
I mean, look at RHG here, pitting 2 laps before Redline do. Everything I just said about, it's give and take for Redline, says that RHG are going to come up 2 laps short on the fuel in about 4 hours' time. That still feels like we're predicting a long way into the future, but, you know, it's only 3 pit stops away now.
We are predicting fair way into the future, to be fair, but we kind of can't wait to find out who's going to win at the end of the day. But for Redline, it is indeed looking good. RHG Esports leave the pit lane right now, and 5-Star Motorsport look like they're going to get up into 14th because of the pit exit, which is fairly long, and so they do indeed manage that. There you go, right round the outside in there, Ferrari. That's not a battle with the Audi just in front, by the way. It's one of the Logitech G Autos Esports cars, just in front for the moment. But yeah, 5-Star into the top 15, into the top 14, I guess you could say now, in that slightly mustard-coloured yellow.
It's gold and
Gold,
regal.
is it?
Mustard is selling it short.
Well, I know, but I don't think it looks very
Oh,
nice.
it is a little musty.
The colour doesn't look great to me, anyway. But anyway, we won't worry about that. They don't have to look at it while they're inside the car, I suppose. Anyway, just behind.
Benelux driver, decent mustard in this region, surely.
Oh, I don't really know.
Trust
I've
more
never
than
been.
American mustard.
Well, I wouldn't have mustard at all personally, but that's a preference. That's a personal thing. Yeah. Anyway, little
You're
tangent.
entitled to your own proclivities.
Thank you. Little tangent, but we're commentating with David, so what else do you expect? It's not a bad thing, by the way. It's pretty funny. But anyway, we're back to the race. Still waiting for this pit stop for the leader. It's coming in about 2 minutes' time, but we're just keeping an eye on the closest battle on the circuit, which is between 5-Star and RAG, not involving the Logitech G Autos car in front that's nearly 20 seconds detached from its teammate after coming out nose to tail after the last pit stop cycle, and so they're losing a bit of time, I think it's safe to say, as 5-Star do indeed come into the pit lane right now in their Ferrari, and looking to salvage a pretty bad couple of weeks here at Spa, I just think it's fair to say, for those guys. So just 48 seconds for the lead, just waiting for the leaders to come in, really, and then we can try and work out whether they're going to make it here on fuel here. Stefan, I'm sure the calculations are going to be going on behind the scenes. They're going on up here in the commentary box as well, but it's all pointing towards a Redline victory at the moment.
Yeah, very much is pointing towards Redline victory. I mean, you guys were talking about the three things they have as options, and you know, messaging the race timer so that they don't have to make that one extra lap in the very end. I think that's the most plausible option right here, especially because if you know how the iRacing system works, as in how it's calculating if there is going to be an extra lap or not, it is quite easy to massage the race in a way that you don't have to drive an extra lap. If you don't know, it takes the average of the last 5 laps that you have driven and calculates upon that if there's going to be an extra lap or not. So that's why we sometimes have the case where someone drives very slowly for the last 2 laps to try to be able to make it that the race ends on the last lap, but then all of a sudden the iRacing simulation throws a complete tantrum and adds another lap. That is the simple reason of they haven't massaged long enough to make that extra lap not happen. As we see both Redline cars into the pit lane, the blue has taken a driver change as Team Red also goes in, and I think Maximilian Beneke will also be stepping out of this car because this was the second stint that he just drove.
Yeah, he's been in there for quite a while now, so he may well be getting out, but 3 of the top 5 in the pit lane as things stand, both Team Redline cars and the Apex Racing Team Lamborghini that has just come in front of Beneke. So we're going to make the long trip down pit lane towards the exit, and up onto the jacks goes the Team Redline blue car, which is what we'd expect to see at this point. No more double stinting in this race, it would seem. It's going to be single stints all out to the end of the race. Well, maybe not all out because they've got to keep an eye on the fuel. But into the box goes Apex Racing Team, and likewise Beneke does the same. Let's see if indeed he stays in the car or not. No, he doesn't. So new driver into the race leading car as their teammates leave the pit lane and go up the hill towards the Kemmel Straight now.
Holtzman in.
Patrick Holtzman is going to be driving. Which car is that, sorry?
Redline. Red.
Redline red. Okay, Patrick Holtzman going to be driving, and presumably there's going to be one more driver change for them to the end of the race. It'd be a bit of a stretch to do 4 hours, although these guys are pretty good. They might be able to manage it, but surely you'd want 2 hour stints for the drivers as well towards the end.
Put in the driver with the softest slippers at the end in that Redline red car.
Yes, that's a very good point. To be honest, as up on the jacks they're going to go surely at some point, if not already. I didn't quite see, but they're going to be quite a long way behind MSI Esports. But I wouldn't worry about it for the moment because that 47 car still has to come in before long. As now leaving goes Patrick Holtzman out onto the circuit once again. The gap is nearly a minute now, but absolutely nothing to worry about for them, as on the right hand side of your screen the battle for 23rd going on between MB Racing at the front and the Lamborghini just following on behind here, the 73 car that you can see on board with right now. I was going to attempt that name, but it's actually got quite a lot of consonants in, so maybe I'm not going to embarrass myself, but it's definitely Carbon Sim Sport in the Lamborghini.
I'd say Machevsky.
Machevsky? Okay,
I could be wrong, but that's what I'd say, and I'd say it confidently wrong.
You want to guess, Stefan?
I'd most definitely go there with Masiewski, but it's a Polish name, so you never know exactly what the name exactly is, especially if you don't have all those lines that they normally do have with their letters, as we don't have that sadly on our simulator. With obviously the American system, you don't have any of that, which is the beautification to your name.
Keep things simple in American English, and normal English.
Doesn't Ostgaard have the Tommy Ostgaard have the character in his name on iRacing?
He does. Some special characters are in the simulation, but not all of them.
Like, I forget what it's called, but like Alexander Voss's name, but it's not actually an S, is it? It's that. Can you tell me what that symbol is?
SZ.
It looks like a B. Yeah, that. Yeah, they've got anyway. They've got some in there. Driver change for Logitech G Autos as well. I believe this is the 43 on your screens to the right hand side at the moment. It is indeed. You can see from the number plate on the left hand side of the car. So new driver in there as well. Williams Esports in the pit lane likewise. Number 25, sorry, 7th place for them at the moment, but they're going to lose a couple of places in the next couple of moments because there's a couple of cars quite close. It's the exact same car, exact same livery as they had last weekend, but not too much more success for them, I'm afraid. I don't think they finished on the podium in the end, did they, in that race? Last weekend, the official RaceSpotTV 24 Hours of Spa. It's not going to be a podium for them this time round either.
Yeah, no, Williams, it was one of the more tragic stories in that event, because obviously first they had the disadvantage on the tire strategy, so kinda SimSport right now, the Williams of last weekend. But also in the very end they were on a podium course, but in the very end the Williams team got hit by the Marley team, or was it the other way around? Literally last lap, last corner even, and that's why they went over the 100 incident limit, occurred themselves a drive-through penalty that they weren't able to save, obviously, and thus got slotted back from 3rd all the way down to 7th place.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking for them, it really is. Or really was, should I say, last weekend. Also on this race here, what's the incident limit for this one?
200.
200. Okay, so we hopefully shouldn't see people getting up towards that, but we do have, mainly because of the new track limit system around here at Spa, where you have to be all 4 wheels off of the curb now to incur an incident, an off track anyway.
But only
correct?
on certain spots of the track.
Only on certain spots of the track, so not everywhere.
No, not everywhere. You can actually see that in the rules tab on your simulator, where you have red painted areas, screenshots, and that's exactly where you have to be 4 wheels off the track.
It's
For most of the places where it matters, like you can see the sorts on the left-hand side of the screen. You talk about through like Campus and Stavilo here. It is, as long as you've got one wheel on the red and white curb through those sections, you're fine. And that's some of the key places where people have been racking up incident points in the past. The other one also being No Name, which is so easy to just extend that one out a little bit on the exit.
It's always been one of these really heavy circuits on the incident points. An absolute killer for any of your I-rating and all that. So yeah, that's been that effect has just diminished slightly because of the changes made in the next few or in the last few months. Also, I believe the Red Bull Ring has a similar system, doesn't it? There's a new circuit.
Yep.
Yeah, those are the 2 tracks that have got it at the moment. We're told it's going to come to all of the new tracks and eventually be rolled out to all of the pre-existing tracks, but was a new system of track limit enforcement on iRacing that came to the newest track, and also Spa, the track probably most in need of it, but hopefully it comes to Kota soon as well.
The funny thing is, it's the new system, but it's the old system, because in the very early stages of iRacing, we actually did have a system where you needed to be 4 wheels off the track to get that off track, but they did change it to just 2 wheels / the center of the car that has to be off the track to already count as an off track. I don't know why they did that change back in 2019, but we most definitely, from 2008 to 2009, were already having a system where 4 wheels needed to be off the track to count as an off track.
I'm glad you two are here for the technical discussion on that part, because as you might be able to tell, I haven't got a clue. So thanks to you both for that one. Into the pit lane comes Movano Sim Racing from 16th, which is where they were before, but they're going to drop a fair way down now because of this pit stop. And we're not too far away from seeing the race leader in either. 4 hours, 2 minutes to go, very nearly on the hour. And they're going to be just past it, I believe. They've got to be close to their in-lap, or indeed on it right now. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, they'll be in sooner rather than later, we'll put it that way. Then about 15 minutes after that, both Coanda cars will be in, a little bit off strategy, as we've already mentioned. I'm afraid that a podium has been put out of the question because of that in the last few moments, as Uranau Esports HP also come into the pit lane. Always associate the kind of HP and all that, not the source, but with the Mercedes car, but associated with the Audi on this occasion for Uranau. So into the pit lane they come. How far away are we here, David or Stefan, from the MSI pit stop? Maybe 1, 2 laps away?
They're just about to. They're going to stay on track this lap, I think. And then they're about to start their in-lap if they're doing a 27-lap stint. They might go for 26, but they're not. They're still aiming for the 27-lap stints. At MSI, this is going to be the start of their in-lap.
Yes, they... okay, so about a couple of minutes and 20 seconds. We'll see race leaders, MSI Esports, down onto the pit lane, and then we'll not quite have the corrected order. That will happen about 20 minutes after with the Coanda stops, but it will be near enough the corrected order anyway. Still plenty of changes that have gone on up and down the order in this last pit stop cycle. Some, especially the 43 Logitech G-Autos cars, noticeably lower than it was before. And the 83, their sister team, have managed to get in front of Arnaud's competition by what looks like a tyre stop to me. But we were also not expecting any more double stinting, so That's a bit of a mystery to be worked out.
Altus and Uranau both in the last 10 minutes or so gone on to a double stint. For Uranau in 8th, they've done the Coanda thing and also short fueled while they've done it. But for Altus, they look really confident in Andrew Carl's pace in this weather in the Audi on those tyres.
I would not want to be the Audi tires right now, but obviously for Uranau it makes sense to stay on the same tires if you short fuel your stint, because you're just gonna damage yourself more, even more, if you short fuel and take tires at the same time. So good call by Uranau to not take tires, but I'm highly questioning the decision making there for Logitech G Altus, because we have already gone over that's an off track, over the 33 degrees Celsius track temperature, and it's only gonna get worse from here.
Yeah, it's
maybe
still...
for Logitech, their tyres are going to end up looking like the 4 rings on the Audi badge, no rubber left on it.
Quite possibly. It is only 25 to 12 in Europe at the moment, so it's not quite peak temperature, and it's only going to get worse as race leaders MSI Esports come into the pit lane from nearly a 1-minute lead. They now enter the pit lane, and they've gained a few minutes on where they were before. So down the pit lane they're going to go, and they're going to be out in second place, you would imagine, at this point. And changing tyres as well. Maybe a driver change is in the offing too. Let's wait and see, because a couple of 2-hour stints for a couple of your drivers is not...
I got a hunch. We're going to see Silver Talent.
Let's wait and see if indeed we see a new driver at all, because we're not 100% sure just yet. The pit box is quite a long way down in pit lane, because they qualified quite well, as you will be able to imagine. And so that means they're quite a long way down the pit lane in the endurance pits. Here it is, the pit stall for them. Is it going to be a driver change or not? Alejandro Sanchez does indeed get out of the car, but it's Christian Lamella getting back in. He's not long been out of that car, actually. He was in when I woke up this morning about 3.5 hours ago, so he's only
I think
about...
he was in and has just sat out for a double and is now back in.
Yeah.
Right.
But this will be his final couple of stints in the race, Stefan.
Yeah, Christian Lamella, I think he is going to be on his last double stint right here, right now. I don't think he's going to take over that car anymore after this one. And then it's going to be Salva Talent and Alejandro Sanchez who are going to take home that car, because Christian Lamella has been driving pretty much every other night stint for this car.
Yeah,
I've just looked at the lap counts, so if Lamella's in for a double, when he finishes the double, he'll have driven 8 hours. Sorry. Yeah, Alejandro Sanchez has just gotten out after driving a total of 8 hours so far in this race. Lamella is getting in, and when he's done, he'll have driven 8 hours. There'll be 2 hours left in the race. If Salva Talent gets into the final 2 hours, all 3 drivers in the car will have driven an equal share of 8 hours each, so that could be the strategy.
that symmetry does make me quite happy as well to look at. It's quite nice. But yeah, you do expect it from GT3 racing, especially when we're in the prototypes, etc. The fuel doesn't quite match up to hours, so the driving time can look a little bit weird on occasion, but nothing like that in the GT3s to really worry about. So that's makes it nice to look at, certainly. As VRS Coanda Simsport into the pit lane. Well, yes, they are in the pit lane, just making a driver change, I think, in the 91. So that's a little bit earlier than I remember it. I can't lie, a little bit earlier than I remember their pit stop, but maybe they are short filling a little bit. Maybe they're not staying out there for quite as long. But Jeremy Bootloo, either way, is going to take that car out.
Yeah, don't forget both Coanda cars did short stop that last one.
Yeah, they both did only take about 3/4 a tank of fuel on their last stints.
Yeah,
for both.
so technically they're on schedule right now.
Would that have been to make sure they could make this double stint work, this final double stint work?
It was. I think it was kind of a tyre decision where they realised they were gonna, if they'd carried on just doing complete 1 hour stints, they were going to be left with 30 minutes at the end of the race, where they were going to want to do a fuel only stop, aka a splash and dash to the end. But given the rising track temperatures, they didn't want to have to do 90 minutes on one set of tyres right at the end. They brought that 30-minute stint, 40-ish minute stint a bit early, so that they can then take new tyres at every remaining stop from here to the end. Was the guess I made. No guarantees that's what they're actually doing.
Seems like a pretty good one to me, as they come out in 7th position, just under 20 seconds behind. Now, would I be right in saying here, Stefan, that, well, we've got to wait for the 92 as well, but this could well be the corrected order, and Coanda Simsport could well find themselves even outside the top 5, maybe, if indeed things go this way.
Yes, I think so. That's right now the corrected order. Obviously, the 92 still has to pit, and I think MSI has to pit as well, but between all of them, it still is going to be very close, so no guarantees that Coanda is even going to be able to make it into the top 5.
Yeah, between 2nd and 7th, there's no gap bigger than 25 seconds, which at this stage of the race is a very small margin indeed, as the 92 does indeed come in as well. Yes, it does. Take that wide line and the kind of awkward pit entry that is here at Spa, so then we will begin to see what the corrected order is, other than MSI Esports, as you mentioned, who will probably have to pit as well. So it might well be 5th and 6th for Coanda, but certainly for a team like that, David, it's not what they were hoping for at the start of the day.
Yeah, and it goes to show this is an endurance race. I mean, at points, they've been the fastest cars out on track in the 91 and the 92 for Coanda. Josh Rogers, sort of towards the halfway point of the race in the night, was absolutely flying. But they haven't had quite the same tyre life. They haven't had the same fuel economy. And those are all the things that they needed to have in addition to the one-lap pace and to the hot laps to be in contention for the win here. They have ended up needing an extra stop compared to the cars that are going to make up the podium, and that's something you can get away with at Le Mans. That's something you can maybe get away with at Bathurst. It's not something you can do when everything else is so equal, and it's the Spa endurance pits.
Yeah, absolutely. As MSI Esports also come into the pit lane now, so the 91 gets out into 5th place. Top 5 for the moment. They're going to try and chase down Apex Racing Team for 4th. They've got 20 seconds of a margin with just less than 4 hours to go in this race. And then the 92 is over 20 seconds behind there now, and MSI Esports will be the same. So, yeah, we'll wait and see. The battle on the left-hand side of your screen, by the way, is for 26th position between Pure Sims and Satellite Racing in their 64 Porsche. They've been spreading themselves over even different sims, different platforms over this past weekend. So, very experienced team that's seen around for a very long time, and unfortunately not even inside the top 25 at the moment, but in the closest battle that we have out there on the circuit. So, the 92 LEGO Technica Esports car leaves the pit lane, and MSI Esports on the right hand side of his screen is going to do the same very shortly. They drop down onto the floor, and Uranau Esports get in front of them, and Williams Esports. So MSI dropping to 9th by the looks of things. So finally now we're getting what I believe anyway, a look at the corrected order. Everybody's going to be on single stints to the end of the race here, Stefan, and it's all, these guys have figured out who they're racing to the end of this one now.
Yeah, so right now, as you can see, VRS Coanda Simsport is at least right now in 5th place, about 50 seconds ahead of the LEGO Technic Esports car. But I'm a little bit surprised about the gap between the 91 and the 92, if I'm honest, that it is so big. But maybe I just misremember the gaps that those guys were having to each other. MSI Esports Stat48, a little bit surprised that they have dropped all the way down to 9th place. But yeah, it just seems like that's how all of those stints work out, because obviously now that we have the Coanda cars and the MSI Esports Blue back on the normalized strategy, kind of, it really shows how much offset there was between the Coandas and the MSI Esports and the other teams, because just simply of that one stop that they had to short fuel. And there's a lot of catching up to do, especially for MSI Esports now, the 48, because I don't think that they want to finish only in 9th place.
No, certainly not. Especially with their teammates up in second, battling for a race win here. So, yeah, there's a couple of disappointments for these guys up and down the field, and some guys will be absolutely elated with how it's gone. Obviously, Team Redline springs to mind. But just looking at the stint length on the left-hand side of your screen right now, we can immediately see who is maybe in danger in this race in terms of the fuel. Arnold Competition obviously not going to be making it. Pure Sims Esports, RHG Esports, Venderville, that kind of region, really on the cusp, and maybe just the wrong side of the line, because we think Team Redline out front are pretty close in the 71 and 72 cars. But, you know, they've got good 4 or 5 laps over those cars I just mentioned behind, so things are going to be tricky further down for them.
Yeah, I'm worried about the Team Redline Blue and Apex Racing Team on their fuel, because we've talked, and I've put some numbers in the calculator and checked projections for Team Redline Red, but for Team Redline Blue and Apex Racing Team, they both need... Team Redline Blue's in a bit of a pickle, and Apex Racing Team either needs to pull out a 28-lap stint or go a lap down to Team Redline Red.
You're saying they need to go 1 lap down. Can we please switch to Team Redline and Apex Racing Team? Because that's what's going to happen quite soon, as Apex Racing Team is just about 2 car lengths ahead of Team Redline Red.
Yeah, that was we saw that actually nose to tail into the pit stops, and towards the end of the last stint, Apex Racing Team actually unlapped themselves from the 71, but that lap is about to be redone here, it looks like, as into the lead, well, not into the lead, he's already in the lead, is Patrick Holtzman, but he's going to be more into the lead now by only having 3 cars on the lead lap trying to challenge him. So Apex Racing Team get put down another lap, and so now they are 4th place, 1 minute down on 3rd, and also 1 lap down on the leaders.
Apex could still... This could be good for Apex, though. As this now, being the lap down, means that they're going to go a lap less and might solve some of their fuel woes. Team Redline Blue, who they're really battling for 3rd, is already a lap of fuel worse, to the worse, than Apex. So I didn't see Apex trying to fight to stay on the lead lap there. I think for every little speculation we can throw out there and look at some of the numbers, the individual teams are hyper-focused on their own battles, not trying to keep a spread of everything that's going on for every position. So I'm sure they are even more aware and even more accurately informed on the fuel situation, on the lap count, etc., and their own individual little battles that they're going on and where they want to be. And for Apex, I think they want to be in the slipstream, and they probably are okay with going the lap down.
Yeah, I can't imagine they still have realistic dreams of winning this race right now. It's still a bit of a stretch for them. But, well, we keep saying you never know, but the time is running out for them. 3 hours and 45, very nearly. Still to go in this race. And nose to tail between these two, but unfortunately it's not an all-out fight for the lead. Best car that's not a Ferrari, though, is the Apex Racing Team, so they can at least take some comfort in that, but they would still like to at least get a podium and obviously win this race, but looking unrealistic at the moment. The gaps in the bottom half of the top 10, fairly close still. Williams Esports to Uranau Esports is just under 5 seconds, and it's about 4.5 between MSI and Williams, so there's some potential in there. But you're right, the slipstream effect here is going to be quite massive actually for the Lamborghini, and they're going to be able to save fuel, get pulled along by one of the fastest cars on the circuit, if not the fastest right now. And yeah, they're going to be benefiting from this quite massively. In the long haul, anyway, they're going to be gaining from it, even though it doesn't look like it right now. Talking about the lower part of the top 10 here, David, you pointed out to us that you're interested in the Uranau-Williams kind of battle that's going on at the moment. 4 seconds separating them right now.
Yeah, Uranau are in a double stint here. When we were saying, I think the teams are going to go away from it now, Uranau was still aiming for it, and they got Williams, the BMW, in the background a shot there, catching them. I think it's best part of a second a lap here. It's leveled out a little bit on this lap just gone. Williams are in a little bit of traffic, but Williams have newer tyres on and are trying to hunt down Uranau. And you know, the difference between 7th and 8th is $300.
And definitely worth having. I wouldn't say no. Certainly. So there's going to be a fight going on here. Another car that I believe double stinted on the last occasion. This is going a little bit further down, but the 83 Logitech D'Autis car, I believe, anyway, has gone for another double stint. And
yeah, them and Pure Sims. So all of them Audis as well. Interestingly, maybe the Audi teams are just believing, or more desperate, but well, other cars and teams are going away from double stinting the tyres and thinking that it's just too risky and too slow. Some of these Audi teams like Uranau and Altus and Pure Sims are still sticking with it for the moment.
Are they more believing here, Stefan, or are they a little bit more desperate, or is it the tyre wearer of the Audi or is it coincidence maybe?
Well, let's just have a look at the stint times that they're doing right now. Because we're on Uranau right now, let's take the example of Nicolas Laubisch right here. Last lap, a 19.388 for him. His last lap in his previous stint, which was lap 505, it was a 218.694. So alone from that, he already dropped off 0.5 of a second. So quite honestly, I do not see why these guys have went for that double stint strategy in this kind of weather, especially because we already have the data just looking at the Spa 24 from last weekend that on older tires in this hot weather, you're losing about 1 second to 1.5 seconds per lap on a car that is not on a double stint tire strategy. So these guys, I think it's more of the case that they thought that they still have the benefit of those 24 seconds if they aren't stationary, but in all reality you're losing way more because you're not taking the fresh rubber, as we see a little bit of side-by-side action here for, I think that is actually precision. No, it's not.
Redline Blues trying to put Lego Technic a lap down at the moment. They're scored on the same lap, but that could change.
Yeah, indeed. And both making their way through on a further lapped car. We're seeing a lot of lappery going on at this stage in the race because of the way the order is. And it's a fairly cool livery, I have to say, on that 92. And it's got a different team name because of a sponsor for Coanda. But I quite like the livery, it's quite good. Obviously,
one problem I've got with it,
go on.
and this is the biggest nitpick in the world, is that the Lego Technic model is the 911 RSR, the GTE car, and they've taken that and put it on the GT3R, the GT3 machine.
Give them a rest, why don't you? I think it's a great idea. Plus, the GT3, I know in real life, I've seen GT3s with that livery on. Well, not that it's this exact one, obviously, but the white, black and red kind of accents on it. I've seen it in real life, so that is quite a big nitpick, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's the livery that the GTE car wears. It's the factory GTE livery, which of course then went on the Technic model, which now goes on our sim racing GT3. Anyway, an absolutely useless nitpick. It is a good-looking car. It is very unique, very distinctive, and it also has a little camouflage quality to it as well, because they can put bumps and scrapes on that car, and you're saying, is that actually on the car, or is it part of the paint? Like, there is a big dent in the bottom of the driver's door on the left-hand side that you need a microscope to tell because of the pattern of the Lego bricks.
Yeah, so technically the technique that they have put on that paint very much is able to camouflage any kinks and bends on that car, because they also have a little bit of damage on the rear from the hit with the Fuga SimSport car. So yeah, that car has had a little bit of contact, but that's a good thing about the Lego Technica. Just put on those bricks again and you can drive off.
Thankfully,
Exactly.
the
No
Porsche
one wants to step on Lego.
No, thankfully the Porsche is a little bit stronger than a Lego built car, so they should be okay. But that was another one of Stefan's puns, by the way. I hope you realised at home. I had my head in my hands, I can't lie. But anyway, it does look. I did actually notice that when we came to air about a couple of hours ago. I was like, somebody has absolutely jammed into the door of this Porsche, but no, it's just the livery that makes it look like it. So it's quite good for hiding any damage that may have been done somewhere around there. Closing
The main damage that was done was in the strategy for this Coanda car.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it for a good couple of hours, but still rings true that it's a rare mistake from them, certainly. But yeah, weren't able to defend their official iRacing 24 Hours of Spa crown last weekend. I don't think they had a car entered at all.
Nope, we've not seen Coanda, I think, put out any cars for any special events thus far. I mean, which is a little bit, yeah, you can think whatever you want from that, but I mean, even on events like this, where it is about the money, where there is something to race for, even then, Team Redline still has the upper hand on Coanda, and I think it nearly shows the lack of special events that Coanda does, because Redline has the information from last week's iRacing 24 about how all this is gonna go with the tires and etc. etc. They also know what is going to come for them for strategy, and Coanda just doesn't have that information, and I think that's why we saw that miscalculation of strategy, that they were so long on the single stint strategy.
Yeah, indeed. Just being put another lap down as well by Redline, as we saw a few moments ago, catching up to the 18 car that was battling with Satellite Racing not so long ago, but as you can see on your screens right now, the gap is extending quite a lot right now. So the closest battle out there on the circuit is Uranau Esports versus Williams Esports, 7th and 8th position right now. Also kind of keeping an eye on the gaps involving the 83 and the 16, because these are the cars that have double stinted and are trying to double stint a little bit later on in the race. And so it's, well, a little bit later on in the race than everyone else, I should say, because most people have abandoned it now and gone to the single stints, but double stints for most of them. As we go on board with Lucas Prada in the 29 and 24th position, just for the moment. As the ERT Race Gear CZ, and just under a second behind the battle for 23rd position in this race. That involves Buga, the number 99. We talked about this car a couple of moments ago when it got into the Coanda car, but I believe this is an all-Mercedes battle, a car that we've not seen very much of here today, David, but yeah, we'll at least can get a little view on them in the last couple of hours, hopefully a fight that's developing.
Yeah, it's been a good many hours without Mercedes talk, but we are going to check out this one with Lucas Prada, as he has been closing in on Fuga Simsport. Fuga on the older tyres here as well. They're in the middle of a double stint right now, and I think they're paying the price for that. Their last lap, 220.6. We're going to see what it is at the end of this lap, but you can tell how much Entropic ERT, Race Gear, CZ have closed him in. I reckon if they could, they'd have replaced the CZ in the name with the Czech flag, but you can't have an emoji in your team name on iRacing yet. Stuff all the development for Rain. I want emoji in my team name.
I think that could get out of hand.
222.3 from Fuga on that lap compared to 219.2 for ERT Race Gear here. So they've closed in 3 seconds on the last lap, and you're going to get a good look at what double stinted tyres look like in 36, 37 degree temperature track temps for the Mercedes, exactly how much Fuga might be going to struggle in this situation right here.
Yeah, not only are they double stinting in this weather, but also the Mercedes is one of the worst cars on tires because of how much it just eats those front four snacks. So yeah, Jan Schmidt's obviously no chance of defending that 23rd position to Lukas Prada, and that's about as easy as it can get for an overtake. So Jan Schmidt and the Fuga Simsport guys, a little bit on the wrong strategy right here, as they have gone for the double stint strategy. I mean, I have to say they've also had bad luck. They were the car that did hit the Lego Technic Esports car at the beginning of this race. They acquired themselves a 10-second stop and go penalty for that. They've also had damage from getting dive bombed somewhere in the night, and they are a little bit off pace because of that as well. So these guys haven't had the best race either, and I think for the very first time in this race just conceded their place of being the fastest Mercedes.
Pretty important battle to be fastest Mercedes then, going on for 23rd position. A little bit further down, still running at the moment. I believe it's still 28 cars, because EV1 Triton and Biela I don't think are still in the race, even though it doesn't say out next to their name on our graphic at the moment. I believe they are not going to return at the very least. So yeah, there are 28 cars remaining of 38 that started in this race all those hours ago, 20 and a half hours ago now. Pretty long time to be racing for the second weekend in a row. Excuse me, we're broadcasting live an entire 24-hour race on RaceSpotTV, and yeah, I think we'll be doing the same next weekend, actually, at Spa again. Though I'm not sure, but anyway, that's another story. Couple of seconds gap between Uranau and Williams here for 7th position. So that's going to develop, but considering we're only halfway through this stint, I would say that Uranau are really in trouble. I guess the idea for them is to try and stay in front of Williams before the next pit stop cycle with this dual stint, but given the way their tyres are going to go in the future, they've already kind of gone. The fact that it's only 2 seconds right now is a bit of a problem, Stefan.
Yeah, it is most definitely a problem. If you once again look at the lap times that Uranau is doing in that 94, it really isn't looking too healthy for them. They have now dropped into the high 219s the last lap around Niklas Laubisch, so it's most definitely not going the right direction, and they're already at the mid to high 219s, only halfway through this stint, and it's only gonna get worse, as already said, for these guys. So probably not the best decision that they could have made, but they're also not losing that much time to Williams Esports, so it could most definitely be worse. And Williams is on fresh-ish rubber. They are only single stinting this tires right now. So Uranau, not the best decision right now, but also not the worst, because they are getting reeled in by Williams, but only a few tenths per lap.
Yeah, it's really not as much as I thought it was going to be, actually, at this stage. I thought it was going to be quite a lot by now, but clearly not. They've still got a good half an hour to go until their pit stop, though, which is a problem. And they do pit quite late in the cycle as well. which will make things a little bit worse as well. So let's see. Not too far behind to MSI Esports in the 48 either after that, so fairly close section of the circuit at the moment. Between the 83 and the 23 at the moment, 19 seconds with the tyres going off for Logitech G Autos, and the same for Pure Sims, who've now got only 7 seconds over RHG Esports. So 3 battles to keep an eye on throughout the next half an hour of this race. And also, something that I've been noticing, David, the Team Redline 72 is closing in to the MSI Esports car. The gap only 15 seconds now. They're trying to get a famous 1-2 for Redline.
Yeah, red and blue makes purple. I learnt that one in primary school pretty quickly. Mixing paint with my fingers and then licking my fingers. But you're right, MSI Esports just haven't
Disgusting.
had particularly
Hold
great...
on, what?
Oh, come on, you were a kid once. And MSI Esports, yeah, they're within 45 seconds of the lead, but they're now, you know, a minute or so back, drifting back towards Team Redline Blue. You know, if this is just the track temperature isn't favouring MSI Blue right now, or they're thinking and pulling the trigger on the fuel strategy earlier than Redline are. If you're a kid and you never tasted acrylic paint, you were never a kid.
Not sure that's true. Well, it's not true where I come from anyway.
I highly doubt that. I don't know what you guys do in Australia, but it's most definitely not something we do in Europe.
No. But anyway, let's try and move past that image now, because yeah, it's pretty disgusting.
Picture of nightmares.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit. Anyway, it's just coming down under 2 seconds now, and up front 14 and a half. So yeah, some battles are indeed closing. Now you can see in the background Williams Esports really starting to make a bit of a move here. The Uranau Esports can at least comfort themselves with being the best Audi at the moment in the standings. The next one down is the Logitech car, about 45 seconds down, so they've got that crown pretty comfortably at the moment. And the Williams Esports car will be the best BMW as things stand, and that's by a fairly long way at this point. Just a little bit further to RaceSpotTV competition, who are also in the BMW. A little bit less popular this weekend than it was last.
We do have all of the 7 eligible manufacturers as well: Audi, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes and Porsche. It seems like either the Ferrari was the slightly better car to have, or the team that was gonna win anyway just favoured the Ferrari. Sometimes, you know, people do say, oh well, it's, you know, Redline and MSI are up front, 3 Ferraris up front, it must be the best car, but maybe it's just the best car for the best team. You know, someone else could have run the Ferrari and not been up there. Maybe, and I think Redline could have run the Porsche or the Audi and still been up front.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit last weekend, about the best teams often being the best in all aspects, and car selection may well be one of them. But yeah, certainly a little bit disappointed that there's no Ford GT on the grid this weekend. I know we had one in top split for the official event last weekend, and very much enjoyed having it here, but unfortunately not
any
not
car
again.
looks like a great car to have when Redline is driving it, just like any hat looks like a good hat if it's being worn by a supermodel.
Yes, I see what you mean. We go on board with Josh Thompson in the Williams Esports 25 car. It's not running quite as well as they did last weekend, as we talked about a little bit earlier on. In contention for a podium until the very final corner of the race, as RaceSpotTV competition come into the pit lane to kick us off for a next cycle of stops. So they weren't able in the end to catch the Logitech G Autos car. Are you a little bit surprised, Stefan, that RaceSpotTV competition weren't even able to challenge that 83 team, even though they were on double stinted tyres?
Not 100% surprised, but still a little bit surprised. Thought that they're gonna be able to close in a little bit better than they did in the very end, if I'm honest.
That was only about 18 seconds down from 27 or so when they came out the pit lane, so only a bit of a 9-second gain there, not as much as I was expecting, but then again, what do I know? Not a lot. Josh Thompson 1.4 seconds behind Uranau right now. A little bit of traffic in front as well, which could help him out, quite possibly. It looks like it might not even be one of the slower cars, so maybe not, but we'll see in the next few moments. Certainly the BMW looking very planted at the moment, and very good. We're also seeing still, like last weekend, that it only really uses 5 of its gears, the BMW, which for some reason doesn't really touch 6th gear very often, which is certainly a bit strange to me when I saw last weekend. So getting used to it now, but
are the same with the tall gear stack, aren't they?
Not entirely sure.
I think some of them have been going down the Kemmel Straight exclusively in 5th. Not the case for the Audi or the Lamborghini or the Porsche or the Mercedes. Might be similar gearing for the BMW and the Ferrari, where 5th and 6th could be just a little shorter.
Someone's being murdered outside someone's house.
I thought so too. I was a little concerned for a second.
But yeah, the BMW runs an extremely tall last gear stack, so that's the reason why they don't touch 6th gear. I think it's even the case that it's very close to not being able to touch 6th gear in Daytona, but they do use actually 6th gear there, so it's more set up for the American style of racing than the European style of racing.
What is the purpose of a very tall 6th gear anyway? Why would you need it?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they were fully expecting GT3 to go to Le Mans sometime in this decade. Is that
true?
Is that going to hurt the GTE purists? How many years of life do you reckon GTE's got left before
not
GT3
many.
racing at Le Mans?
I don't think GTE's got long left, unfortunately.
Let's be honest, we're never going to see GT3s at Le Mans because they're all going to be murdered by hypercars then. The speed difference would be way too much for that.
Really? You think so?
I think the speed delta between hypercar and LMDH to GT3 is less than the delta between LMP1H and GTE as it stands in FIA and WEC BOP.
I don't know, personally, but I think it's a shame that GTE is a dying breed, certainly, in the world at the moment.
Gave some good cars. The Corvettes have been beautiful and great sounding for the best part of several decades. The maybe slightly short-lived Ford GT, but that was a very interesting and thought-provoking race car as well.
Thought-provoking in more ways than one. The fact that it probably shouldn't have been allowed, but they let it slide because of the anniversary, I guess, in 2016. And then drove so slowly that they were obviously going to win at Le Mans. So I'm not a particular fan of the Ford GT, if you can't tell. We have a battle out there on the circuit for 7th position. It's between Uranau Esports and Williams Esports. We've just been on board with Josh Thompson, watching him apply his trade with the BMW of Williams Esports. He's close for the moment, and you can, well, we'd probably say at this point that it's only a matter of time until he gets through. However, at this stage in the race, these guys know that they're going to be fighting each other to the end for 7th place probably. They're probably not going to catch the 92 up front, so Uranau might try and keep them behind at this stage. I'm not entirely sure how aggressive they're going to be with this. About to find out, I suppose. Up to Lecom. Whether they defend or not is not too long in the future here as they go under the alternative start finish line and towards Eau Rouge, over the top of the hill and towards the Kemmel Straight now. Uranau keeping it to the middle of the road briefly, but not really defending. As the BMW got the legs here. The Audi looking pretty strong, and Josh Thompson lifts off for the moment, so I think that says all that we need to know. Josh Thompson and Williams Esports not really interested in actually trying to get through here, David.
Sorry, someone's being murdered again.
Okay, we'll leave David to sort out the murder and return in a few moments' time. Yeah, Josh Thompson not really willing to go through, Stefan.
Yeah, no, he's not willing to go through, and I think he's more confident with comfortable with saving fuel right now. But in all, let's just look at Double Goosh here, how much he is able to creep into the back of that Audi. I think right now he's hurting himself a little bit more with saving fuel behind the Uranau car than just would be able to drive away from that Uranau car, especially that they're going to be fighting for position till the end of the race. I think Josh Thompson should make this move rather soon because of how much time he is actually losing behind that Uranau car.
Yeah, that would be my worry. You know, you are saving fuel here, but you are also losing time quite a lot. So, yeah, really gaining now, almost pushing the Audi through Blanchemont and now in towards the bus stop chicane. Is there going to be a defence? Not really. Josh Thompson looks to the inside now, but he wasn't that late under brakes. Side by side into the chicane. He's going to be the outside line for the second part, and he's going to have the door slammed in his face on the exit. So no way through for Williams right now. Probably going to have to wait for Lecombe here. He just shows the nose, gets in the mirrors a little bit here, but surely the move has got to come very soon here, David. He's losing too much time behind the Audi.
Yeah, this is some of the raciest racing we've seen in quite some time. Laubish would like to hold on to that 7th if he can. This is a $300 disagreement in the long run. $600 prize money for 7th, $300 for 8th. It's quite a step. It's quite a position worth holding on to. I don't think Laubish is going to do anything silly here, but this is now getting to the point where it's a real battle for position and a real battle for real money. So Laubish isn't going to let him through on this. I think he's done all of the right stuff so far to really just make Josh Thompson have to work and earn this.
He certainly is going to have to earn it. Also, a little bit further down, Pure Sims Esports, after their double stint, are now being caught by RHG Esports in the number 8 car. And so there's two battles going on simultaneously right now. There it is on the right hand side of your screen. We can see the battle for 12th, and on the left we'll see the one for 7th. Josh Thompson really starts to apply the pressure right now, and just look at the way the BMW is able to go through Pure on a much faster rate of knots. Uranau not defending, and here he goes into the pit path chicane. Down the inside goes Josh Thompson into 7th place. Stefan, pretty slam dunk manoeuvre.
Yep, very good stuff here by Josh Thompson, realizing he's not gonna be able to do it into the chicane. He has to do it at some other part of the circuit, and Piff Path was the place that was chosen for the pass maneuver, and you can see how much the gap has already opened between the BMW and the Audi in behind. Obviously, Laubish will now close in a little bit here on Josh Thompson because of the draft, but in all reality, Josh Thompson should easily start to drive away from the Uranau Esports car in behind, as Niklas Laubish a little bit optimistic there on the brakes, missing the apex quite a bit. And also, by the way, the 48 has been given a warning because of unnecessary risk while lapping the 31.
Yeah, so warning coming in for MSI as down the inside go RHG Esports into 12th position as Pure Sims Esports are demoted. That's number 8 car getting through into 12th with a pretty easy manoeuvre as well.
So in quick succession, we've seen the Audis that are double stinting their tyres start to really lose out by the end of that double stint. We've just seen Uranau 19 laps into their second stint on tyres lose out for 7th, and Pure Sims coming right to the end of this stop, 26 laps so far on the second stint of these tyres, losing out to RHG. 2 Audis, 2 double stinted tyres, and was back to back, losing out a spot and really just starting to feel that pain as the track takes 38 Celsius now.
did you see that Pure Sims Audi wiggle its way through double goose there on the right?
I think I wasn't quite paying attention, to be honest. I can't lie. But
Alexander Davidson, I think he was struggling for halfway through double goose there on keeping his car under control behind the wake of the Porsche up ahead.
it was a bit of, oh, excuse me. It always is a bit of a surprise when you get a car in front of you all of a sudden and you've got to deal with the dirty air and whatever. But he's still on the road. And also, if I remember rightly anyway, especially when the Audi GT3 was first introduced to iRacing, it was known as one of the snappiest cars there's ever been, really. I don't know how true that still rings, but yeah, certainly used to be the case where if you got one slide in an Audi, then you wouldn't be able to catch it ever, really. So he's still on the straight and narrow, and Pure Sims Esports go into the pit lane as well. Should be a scheduled one, but it almost seems like in reaction to the fact that their strategy is no longer working here, David.
Yeah, and they tried to go 28 laps on their last stint as well. Weren't able to do it now. This is after pitting after 27 laps. But they're one of these teams that is just going to fall frustratingly short of the checkered flag on their strategy. Probably, you know, if they kept doing full tanks of fuel, they'd have to pit with about 4 laps to go in the last 10 minutes. Now, they're probably going to do the Coanda thing, don't hate me, Hugo Lewis, but they probably realise that there's just no hope on doing 3 stops to the end from here. So we might see some short fuels start to happen for this Pure Sims car.
It might as well.
Speaking about strategy, one interesting fact is that the 98 Apex Racing team, they have been able to keep on the tail of the Team Redline 71 ever since they got lapped. So there's a lot of fuel saving right now going on in the name of Kevin Ellis Jr. just because of how available that draft is on that 71.
Yeah, right in front of them, getting towed along around the circuit at the moment, so that's all good news. Also, the fact that Team Redline 71's going pretty quickly right now. They've extended the gap to over a minute in the lead of this race, and the gap or the battle for second is now down to 13 seconds in this race. Could well develop in the coming moments of this race, or in the final 3 hours at some point. There may well be podium fight where Redline try and get a 1-2, as that was a bit wide from, I believe, the number 9 car. So there. It was indeed Vandervelde Sim Racing, who've just come out the pit lane with Steven Acht. And busy part of the racetrack, actually. A couple of lap cars in front for him to worry about.
Front as well. It's for position with Porsche Sport. It's for position with P1 Esports behind. Now, Porsche Sport still owe us a pit stop in the next 10 laps or so, but it's completely for position between Vandervelde and P1 Esports, and Vandervelde will come out of the lane right in front of them for 18th. Porsche Sport was also warned a little bit earlier for contact with 48, so each car receiving a warning there. Porsche Sport receiving a warning for avoidable contact, and MSI Esports Red receiving a warning for too much risk while lapping. So Race Control have reviewed that and gone, you were naughty to create that situation, and you were naughty to make contact in that situation.
Very close for Vandervelde there. Very nearly got into the back of the Porsche that they were just going through. So I really got took by surprise by the fact that there's a 3-car battle going on here for 16th position. All the battles are beginning to happen at once here, as we've seen a change for 7th. We're probably going to see some changes here as well, with the P1 Esport car getting a pretty good run through Radeon, and now maybe a move. Good straight line speed on this BMW, at least able to draw alongside. Vandervelde not going to fight it. They just lift off into Lecom and let P1 Esport into 17th position. Porsche Esport in 16th right now, and they're going to be chased down by the BMW. Bit of a half and half livery on that BMW, isn't it? With the orange and the undone the blue. I think they fit quite well, though.
Yeah, I think
like
so too. One of the
McLaren
more simpler liveries, most definitely out there today. And you know, these guys, I think they're gonna meet each other quite a few more times unless the P1 Esports is able to drive away here. Because they are on same-ish strategies as well. Stephen Ash, as you said correctly, has pitted out the last lap around. And Andreas Joachimsen is on his 5th lap now of the stint.
We are entering that phase of the race again. 5-Star Motorsport in the pit lane, as we've got 3 hours and 10 minutes to go, just under as things stand. And we are going to see a fair few changes of position in these in this cycle, as it all has to filter through over the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. So Uranau being caught now as well by MSI Esports, number 48. Well, they were being caught. They've just come into the pit lane right now. So I guess now that we've got the double stinting tyre teams in the pit lane and they've changed their tyres, Stefan, do you think that was a risk that was worth it? Do you think it's paid off for them, or is the benefit for them really nothing to write home about? Certainly.
Well, it most definitely was a mixed bag for them strategy-wise. In that second stint, they did keep once again back to the mid-19s in the latter stages of that stint. But in all reality, I think they lost more than they would have gained from new tyres.
Quite possibly, but it gave us some excitement, so I'm personally very thankful that they threw things in the air a little bit and decided to go for something a little bit off-piste. So Logitech G Autos also in, the 83 anyway is in, the 43 will be soon behind it, because they'll have to pit 2, and Team Redline in the 71 and the 72 will be kicking us off for the leaders to be pitting very shortly. MSI Esports continue to lose time, 1 minute and 1 as things stand. Team Redline ominously closing in to try and get this 1-2 here. David, is it possible for them? I think it's really on the cards right now, the 1-2.
Pace-wise, it absolutely is. There's a little matter of 1 lap of fuel that Team Redline Blue will need to find out of magic somewhere. MSI Esports Blue didn't have super duper pace at the moment, but what they do have is no problems whatsoever with fuel mileage and with how many stops they need to get to the end. Right on cue, Team Redline 72 are in the pit lane, and I feel like it's still 1 or 2 laps too early for them to be comfortable with making it to the checkered flag without a splash and dash. It gets more and more desperate every stint we get closer to that checkered flag, and the picture becomes more clear on the count back.
Yeah, we really getting a good idea now as to how the end of this race is going to look. 3 hours 7 minutes to go now. When they leave the pit lane, probably be 3 hours 6 minutes. So can they do 3 62-minute stints to get to the end? Well, possibly, but also depends on when they cross the line and how many laps are going to be in this race. Is it going to be 1 lap longer than they were expecting? In which case, a bit of danger for them. Let's wait and see, though. Still got a little bit of time until the 71 comes in. Should be
that little bit of time was about 2 seconds, I think.
Yeah. It was, yeah. I thought they were a little bit not as far around the track as they were. Yeah, they're into the pit lane now, and MSI Esports will briefly take the lead again, as they always do. But it looks like they're going to pull up short here in this one. Apex Racing Team also into the pit lane. You can see they're absolutely nose to tail, and Apex Racing Team have really benefited from this strategy, this Team Redline car here, Stefan. I mean, they were able to sit behind it, save fuel, and go quite a lot faster as well. Maybe even confirming themselves in 4th position for the day.
Yeah, that could very well be the thing right here, with Apex Racing Team just having to secure their 4th place. So obviously still about 3 hours to go, so anything can still happen. But, you know, on the topic of Team Redline Blue catching the MSI Esports 47. There's one big thing that we have to talk about as well, and that is the rate that they are catching MSI Esports, and that is rather slim because it was only a couple of tenths per lap, and those couple of tenths were never more than 5 tenths per lap. So while 13 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, it still is a long way to go if you're only catching a 1 to 3 tenths per lap on the car that you're trying to chase down.
Yeah, absolutely. And indeed, I calculated that they only caught 3 seconds over the last stint. And if we times that by 3, that's only 9 seconds. They're still not going to make it, so they do need to slightly increase the pace to be able to get there. So Team Redline still on the left-hand side of your screen in the pit lane. The new race leader, the 47 MSI Esports car, is now into the lead and through no name right now. As Apex Racing Team actually jump the Redline car there somehow. Not sure how, but
yeah, obviously had to take on a little bit less fuel because
of course,
not having run down their fuel as much.
They weren't able to do an extra lap, but even so, it's such a long lap around here. You can actually save a couple of litres, I suppose. Well, maybe, yeah, a couple of fractions of a second anyway, with some fuel saving throughout this stint. So Apex Racing Team come out in 7th. But they will be back into 4th again by the time this all filters out.
By the way, an interesting strategy on both Redline cars. Patrick Holtzmann has stepped out of the car after just one stint. Jonas Wallmeyer now in that car. And for the 72, the blue Team Redline car, Chris Lallam, after one stint, has stepped out of the car to give it back to Gianni Vecchio, who did a double stint just before him. So, yeah, a little bit surprising that they have gone for such an intriguing strategy.
One stints are, we don't often see them for a driver anyway, because here you'd want to really get in a rhythm, and I thought that 1 hour might not be, well, it is long enough, sort of, but I wouldn't have thought too much as Logitech Giautas into the pit lane again. Yeah, 1 hour stint stable we don't see very often, but maybe for good reason, but Redline seem to know what they're doing.
Well, it's a lot easier to do now that the tyre strategy's out the window as well. You know, throughout the night and earlier parts of the race, you've kind of got to tie your driver changes to your tyre changes, etc. Now, every pit stop from here into the end for those leaders, hopefully, is going to be fuel and tyres. So, you know, you can put a driver in for one stint and then put the next driver in for 3 if you want, because they've got a little bit more freedom once they're back to single stinting the tyres.
Definitely something we wouldn't have seen throughout the night, because also in the night you kind of want people to do 2, 3, maybe more stints so that everyone else can get a bit of rest. Is the main thing during the night, but yeah, there's shorter stints in the morning certainly for these guys. I say the morning, it's afternoon now in Europe, 12:30 local time, and still 3 hours remaining in the race to finish at 3:30 local time. Williams Esports just behind the Lego Technic Esports car in P5. Have you got a pun for us, Stefan, or not?
No, technically I've already lost all of my puns, so
Okay.
I'm just starting to repeat them.
We've run out of jokes, I'm sorry. But yeah, anyway, their nose to tail. It's not a fight for position, it's there's a lap between them. And indeed, there's a pit stop needed as well for the Lego Technic Esports car. Likewise for a fair amount of these cars, actually. Both for the Porsches inside the top 5. The MSI Esports leading car does also need one. But yeah, Williams Esports trying to run away from Uranau Esports that are just behind. It's going to be a real fight between them towards the end of the race, and MSI Esports are going to be involved as well, but Williams have the upper hand just for the moment. We know though that the battles we have going on are going to stay that way until the end. For example, this one we're seeing between Williams and Uranau. We know that they're going to be fighting for the final 3 hours at this point, because there's no real double stinting or anything like that to be happening. I'm presuming everybody has been changing tyres because it is just getting too
One
hot
car
now.
out there
Really?
that hasn't. One car that hasn't. And it's the number 43 Logitech G Altus Esports Lamborghini. So Florian Denard and that team have rolled the dice on trying to get a top 10. But, well, over the next hour or so, keep a close eye on what their pace might look like, because I don't think it's going to be pretty once the track temp crosses 40 degrees in, 10 minutes time.
Yeah, because we're already at 39 degrees Celsius, and we're expecting a track temperature in the end to be something around 42, 41 degrees Celsius, as we have already gone past 12 p.m. But the thing is that the track temperature, and especially the air temperature, will rise till 2 p.m. That's where the hottest part of the day is. So we still have 1.5 hours of rising temperatures until we see the hottest part of the day. And that will be a bit of a problem for these guys, because obviously with the hotter track temperatures, the tires are going to wear more, etc., etc. And you're also not going to be able to get rid of any excess heat that you might have had in your tires because of a small mistake, because of a slide or something like that. So for Logitech G Altus, they most definitely need to really look closely to how they manage the tires, otherwise they're going to lose a lot of time in this stint, more than they would lose anyway already.
Yeah, absolutely. They're only 2 seconds in front of Arnold competition right now, and that gap's going to disintegrate very quickly indeed. You'd imagine anyway. Same margin between Williams and Uranau, but nobody on strange strategies in this fight, which is well, it makes things a little bit interesting for us when they go for a dual stint, but it's not particularly great for the team themselves. So yeah, this is all over 8th place at the moment, but we're still waiting for some pit stops out front. Well, for the leader, who can't be far away from coming in now. Not sure how long it is going to be, but not long until the field will be all back to how it should be, at the very least. Be on the corrected order, so Williams Esports sitting in behind Lego Technic Esports at the moment, just benefiting really from the fact that they can sit behind and draft off with the Porsche and save that bit of fuel, save a bit of time as well actually. But the old tyres can't be helping in the corners, having to follow through. Probably not helping things too massively. Only 1.4 seconds now between, or in the battle for 11th position. But it's going to be probably the most one-sided battle we've seen the entirety of the race. With a double stint, such a situation like this, it almost makes you wonder if they actually meant to do that, really. But I'm sure they did, and it's just a bit of a mistake, but it does make you wonder.
I mean, we've gone over this before, haven't we? That there's prize money down to 10th, and then there's nothing for 11th. So you get to this point where if you thought following a sane strategy was going to give you 12th, but you could roll the dice on trying to fluke into a top 10, would you not do it?
Well, exactly.
Reeks of desperation, but desperation is what you want at the end of an endurance race.
Could get you a result at the end of the day.
Well, yes, but the thing is, last lap, a second between Logitech and Arnaud, so...
Already. We've only just started this stint, and it's already this bad. Obviously, it's going to get worse as well for Logitech, and the time gaps they lose is going to be bigger and bigger. RHG Esports are probably too far behind to do anything. They're 45 seconds down at the moment, but they're a bit lucky in that respect that there's such a big gap at this stage in the race. Less than a second then for the first time in this battle.
Know any rain dances? Because I think Altus would love for this cloud to get thicker and continue.
Yeah, quite possibly. I'm sure they'll be doing the rain dance or whatever the equivalent of a cloud dance is. This is for 11th position. No money on the line for 11th, but that's what Logitech G Out is trying to do. But I guess they'll try and defend here, because Arnaud's competition are direct competition with them for a 10th place. So if they can hold the 23 back for as long as possible, then they'll be helping out their teammates. Up Eau Rouge they go, through Radion as well. The BMW looking a lot more settled than the Lamborghini that is going to be struggling. Slipstream. Is there going to be a contest with the 43 or not? No. Lifts out of it going up towards Lecom. And Ricardo Ferreira, goes into 11th position, 10 seconds down on the top 10, which is all important.
The other thing I note here, though, is that the Altus car, having pitted round about the top of the hour, is going to make it to the end with 2 more stops. Arnaud's competition still need 3 more in this one as well. So, battle for 11th could well also be between Altus here and R8G, and Arnaud moving forward, but probably aren't going to challenge the other Altus car in 10th at the minute.
Think that R8G are going to be able to challenge the 43 even from 45 seconds behind or near to that? I thought it's a bit far.
Well, I mean, we're going to watch that track temperature, we're going to watch what the tyres do on the Lamborghini, but we all feel it's a really daring double stint here, and it's probably there is a potential for a cliff and some fall off and the pace to really drop away from the number 43.
Really going to need to lose about 2 seconds a lap though for that gap to come down. Well, a little bit much, but you might be right at this point, because the track temperature is continuing to rise and will continue to do so.
By the way, the 47 of MSI Esports is in pit lane along with the 91 of VRS Corner Sim Sport. So we have our first takers once again of the new round of pit stop in the top field, that is.
Yes, people pitting all over the place at the moment because it's towards the end of a 24-hour race, but yes, those up front. Oh, MSI Esports, sorry, they're not out yet. I thought the gap was about 20 seconds, but they're not out yet, so don't panic. They will be changing tyres in this one, you'd imagine. And
yeah, they are right now on the tracks.
Okay, that's all to plan then for MSI. Even
and also, by the way, Alejandro Sanchez back into the car.
Okay, so lots of driver changes going on after Sanchez just got out. He's back in again after an hour. So out of the pit lane they go. Nearly 70 seconds in the lane, or at least stopped in the box. And but they might have just gained a tad of a little bit of time in the pit stop cycle over the 72. So a couple more pit stops to wait for inside of the top 5 here, with the Lego Technic Esports and the 48 MSI Esports also waiting to come in, but Lego Technic Esports now come in to settle that one.
And the gap between Team Redline Blue and MSI Esports has grown a little bit. It's back up to about 14 seconds, where we already had it down at 13 seconds. So Team Redline Blues, Gianni Vecchio, a little bit struggling over the course of his stint thus far. It's only been, 7 laps. So maybe still trying to find his groove after being not in this car for a stint.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to try and hit the ground running, but it's very difficult to do that, really. So Lego Technic Esports remain in the pit lane, so they are going to lose the top 5 place. Not even stopped in their box yet.
And
wait until they come out.
Sorry, going back to this battle here on screen between Arnage and Logitech G Altus Esports, Florian Denard really is struggling with his tires. Last lap a 21.1, this time around at 20.5. He is losing, he is continuing to lose over a second to Ricardo Ferreira. So this is gonna be a very exhausting stint here for Florian.
Yeah, it is. Not one to remember, certainly, but they're trying to do anything really to get the top 10 finish. That is so important for this race. The gap stabilised once again at the front of the race after the pit stops. Team Redline lead ahead of MSI Esports, and the Team Redline car in third. Number of the 48, but yet to pit. Ahead of Apex Racing Team, who will be fourth in a short moment. And they're very close actually to the race leading car, so a bit of nose to tail that is going on, but for the moment not too many nose to tail battles going on right now. Well, there is less than 3 hours to go in this race now, so we are going to take a quick break, us commentators, but don't worry, we're not going anywhere really. We're going to have a bit of fan immersion on board with the man with the most difficult job on the circuit right now. Florian Denard for the Logitech G Altus Esports Lamborghini 43 team is driving on double stinted tyres at a point where you don't really want to be, so let's enjoy the slides and the sights and sounds from this Lamborghini. Just over 2.5 hours to go here at Spa for the VRS SCO 24 hours of Spa here in 2021. I'm Ian O'Leary alongside Stefan Schlacker and David Haynes for the final part of this race, which Redline have led for a very, very long time, and they continue to do so by nearly a minute in front of MSI Esports, who are in a Team Redline sandwich themselves because they're threatening to actually get a 1-2. 72 car only 13 seconds back at the moment, and there are your leaders just behind Apex Racing Team to put only 3 cars on the lead lap. The closest battles we have going on there out there on the circuit between Williams Esports, Uranau Esports and MSI Esports for 7th, 8th and 9th in this race. There is the Williams Esports car, and yeah, David, we're very, very much into the rhythm now. People know who they're battling towards the end of the race. They know what's going to happen, and well, they know what they'd like to happen anyway. And so it's all about just getting to the end for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, 8th and 9th pay the same, but 7th pays double, so sure, these drivers want to make sure they finish in the top 10, but if 7th is up for grabs, well, that would be very nice, I'm sure. They've gone through all of this effort, or 22 hours of racing, and at the finish line, I think they'd like to maximise their reward for it. Yeah,
absolutely. As one of the lap cars gets out of the way of Moreno Surica in the Williams Esports 25. We've got an onboard camera with him right now and a webcam to see what's going on behind the scenes. Triple screen display, which is obviously a little bit helpful to your driving. Here's Stefan. Pretty cool rig.
Pretty cool rig. Same monitors as I do have myself, so that's nice as well. And you know, a little bit of a development further down the road from Williams Esports Moreno Sirica, our Nash competition. After they have overtaken the 43 of Logitech Altus, they have most definitely set their target to be the Logitech G Altus 83, and they are most definitely charging them down. Half a second per lap, the gap is coming down, and Ricardo Ferreira putting on a real show as the gap has shrunk below the 9-second mark.
It has indeed. The Arnold competition car's already overtaken one Logitech G Altus Esports car in the last stint, or in this stint, should I say. The Lamborghini that's now 9 seconds adrift of this BMW on your screen right now. The Audi is next up, 8.5 seconds as we speak, so that gap is coming down. Indeed, a possible battle that may develop there, as well as the one we were talking about for 7th place a moment ago. Some close-ish gaps as well in the realms of 18th position, etc. Porsche Sport currently in 18th, but they've been challenged all day by teams like P1 Esports. I can remember quite a lot challenging them. Movano Sim Racing and Core Sim Racing as well. And just as we came to air, those 3 were absolutely nose to tail. But since then, Porsche Sport have gone right from the back of that train to the front, and they've started to stretch their legs just a little bit as well out front. We look at the pink and white Arnage competition car. Is that a colour combination you approve of, David, or not?
I'm definitely not going to call it mustard.
No, well, it isn't, no, unless your mustard's gone quite wrong. Your mustard making
I might call it rose or strawberry or something else.
Or pink.
Like that.
It's an okay colour, I guess, isn't it? You don't often see it on a race car, but something a bit different. Trying to chase down, well, the Coanda car's just in front right now. They're in 5th place, in front of their teammates.
In the absence of the letters BWT.
That is true. I didn't think about that, but since they kind of left Formula 1, I've forgotten about the existence of...
They're still in Formula 1.
They're still in Formula 1. They're still sponsoring us, Martin.
Well, yeah, but it's not as obvious, is it?
Well, there's still a pink stripe instead of the car being all pink.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and how are we going to describe his shirt, though? Because there's some other colours and patterns on there.
Exciting is how I like to describe it.
Interesting. Most definitely one of those shirts that's so ugly that's actually good looking.
Can't say I've got any. But David, out of 10 for that shirt?
Oh, 7. That's a good weekend shirt.
That's a good weekend shirt. Yeah.
Catch me doing cheese tastings wearing a shirt like that.
Cheese tasting.
Cheese and wine tasting, yeah, most definitely. That's what comes to mind when seeing that shirt.
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It's the kind of shirt you wear if you've left somewhere between 200 and 500 reviews on a craft beer review app.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. That is quite a shirt. Apparently Hugo's telling us that there was a driver who was shirtless earlier, which is not really what we want to see, to be
It's not
honest.
the kind of broadcast we are here.
No, not really. So yeah, put your shirt on, for goodness sake. Anyway, this is Ferrari. We were just looking at there, just under 8 seconds. We were talking about his shirt too much, but he's actually driving quite well at the moment, bringing this gap down. Not easy to do at this stage in the race. I'm not entirely sure how he's managing to do it either. We normally talk about the tyre difference between different teams, but there's nothing really going on here in terms of tyre difference. It's just all-out pace that he seems to have right now.
Yeah, exactly. On Arch Competitions, Ricardo Ferreira putting on quite the show right now, comparing his lap times to, for example, Jonas Wallmeyer. He's actually faster than the Team Redline Red driver. So Ricardo Ferreira, even though he might be sitting only in 11th place right now, looking inside the top 10, this pace is what really can make your race right now.
I'm talking of the leader, David. You just spotted something, a bit of a notification with them.
No, confusingly, I said P1, not the leader.
Oh, you.
P1 Esports 19,
Okay.
and one of the satellite 64 got kind of close in the bus stop, which I wasn't fully expecting to see. Again, a lapping procedure where the car being lapped was maybe less enthusiastic about it.
Did confuse me for a moment there, but let's have a look at it. Going into the bus stop chicane. I mean, P1 is, yeah, the satellite racer car wasn't too willing to let him through there actually, but did get out the way eventually, and P1 Esport goes through.
I think that kind of had to do with Suelio Almeida missing his apex by a little bit there, but a car width away from the apex does get you into that kind of drops.
Yeah, absolutely. So that probably caused that particular issue, but not to worry, they've kept going. He did panic me a little bit though, about thought the leader was in trouble, but no such troubles for the moment, with 2.5 hours to go, almost exactly.
I also spelled satellite wrong, to my eternal shame.
Yeah, you spelled it with, well, you did the hard bit right, you just spelled it with 2 T's for some reason. Don't know what that's about, but
Shame.
I always get it wrong.
Shame.
that's the easy bit. Remembering it's got 1 T.
No, I always forget that I always write it like that, 1 L, 2 T's on the end, rather than 2 L's and 1 T on the end.
It's not 2 L's though.
It is 2 L's though.
Is it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, very.
Yes, very.
So a Brit and an Australian take English lessons by an Austrian. Welcome to the world, everybody.
Oh,
No, but here's the difference. Is the difference between Australian and British is that I knew I was wrong.
I was pretty sure I was right until I just looked it up. Yeah. Been spelling it with 1 L all my life. That's embarrassing. Anyway. Moving on. Anyway, there was no problems for them, and they're still going, both of them. P1 Esport have really jumped up in our stint, actually, to P15 now, even ahead of Vandervelde. And the satellite racing car, I'm afraid, has not had the greatest day. It's second to last of the still running cars, in 27th position overall, and it does have 2 L's, but we'll leave that. Closest battles going on is still for 7th place, really. Got 3 cars separated by about 7 or 8 seconds. Not bad at this stage. And also on our competition, trying to get up towards Logitech G Autos, although they're not able to for the moment. And also they'll be pitting quite soon. They're really off schedule, our on-arch competition. We talk about them maybe even short filling and short pitting so that they could make the end of the race a little bit more comfortable for them. But if indeed they are doing short bit or an extra stop compared to those around them right now, then they're not in a good place really, because it's going to lose them a lot of time here, David.
Yeah, 54 laps to go is going to be one of our sort of golden number points of this race, because at that point you pit and you're one stop away from the end. So anyone who gets to 54 laps to go in 11 laps time, when they need to pit, is then sort of within that window. And then of course when we get to the final hour remaining, there's definitely going to be a pit window opens and you can get to the end from here kind of moment that is going to be so important in determining who's in the top 10 and who's on the podium, and for every position of importance, who makes it past that point and who has to stop before it is going to be of critical importance to the strategy finally unraveling and showing us who's got what. Spider's talking about stint lengths and fuel consumption and lap counts for probably the better part of 20 hours now.
Yes, over 21 and a half hours at this point in the race. By the way, David's been rating Hugo Luis's sandwich from because we were just in the break there. We're just rating his sandwich. Apparently, I'm having a look now. I can't quite tell what's in it though. To be honest, to know whether that was a good sandwich or not, but I can't really see.
Tiny pinch of grated carrot potentially,
okay.
And. Is that salami in there? It's hard to tell. That's a real...
It's
real carby, Hugo.
Yeah.
On a much different note about the race, no matter how unlucky you are, you can't be more unlucky on this day than Laurens van Tor. Because if you don't know the story, he can't take part anymore in the real SPA24. Because when he was traveling back to the circuit from his hotel, a quad did not see him and he was not able to brake in time, had a very heavy fall on his face, and scans showed that he has a broken nose and thus can't take part anymore in the SPA24.
I didn't know that at all. I'm presuming he wasn't driving a car at that point because of the falling flat on his face and whatever.
No, he was on an electric scooter. And the moral of the story is always wear a helmet.
What, even if you break your nose? Does that help? I don't know.
Well, yes, of course.
Is it? Your nose is down here though. It's not. Anyway,
it's an electric scooter, so you would wear a full helmet.
Oh, would you? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Of course you would. Especially as a race car driver, you have helmets available to yourself quite easily.
Yes, I wouldn't drive an electric scooter. That'd be my idea.
Yeah,
but I know some people like them. Yeah, that is unlucky. That, isn't it? I reckon that's probably quite painful. Well, yeah, ouch. Anyway, our competition have indeed come into the pit lane now with 2 hours 24 to go.
How does he smell?
Yeah, how does he smell?
Probably not that great.
No, not really. I don't know what broken bones smell like. There is the Arnage competition cart going down the pit lane and around the around my source, the easy way, and into their box in a few moments' time. They're going to drop a fair few places, but we'll be able to win them back a little bit later on. We'd hope so anyway, but as they're making an extra stop, I'm not quite so sure anymore about that.
So, Ricardo Ferreira, will he stay in this car? No.
No.
That means Jimmy Antunes takes over that 23. So interesting, Ricardo Ferreira only in for a single stint. Not sure that is the right call. I mean, it now depends on what Antunes can do here, but the pace of Ricardo Ferreira was so strong that he was catching quite comfortably that 83. So as Antunes looks up the latest news on his phone and goes on to the checks as well, this might be the decider if they can get themselves inside the top 10.
More interesting surroundings, less interesting t-shirt.
Yes.
I mean, at least his glasses work with his t-shirt.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, sort of. Although most glasses would, looking at it, to be honest. But off he goes now, and out in what will be, well, will it be 14th place or not? We'll wait and find out here, because P1 Esport are going to be coming down the hill towards Eau Rouge in a few moments' time. I think he's going to be okay. So leaves the pit lane now, releases the pit limiter, and Ricardo Ferreira is replaced by Jimmy Antunes for what could be the end of the race here. 2 hours 22 is not an insignificant, well, it's not an insignificant amount of time, but it also is not out of the realms of possibility that anyone who's getting in at this point in the race, David, it's I would say likely almost that they'd stay in till the end.
I'd agree with that, particularly once we get to pit stops happening in the next 20 minutes or so. It's very likely it's drivers getting in to take the car all the way to the finish. This is where Antunes has rejoined right behind Apex, right in front of the race leader. They're in an interesting little sandwich position here. Apex Racing Team, Kevin Ellis Jr. still trying to keep their Lamborghini on the lead lap, potentially, or thinking about being on the lead lap at the end if they still can.
And you know what? I just had to look up all the stints of Uranau, and right now Jimmy Antunes actually does have the fastest lap of this car. So, you know, it could very well be that they just put in the fastest driver, realizing that they might have an actual shout at the top 10 finish here. So, if you want to cheer for a car outside of any of the top positions, I think Uranau will be the car to watch for.
Certainly wants to watch throughout the remainder of this race. We've seen Ricardo Ferreira getting out of that car there after only an hour in the car. To me, that seems very, very unusual, really, especially in GT3 racing. Why do you think the trend has gone towards that, Stefan? Why, you know, in the morning stint we've had here, there's been a lot of single stints. But why has the trend gone towards that all of a sudden? Is there a reason for it?
Well, obviously, a lot of the drivers will be very exhausted, and they might feel like they are not capable of doing more than one stint at a time. But also, it's kind of the thing where you're not losing any time in the pit stops because you're anyway taking tires as well. So might as well put in a fresher driver with your fresh tires. And so that's why kind of I think we have this trend right now that they just switch drivers with their tires.
The thing I would be worried about though is breaking a rhythm, because they'll be in the zone and, you know, driving well, hopefully, and driving well, and you know, you kind of interrupt that after only an hour. That'd be my only concern with it.
I don't think
double
that's going to be
stint than you do for this. Get in the car with a brand new set of tires, and you know, just you know that they're only going to single stint them. You can come out of the pit lane into your new stint absolutely hammering on them. Unlike, you've got to build up that rhythm more for the double stints to measure yourself and pace out the tires.
It's clearly working for some of these guys. We've seen up and down the field the single stint strategy employed. P1 Esport, by the way, have also been into the pit lane. They were just behind Uranau's competition as they did it, and indeed the race leaders, if you think about on track position. Because yeah, this number 23 is keeping pace with some of the leaders at the moment, but some new tyres will be helping that one out. We'll have another look at at least have a word on the 43 car, Logitech G Autos Esports, because they went for the double stint here with some very, very hot track temperature conditions. To everyone's surprise almost, they've lost 24 seconds to their teammates, but they're still on the road, and they're not sliding about everywhere in a wall yet, so Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised about that, how they've managed to keep it on the road.
Well, they have been able to keep that car on the road very slowly. Last lap at mid-20. So they're most definitely suffering quite heavily. Logitech G Altus Esports with Florian Denard right now behind that wheel. In comparison, Carlos Fenolosa, their teammate in the Audi, just up the road from them, 19.4. So these guys are struggling, not as much as we might have thought, but Florian Denard, I don't think he's a very happy bloke right now with his tires.
Possibly not. You see the amount of wheel work he's going to have to do here. So he's fairly careful with it at the moment, as you might expect. Just try not to excite the car too much and spin himself off the road. So clearly knows what he's doing. Into the source again. Why have you got such reservations about his downshifting style, Stefan? What's wrong with that?
Well, you know,
it's
with the position of the camera, it's a little bit of an interesting downshifting.
Doesn't want us to be here.
I myself am one that downshifts with the ring finger only, so most definitely a lot of different downshifting hand positions. Look at this once again, and there it is, the middle finger right into the camera. Doesn't mean anything, but the viewers don't get offended by that. I mean, I remember I think 2 months ago when there was a little bit of a kerfuffle about the downshifting that Valtteri Bottas is doing, for example, in his Mercedes, where he also uses only the ring finger, thus has to move up with his hand a little bit to reach that. Where normally you would shift down with your index finger, or shift with your index finger and or your middle finger. So always comes down to how comfortable you are with your downshifting. Shifting it.
In position as a shifter, I think I typically upshift with 2 fingers on my right hand, but all the fingers on my left hand.
Honestly, I can't remember, but like,
I'm sitting here at my steering wheel. I was like, okay, trying to clear my mind and do whatever that the normal habit is. And I couldn't tell you otherwise until I sat here at my wheel and I went, I think that's how I upshift and I think that's how I downshift. But there is sort of a habit for me where I'm okay with using like all of my hand for downshifting on the left, because I do most of the wheel with my right hand, or more of it.
You know, I just had to grab my wheel and test it for myself with how I'm shifting. I'm upshifting with my middle finger, downshifting with my ring finger, so there you go.
My ring finger's not strong enough for that. It's very weak.
I'm also asymmetrical, so that's keep an eye on that for the remaining webcams. Is everyone doing one finger shifting with the same finger up and down, or is there some differences out there? Because I know I've got a difference, but it's that I use more for the downshift. I think I just like having more of my right hand on the wheel.
I guess also it depends on what kind of wheel you've got and the type of shifter, doesn't it, really? Because you couldn't get your whole hand on Florian Denard's paddle shift, certainly. They're really quite small, so it does depend a little bit on that.
When McLaren first had the seamless shift gearbox, they just wanted to put buttons on the front of the wheel, and it might have been Mika Hakkinen or someone else, one of their test drivers at that point in the early-ish 90s, who said, no, I think they should be paddles. I think they should be on the back of the wheel. So we were very close to a reality where gear shifts were just a small button on the face of the wheel and not paddles like we're so used to now.
That would have been quite a sad world, wouldn't it? Button to shift gear.
And it's so fun to say flappy paddle gear.
Yeah,
like, imagine if we had to call it clicky button gear shift or something. Nowhere near as much fun. Here's a man whose downshifting technique we can observe as well for Taj Edwards driving the Fugger Mercedes. Same downshift technique, but can we get an idea on the upshift there? It looked like 2 fingers on the upshift.
I'm struggling to see. Very dark.
It's a bit dark in his room.
Very dark.
That most definitely did look like index finger and middle finger for the upshift there.
Yes, that's the same upshift as what I do, if that's what we're seeing.
Interesting part is he keeps the middle finger on the downshift pedal.
Even going through a rouge, yeah. Flat out. Yeah. I don't do that.
I
You
wonder
never know when
if
you might
Taj
need an
wants to tell us something.
emergency downshift.
You never need an emergency downshift. Hardly ever. Not that far away anyway to just reach for it, no, is it?
But either way, the 99 is still in 24th position. I wonder if they took over once again the fastest Mercedes. No, they're still behind Entropic ERT race gear ZZ. So Fugger Sim Sport continues to be the second fastest Mercedes, I think, out of 2, if I see that correct.
I think there is 2 yet, at least remaining in the race. I don't know about the start, but for now that seems to be the case. And unfortunately, we're in second best of those at the moment. So, just under 2 hours 12 to go, and most of these guys look like they're going to make it on fuel. But Arnold Competition and P1 Esport definitely aren't, which is going to make things tricky for them in the final hour of this race.
And by the way, a very interesting note here from Randolph, saying he once did a race when he was completely exhausted. His mind tends to wander when he does race exhausted. So mid-race at a pit stop, he stretched and took his hands off the wheel for a moment, and he forgot how he held the wheel and with what fingers he used to shift.
That is another level of tired, isn't it?
That's another level of stupidity as well.
Oh, we can say it about Randy. He's only been producing all the highlight clips at the start of each segment.
I'm surprised that he remembers how to hold a mouse at this point.
Yes. Yeah. Just got it
Remembers
in the
how to
air,
hold a
like, what do I
pizza.
do with this? Yeah.
Apparently that's what he had for dinner or lunch or breakfast or whatever the time of day was. He sent me a message about it, but he didn't send me a picture, unlike Hugo. So, well, Hugo's sandwich looked probably a bit sadder than Randy's pizza. At least I got to see a picture of it.
I had a cracking pizza last night, but that's another story. Yeah, anyway.
Why did
I've
you
got
burn
chicken
it?
pasta in my future.
Yeah, I know. Stefan's got a bit of a problem with chicken pasta, though. I'm not sure why, because it's pretty nice, to be honest.
Because it's not Italian.
Because it's not Italian.
Spoiler, neither am I.
Yeah, same.
Well, that doesn't give you the right to destroy an Italian meal like that.
Delicacy.
Like I said before, come over here and stop me.
Not enough for him to make his food while upside down. Just give him a break.
I think I might make some fettuccine and then just pour ketchup all over it.
Oh no.
Even that is a little too savage for me.
Yeah, that's too much. That's too much. That's too
You know,
far.
you're just lucky that I can't do any handstands, otherwise I would fly down there.
Yes.
You'd melt in the heat as well, champ.
Nah. Especially now that you are in the midst of winter, I have no problem with that.
Oh yeah, it's just coming to the back end of winter in Australia. But not that. To be honest, because I'm from the UK, I wouldn't really notice that it's winter in Australia. If I was there right now, I'd think it was still summer.
Anyway, race, yes.
Sorry, race, yes.
Ours.
Okay, on your screen right now, still the race leader, Team Redline, the number 71. Patrick Holtzman's currently driving this car. I believe he's still driving it. Anyway, we believe But David, anyway, there's 56 laps to go, but can Team Redline do another 2 laps on this tank of fuel, David?
Probably so, I think. One of the things that the lap calculation might not be fully taking into account is how monstrous the pit delta is here. Every single time they make a pit stop, it also bleeds a little bit of time off the clock. Keep an eye on it, and keep an eye on what the projections say, because if indeed it is 56 to go now, Redline are 24 laps into a stint. We want 1 or maybe 2 laps to the clear with the Redline red car. That might suggest that Redline Blue might be able to make the fuel. As Redline Blue can, so too can Apex Racing Team. MSI Esports Blue in second, we already knew had no problems with the fuel. So I think Redline Red is going to be okay. Redline Blue are a little closer to the danger zone. MSI Esports Blue absolutely fine, and Apex Racing Team are in a similar boat to Redline Blue.
And as we talk about all of that, R8G Esports in pit lane along with Venaval and 5-Star Motorsports, as they continue to be the first people to drive into pit lane. Also the Pure Sims Esports number 16 joins them. It's very interesting how these guys continue to be so extremely offset to everybody else. They have been, from the get-go of this race, the first cars to always pit, and they really have been able to shake that image. Now they have pitted with 2 hours and 7 minutes left in the race, and I think they're the ones that cut it extremely close to making it on these 2 pit stops remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I believe, anyway, 55 laps to go now. They're going to need a 27 and a 28 to make it to the end. However, is it going to be 55? How many laps are they going to be in this race? We're not entirely sure, because it's not a set number. So let's wait and see what happens there. RAG still in the pit lane though. Final driver, or we think final driver change of the day, but we've seen 1 hour stints from drivers in the past. We may well do again in the latter portion of this race. I think though this is going to be the in lap for the race leader and indeed their teammate just up the road.
I think 1 more for Redline Red here.
I think
actually.
1 more.
Depends.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess it depends whether they come to the pit line this time or not. Whether
they did pit in, or Jonas Wallmeyer, so it took over on lap 5:32. So he is driving his 25th lap right now.
I've been saying Patrick Holtzman for the last hour. It's not been him at all. It's been Jonas Wallmeyer. Sorry about that. 57 seconds is his lead, and just driving nice and safe within himself at the moment. Doesn't need to push for fastest laps or anything like that. Just needs to stroke the car home, even from this far out.
And even there, still exceeding the pace of MSI Esports Blue, or matching them, who are still, 56, 58 seconds behind, depending on exactly how you measure that one.
So we believe 1 more lap after this one, and I would agree, because Team Redline didn't come in on that lap. So, sorry, the blue car didn't come in on that lap, I should clarify. And the red car normally follows it. Here comes Uranau, yep.
So Jonas Wallmeyer should do another lap right after this one, as he completes his 26th lap here. And so it is most definitely. So 1 more to go for Jonas Wallmeyer. That will be then his 27th lap. Also the Apex Racing Team just did pit in, right ahead of Team Redline Red. Yeah, so all of that is very good for Team Redline, because they now can comfortably drive 2 27-lap stints and not worry about having to make a splash dash at the very end.
Tough for Apex, who are in now after 26 laps though. They may well be able to do it, but they've gone a little shorter than Team Redline Blue this time, I think. Maybe just resigned to their fate in 4th place.
There's some big gaps around them, to be fair. Over a minute up to the blue car. the Redline blue car, and Coanda were a good 30 seconds behind. Stefan?
Yeah, saying Apex Racing Team have conceded to the thought of finishing in 4th place. Still a very great showing for the Apex Racing Team. They started at 11th, are right now in 4th place. So really, I don't think they can complain very much about how this race has went for them. Obviously, it was a little bit better for Team Redline Blue as they started 1 position behind them and are now a position ahead of them. But it's just once again the case of Apex Racing Team, if I remember correctly, didn't do the Spot 24, so Team Redline had a little bit of a strategy advantage from last weekend's race.
Yeah, indeed. I was thinking of who's going to be drawing on that experience here today, but in the end, a lot of the teams we saw last week didn't actually pick the same car. Case in point, Redline, who won in a BMW last week, but chosen the Ferrari this week and have been equally as successful with it. Team Redline Blue and Williams Esports both in the pit lane at the same time. We're expecting the race leaders into the pit lane on this lap right here towards the bus stop. They go, and should be pulling right instead of taking to the circuit and going around one more time here. Let's wait and see. And yes, they do indeed go into the pit lane. So MSI Esports are going to take the lead here, but race leaders in, and it may well be another driver change for the final time today. We'll wait and see, but certainly comfortable for them now, even though they are not making an extra stop like we thought they were. They are very comfortably going to make it on fuel and have a big lead as well, so it's very much in their hands. Make their way down the hill now towards their box. Their sister car is getting fuel and tyres again. Very close between the 48 and the 98 at the moment. MSI Esports and Apex Racing Team, but we often see this in a pit stop cycle. Cars get quite close together, but in the end it doesn't matter too much really, because they are not actual battles for position, unfortunately. Going to sort itself out in the pit stops very shortly once again, so that's going to spoil a little bit. However, this one for 15th is going on. Porsche Esport and P1 Esport. I think we're in a similar situation to what I just mentioned with the battle for 6th, but at least we do have some nose-to-tail action going on out there on the circuit.
Yeah, and P1 did lose that position this lap to Porsche Sport. They have switched position this lap already, so Rasmus Busk on the back foot in this battle.
Just for the moment, and going to have to make that extra stop, let's not forget, because they came in so early along with Arnaud's competition. And speaking of Arnaud's competition, they've actually jumped the 83 by 1.6 seconds there, which I wasn't expecting.
You're thinking about the 43, the 83 they have overtaken last stint already.
Sorry about that. Thought we'd missed a moment there, but
yeah, but I had the same jump, so I had to.
You just didn't have your moment out loud, which is the benefit. But yes, okay, I see what you're saying now. So let's see if Arnaud's competition will get anywhere near the 43. That's the car they were battling with. As the leader, well, it was the leader, goes out of the pit lane again into the race. Porsche Sport drop out the top 16, Stefan?
Yeah, Arnaud is actually going to jump the 43 here, because the 43 is still in pit lane, while Arnaud is going through La Source and now down the old pit straight. So there we have the Logitech car, and there zooms by Arnaud Competitions Jimmy Antunes to take home, at least right now, that 10th place. However, will they be able to hold that position in their hands, which is also tied to $300 of prize money? I guess the next 1 hour 58 minutes 56 seconds will tell.
I've just gone back and had a look at which Logitech G Autos car was with Arnaud's competition, and looks to me like it was the 83 that they were chasing.
Well, we saw them pass the 43, and then they were catching the 83, and now from the earlier stop, a little bit of a tyre undercut, I think Uranau have gotten ahead of the 83, only by a little bit, but that's not going to last because Uranau are 2 stops away from the end. They're going to need that splash and dash, while the 83 and the 43 from Altus are both good to get home on one more stop.
Yeah, the reason they're in front is because they had to
they
make
also
3 more...
short-fueled by 10 seconds.
Exactly, yeah. They short-fueled by 10 seconds because they don't need all of that fuel, really, to get to the end. Unless they're going to have a very small splash and dash towards the end, so they're just making things a little bit easier for themselves, and that's why they managed to jump the 83.
Still, though, that still means that the Uranau competition has in fact jumped the 83 because both are gonna need a full fuel at the end of this race.
Yes, and then Uranau is going to need one more. Altus with the 83 stopped 2 laps ago. Altus with the 43 are on their out lap. Uranau are already 10 laps through the fuel. They're not going to make it to the top of the next hour.
No. They're going to have to make 2 more stops in this race as opposed to everybody else's 1. So I think...
Okay, my brain has just exploded because of that, so let's move on. Yeah, no, I don't see right now the sense in that strategy to short fuel so that you're not making the stint even less, like...
They were already not making it, so what they've decided on, instead of doing a 1 hour stint and a 10-minute stint, they want to do, closer to a 50-minute stint and a 20-minute stint, something like that. So they're running around on slightly less fuel. They've given themselves accidentally a really, really wide fuel window, by nature of still needing that extra stop. So with that, they've got a little bit more flexibility to the end here, and so they went short at their stop 10 laps ago, which was before the pit window proper opened.
Well explained. I hope... Is everybody with us at home? Everybody know what we're talking about?
I only half know what I'm talking about, so if someone else gleans some knowledge or understanding from it, then good.
See, I understand that they give themselves a bigger window with this, but I don't understand the reasoning behind it, because I'd rather have 2 stints, one full stint now and then 2 shorter stints at the end, than have a short stint, a long stint, and a short stint once again. So, yeah. Either way, racing, cars, let's do this.
What are they going to do about tyres? I guess is the question, because if they'd have stretched it out, if they'd stretched it out long, 70 minutes on tyres at this stage isn't going to be awful, is it? But they might end up doing 3 45-minute stints on tyres, 45-minute stints on tyres, which is not the most efficient way to go through, maybe.
But a 45-minute stint on tyres and then a 45-minute stint on a new set of tyres is more efficient than, say, an hour on one set of tyres and then 20 minutes on the next set of tyres. So it's all, do you think the tyres are good for an hour? Do you think they're good for 90 minutes, etc.? I was looking forward to trying to name every track that was on the wall behind Jamie Fluke, because I think I almost had it. The one that was giving me a little bit of trouble was, I think it's Mondello Park, which makes sense for Fluke.
Oh, is it in Ireland, Mondello Park? Is it? I forgot.
It's on the, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I wasn't actually looking. I was too busy trying to get my head around this this complication we've got going on for the top 10 positions. But he's just 1.6 seconds behind MSI Esports' Jamie Fluke right now for the Apex Racing team. Looks like it's going to be a 4th place for them today when it all shakes itself out. So let's see if he can hold on. That one. Commander Simsport are going to be giving him some trouble, I'd imagine, throughout the final 2 hours, but he should be able to manage it. The Ferrari just up in front is MSI Esports, the not directly the Ferrari in front, but the one in front of that. I think the race leader is, well, not the race leader, but the net race leader, we'll call him, is just sandwiched in between them. So just a little bit of a waiting game to find out when these guys are going to come in, really. And then we'll have our corrected order that we can run through and look at and see where the next changes are going to be. But at the moment, it's a little bit out of sync. 4 cars still have to come into the pit lane. Both MSI Esports cars and both Coanda Simsport Porsches have to be in. And so that will change the order ever so slightly. Bit of a clump of cars just in front of Jamie Fluke right now. BMW getting well out of the way though of both of the Ferraris.
A bit of complication with your overall race leader here. He's just put a lap on one of the MSI cars at the same time they were trying to put a lap on the Pure Sims BMW. We've seen that sort of 3-wide big shuffle down the end of the Kemble Straight before. No dramas this time, but again, it just wrong place, wrong time. What ought to be just easy to get by one car suddenly becomes another car was trying to get out of their way, and swap. It's all as it ought to be now.
Yeah, it is indeed. They've got themselves back in the right order. VRS Coanda Simsport coming to the pit lane for the penultimate time today, and may well be making their final driver change of the day as well. Let's see how far behind Apex Racing Team they are. I don't think it's going to be a margin that you'd realistically close down. Let's see. There it is on the right hand side of your screen. The iconic livery in sim racing now. Virtually untouched for many years.
I think they started adding a little bit more orange to it at one point, but the purple is very much their thing, and you're right, they are having a driver swap. Whether it's the last one remains to be seen, but they are going for a change.
I have a feeling who is in that 91. Let's see if my feeling is correct, and it is most definitely Joshua K. Rogers, who is gonna take presumably this car home, or maybe not, we'll have to see. But either way, Joshua Rogers steps into the 91 trying to salvage whatever he can in this race for Coanda, as also new sticker tires go on the bottom of this car.
I have to say as well, though, that Josh Rogers looked exceptionally tired when he finished his last stint. I don't know if you saw on the face cam when we were just coming to air, not long after we were on. He looked very, very tired indeed. Getting out
he
of
had the
that car.
game face on, right? And then he got to the pit stop. He was about to get out of the car, and you just saw his face drop. And as he took his gloves off, his soul also left his body. It seemed like there was someone unplugged him from the power at the wall or flicked the switch off. JoshRogers.exe encountered an error and must reboot.
There he is. He has rebooted. Where are they
Seems
based
like
at the
he
moment?
most definitely had a nap in between his stints.
Definitely seems like it. I'm sure everybody, excuse me, watching this probably knows. But where are they based at the moment, Coanda?
He's in the Coanda house, as are many of the other drivers that we've seen from the webcams with the beautiful purple carpet.
Yes.
As for exactly where in Deutschland the Coanda house is, I did know and I've forgotten.
I was just looking for a country actually, but yeah, okay. Because to be honest, if you'd told me where it is in Germany, I wouldn't really know where that is because my German geography is not very good. But yeah, anyway, he's not living in Australia anymore was the point. Because that can be a little bit awkward for stint times, or useful, depending on who you are, or what time it is, should I say. I'm not going to say that out loud. Leader into the pit lane. Leader into the pit lane, MSI Esports, the number 47, and that means we are going to see the field back to how it should be. What's the gap going to be between the 47 and the 72 in this race. That's the Team Redline blue car we're talking about there. Is it going to be a Redline 1-2 or not? I believe for the second weekend in a row it would be, wouldn't it? I know Redline definitely won the race. Did they get the 1-2 as well? Pretty sure they managed
Yeah, I
it.
believe so.
Pretty sure they managed it, yeah, so... Well, I can tell you it was definitely a BMW washout at the front. It's going to be a Ferrari washout at the front of this race as well by the looks of things, but there is the change. And with 1 hour 48 on the clock, Team Redline go back to the front. With the sister MSI Esports car in tow. So much in tow, they're actually getting away from Apex Racing Team, even though they are yet to pit. And Jeremy Fluke's just come out the pit lane, but that's going to be resolved soon as well.
I've just been having a flick through the Coanda SimSport website.
yeah?
I read an article about the house, but also underneath all of their drivers, they've got some very interesting little bios. So for the Josh Rogers quote on the website is, "Where exactly is Mid-Ohio located?" Is a sentence that Josh Rogers uttered at one point.
Am I the only one who doesn't know why?
Where do you think Mid-Ohio is located?
Somewhere in Ohio.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle of it.
Is it literally in the middle as well? I guess that would make
Well,
sense.
it's cool. Oh man, all right. Well, you should put your registration together for Coanda because they might need you if Rogers is in trouble.
Oh dear. Yeah. Well, I guess I've never really thought of it like that. But maybe everyone else has, and that's just me. Could be. Anyway, they've...
Hugo Lewis is in the same bio, but he doesn't have a picture, which is a shame.
A, that, B, that he is listed as inactive. We
Is
need
he?
to change that.
I don't think he wants to.
No, I don't think either.
No. Coanda come out in 6th place, by the way, just in front of their teammates, 40 seconds in front of their teammates. And it will be 5th and 6th by the time MSI Esports come in. Should be anyway. Unless something untoward happens. So oh sorry, no. MSI Esports are yet to pit. Sorry, I thought our battle for 7th had been changed around with some issue for somebody that we hadn't seen, but we're just waiting for MSI to come in. Uranau Esports are a frustrating distance from Williams Esports because they can see them up the road, and they're just not quite close enough to do anything at the moment. Very frustrating for them. Been like this for a very long time as well. Three seconds of a gap, and yeah, you don't really want to push any harder at this stage in the race because you're so tired. That yeah, it's difficult to see Uranau closing that gap now, even though it is only 3 seconds. They're so well matched on pace that it doesn't really look like there's a way to the back of that BMW at the moment. Honours competition showing that they do still have a little bit of pace in them as well. Just extended the margin to the 83 car to 6 seconds now, but they will be in the pit lane before too much longer anyway, because they've not got a full tank of fuel on board.
6 seconds is about 54 seconds, not enough when the pit lane transit time sans any service is a minute.
Hard to see them stretching out that kind of margin.
Absolutely no one on track right now is on double stinted tyres anymore. There was a moment where it was half the field, there was a moment where it was 5 cars, there was a moment where it was 2, and now it is 0 because the track temp is 42 Celsius. Very toasty. I hope all of those fans on the hill there are wearing a bit of sun protection.
Yes. Yeah, it's getting quite warm out there. I was going to mention something about... there was a point in the race where everyone was on double stint tyres, really, weren't there? So it's all changed around a lot during this race.
Well, I do have some news in that regard. The news comes from Florian Krüger, where he told the story of Mevano not even being able to double stint in the night. So these guys most definitely had the very big problems with tire life on their BMW.
Is the tyre wear a little bit worse in that car, or is that a driving thing?
That sounds like it was pretty horrible if it was eating the tyres during the night when the track temperature was half what it is now, when absolutely everyone else was double stinting the tyres because it was the fastest way around.
Well, I could tell you exactly why Mevano had the problems with their tire life, but I'm not going to tell you because I think Mevano would be very unhappy with me telling you a few secrets about their setup.
Oh, okay. There's a behind-the-scenes reason. How do you get to know that?
Connections.
Okay, fair enough. We'll leave it at that then. In that case, to preserve the secrets of Mevano. Sim rating. On the right-hand side of your screen, the number 48 MSI Esports car is coming in for its penultimate pit stop on the day. And it's going to have the shortest pit stop of everybody on this strategy. The final pit stop is going to be the shortest anyway. Let's see where they come out. Is it going to be anywhere near Uranau Williams or not? Drop down on the Jackson. They're going to be leaving in a moment, but they are still going to be behind both of these cars. Up the hill they go. Uranau go through on the left-hand side. I think they're a tiny bit closer, maybe, than they were before, but really the difference is not very much at all. And there they are, all in one shot, all on the Camel Straight, all at the same time. So the battle for 7th is going to go on longer. However, it doesn't look like we're going to see a battle for 2nd, unfortunately, between the 47 and the 72 here, David. 16.5 seconds is a little bit too far for Redline to get this one too.
Yeah, never say never on that, but that gap between 47 and 72 is a little bit too much, and I think Sanchez actually picked up the pace a little bit, because what was 45 seconds and slipped out to 55, 57 seconds is actually stabilised through the pit stops and through the last 10 laps or so.
Yeah, really not coming down anymore, unfortunately for us anyway, because we'd like to see a fight out there, but we're not going to, unfortunately. The most likely is probably this bunch for between 7th to 9th. Unfortunately, they are 3 cars separated by 5 seconds, but they're not quite close enough for any moves to be made at the moment. And of course, there's lap traffic involved as well.
MSI Esports Red have got some work to do there, but like you said, going to have one of the shortest final stops compared to those 2 cars in front of them. So either they overtake on the track, or they try to overtake through the final pit stop. At MSI Esports Red running 9th, 2 cars in front of them that still need to do a bit of work on if they're going to get 7th or 6th.
They're definitely not going to be doing any fuel saving, we'll put it that way, for the remainder of this race. Speaking of MSI Esports then, we're going to go on board with them for a little bit of time. We've got just under 100 minutes to go in the VRS SCO 24 Hours of Spa in 2021. We're going to take a bit of fan immersion with MSI Esports, and we'll be back with the commentary in a couple of moments. Final 90 minutes of the VRS SCO 24 Hours of Spa, where Team Redline continue to lead. We've just spent some time on board with the 48 MSI Esports Ferrari, chasing down Uranau Esports and Williams Esports towards the end of this race. A little bit further back, we've had another pit stop here, David, for Arnaud's competition in a strategic race that is keeps on giving, really, but unfortunately for them, it's not gonna give them a 10th place. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, so only 21 laps to that stint, and again, they've only put 30 seconds of fuel in it when 40 is a full tank. So they did realise they were going to need an extra stop, and then they've just tried to make every stint from there to the end an even kind of length. And so that's seeing them just do sort of 3/4 length stints here.
Just making things a little bit easier on themselves towards the end of this race, and that's going to be 2 45-minute stints to the end of the race. So 90 minutes to go, just over. Closest battles going on at the circuit are now between for the 7th place battle, and I guess 18th as well is only separated by 2 seconds. As MB Racing dropped down the order, not because of an on-track fight, but a pit stop for them as well. Not the final one. For these guys to make it to the end of the race, you will need to pit with 27 laps to go, or a little bit less than that, and then you'll be able to make it to the end. However, the problem is, Stefan, for these drivers anyway, on these teams, we don't quite know when 27 laps to go is going to be. You can have a rough idea, but it's a timed race after all, and especially when you're not the leader, it can be very tricky to work out.
Yeah, if you have to pit at a time where you need full fuel to even reach the counter reaching zero, then you most definitely know you're a little bit in trouble land. However, if you have 1 lap spare at least in your tank to reach that 0000 mark on the timer, then you're gonna be good to go till the end. We know that much. So it's all about the waiting game right now until you are free to pit for the last time, and then it's just from there on out. Hit every apex, hit every turning point, hit every acceleration mark, and most importantly, don't hit anything else.
No, don't hit anything immovable.
Or movable.
Well, yeah, I guess cars are movable, aren't they? Don't hit them either. Anyway, I see what you're saying. Certainly, it's all about keeping this car going to the end. And of course, you've got to mind out through the lap traffic, because that's where things can unravel for you very quickly indeed. But surely at this point, the lap cars especially will be taking it a little bit easier, and so it might be a little bit easier for you to make your way through the traffic right now. And there's certainly no pressure on Redline to drive the quickest laps of the race. I know they are still going pretty quickly here, David, putting in some good lap times, but they don't really need to. They could back off a little bit if they wish.
Yeah, balls in their court. Has been for quite a while in this race as well. It's been Team Redline Red's day so far, and their night, and now their day again.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. It is just past 2 o'clock local time right now in Belgium at the Spa circuit, and yeah, it's approaching peak temperature. We've been talking about it all day, but it doesn't really matter too much anymore, because everybody is going to be getting new tyres at every single pit stop now, and they will do until the very end, unless there's somebody who's miscalculated and is going down pit lane in the final 5 minutes. Then obviously not, but up until that point, that is very important to have on the car in the remainder of this race. Still a few cars on the lead lap. We've got 3 still remaining, but I guess the difference between this one and the Spa 24 is the fact that we don't have safety cars, so I guess it's a little bit more impressive to have the field still relatively close, under a minute for the race lead as things stand. And yeah, it's all comfortable for Redline at the moment. not expecting them to be having a splash of fuel or anything like that. They've calculated it wonderfully, and all they've got to do now is get the car home, really. We've got this battle for 7th going on. It's fairly close, but Stefan, are we really expecting any of those positions to change? They've looked so well matched on pace so far.
I think unless something happens with somebody having some technical issues or whatnot, I think at least top 7 or top 6 seem to be quite set right now. Might still be a change for 7th place and down, but I think inside the top 6 everything seems to be extremely set in place right there.
Yeah, not much, or big gaps, should I say. There are some quite big gaps up and down the field, and that's probably going to mean the lack of changing of position in that respect. But I don't want to jinx anything. However, I will say this: we've not seen a retirement for a long time, have we? I don't want to.
You had to say it.
Yeah, sorry, but it is true. We haven't had one for a long time. Certainly not while we've been in this final part of the broadcast. I think
Something happens in the next lap, so they're going to force you into retirement.
yeah, not just from this race either. So, yeah, hopefully not, because I don't really want to be the cause of somebody's downfall. Because it would be heartbreaking at this point in the race, wouldn't it? With only 90 minutes to go, you get this far. To retire now would be exceptionally disappointing, so let's hope that doesn't happen. 1.1 seconds between Porsche Sport, and Uranau Racing, Sim Racing as well, just behind. There's a lap car in between them, but there may be a change coming on here. The BMW is closing in on the Porsche. It's a battle we've seen over the last 6 hours, fairly consistently actually, and it looks like it's continuing again.
And by the way, people, if you crash out now in the last 1.5 hours and you want to write a complaint towards RaceSpotTV, please address them to Ewan O'Leary. That's Ewan O'Leary right there.
Nobody's going to be able to spell my name, so it's all right.
Nah, don't worry, I can write it in chat.
Okay. Oh no. I'm just hoping not. Not only because I've said that now, but also because I don't really want anybody to fall at the last hurdle, so to speak, in this race. Still a good 25 minutes away from when you can make it to the end, so 22, 23 minutes away from when you can make it to the end.
Here's one. I don't think I've seen anyone hit that wall in the middle of the pit lane at the hairpin.
Somebody must have done it in the night. Surely. It's quite a manoeuvre, isn't it? Pit lane here.
It's tricky in the fact that you can do it on the speed limiter at 60 kilometers an hour, but you're a little more confident with it if you know, take the corner at 50. But it feels weird at the same time also to lift off the pit lane speed limiter when you're in the pit lane speed limited pit. It might be the only pit lane where, you know, the pit lane speed limit is too fast for the corner that exists in the pit lane.
I can't name any other pit lanes that really have a significant corner in like that, other than
Sochi.
I guess so, yeah.
Sochi and Silverstone both have the pit lane speed limit start before there is a turn, yes, but it's not in the middle of the pit lane between garages, and it's not a hairpin.
We were talking about this actually last week on a similar subject, but it's nothing like the NLS pit lane we saw that time.
Pretty much any of the very early Formula E pit lanes
Yes.
had a hairpin in the middle of the pit lane.
They might do now, but
That's right.
they might do now, but you wouldn't notice if you just watch the races because they don't pit anymore, do they? So,
Exactly.
but yeah,
Well,
you're right.
hey, sometimes you do notice when the pit lane doesn't have a hairpin in it and they go straight through.
Well, yeah, that's the subject to touch on. I actually haven't watched that yet, but I'm looking forward to it. The controversy.
I like the concept of, you know, having it partly indoors and the exhibition space. If if you've never been to like an exhibition centre with one of those great halls and thought, man, you could fit a half-decent go-kart track in here. I don't know, you're ever in a hardware store and you have the same thought and you're like, if we just moved all the timber to one side, we could definitely get a good little lap going.
Is Movano Racing not quite going for the move just yet, but Sam Michaels is closing in on the Porsche Sport, Porsche, funnily enough, for 18th position. But I'm not entirely sure because I didn't watch it. The indoor-outdoor thing, I didn't get to see if it worked. But was it a good circuit? Did it work?
Like I said, I didn't watch it, so now we're relying on did Hugo or Stefan watch it.
It's open to the public. Anybody?
I only watch good racing series.
Wow. It's quite
Shots
good
fired.
sometimes.
But yeah, no, I very much dislike Formula E and their gimmicks, so that's why I don't watch it. Except for that
Spa, Queensland Raceway, Formula E,
Milan.
chicken and pasta.
I don't remember which Italian circuit. It was either Rome or I think it was Milan, where they had a little bit of a jump in the racetrack. That was actually a good race to watch. That's the pretty much only race I have watched in the last 3 years. So.
It's pretty good. I don't mind it. But yeah, Stefan's just going through a load of things that he doesn't like. Anything else that you want to proclaim your dislike for while we're here? Oh, that was a no. Movano closing in on the 18th position at the moment, and yeah, starting to apply the pressure now. Can't quite see the shifting technique of Sam Michaels here, but I'm sure it's different to what we've seen so far, probably, judging by the way things have gone already. But yeah, certainly has the pace over the Porsche Sport car in front here. He's been closing in really quite quickly, actually, and looks to be making the move in the next few moments. Has he got the run through Radion? Let's see.
Well, he's closing.
Is it quickly enough though? Got the slipstream. He might be able to have a look, but no.
It's not going
Lifts
to.
off.
Lifting. Good choice there by Sam Michaels, in my opinion.
A good choice, you think?
Yeah, it would have been quite the descent to the inside of the Porsche Sport team. And with the Porsche having also quite good brakes, I don't think it would have been a very wise decision to go for that. But, you know, we never know. These guys might meet each other again in the matter of an hour, and then that scent could be very much on.
I think they will. They both pitted one lap apart last time around, so they're battling on track for position. Movano Sim Racing are currently holding one more lap of fuel, and there's one pit stop to get to the end. If he just wants to ride along, saving a lot of fuel for 10 laps, have a shorter pit stop, jump in through the pit lane, race it on home from there. That is a totally legitimate strategy in this battle that could work. Long run thinking for the Movano Sim Racing team if they don't feel like they're getting a good enough run at any of these places where they might be able to pass.
Even at this late stage, we're thinking about fuel and saving some fuel, because well, firstly, being able to get to a critical lap is quite critical, and also jumping arrival in the pits is also very viable strategy. Although the less exciting one for us, admittedly, it's probably the best for your teammates, especially who are watching. Lots will be in mouth, certainly, if indeed there is a dive bomb. Well, not even a dive, just any kind of side-by-side moment, and everybody will be chewing their fingernails, so... Let's see if Sam Michaels is going to be able to go through there, or in the pit lane. This is by far the closest battle on the circuit, nose to tail for 18th position. Up the hill they go again, and it's a similar run to last time. Slipstream certainly helping him out, but it's still really going to be a bit of a dive to make it work here. Although the Porsche Sport car lifts off and Sam Michaels slips off even more. This is unbelievable. I've never seen this before. The Porsche Sport car wants him to go through. They were going so slowly on the straight. It's a complete game of cat and mouse it is between the two of them. Goodness me.
You know, they have to be a little bit careful because Core Sim Racing, they're not that far behind these guys. Core Sim Racing has now entered Brussels, so yeah, it's not that far, so they're not allowed to play around too much. Otherwise, the Core Sim Racing team of Maxime Rammstein right now in that car could potentially catch them and ruin their plans of a battle for 18th place.
Goodness me. That was a remarkable moment going up towards Le Cop. We'll see what happens this next time around. Because, yeah, this is a fascinating battle now, even though there's not side-by-side punches being thrown between the two of them. It's still very tactical.
There's a big lift into Lafanya as well on this lap from Porsche. So not just at the end of that straight, but at some other places as well. I think there is some strategic lifting going on from William Chadwick for Porsche Sport. Sam Michaels is feeling the pressure. It's happening again. It's happening again, isn't it? They're both trying to chess with each other. Eventually, it becomes chess boxing somewhere in the final stint.
Mate, there is so much lifting going on, and we can just see by the pace that these guys are taking the circuit on right now that we are not on the pace of these two cars. They've got something more to give, but Stefan was absolutely right in saying that Core Sim Racing are not too far behind right now because they are only at 12 seconds back. They started the lap over 14 seconds back and they've gained a whole heap of time here.
They have gained 2 seconds this last lap because of the games that Porsche Sport is right now playing, and quite honestly, I'm surprised Mivano is continuing to play with them.
This is now the battle for 17th position now, by the way, because somebody's come into the pit lane. I think it was P1 Esports. Thank you, yeah. So they're going to definitely have to make a splash towards the end of this race. No question about that. These guys won't be making a splash though, because they're barely using any fuel right now, David. It's very bizarre.
Not making a splash, but they're sure making an impact and some ripples.
Yes.
It gets more and more ridiculous every lap, doesn't it? You know, it goes from a 200-meter lift to a 300-meter lift to more for the Porsche. And Sam Michaels from Uranau is just going to do exactly the same thing. It's what I was talking about. See that difference down the hill towards Lafanya. Porsche rolling out of it. Sam Michaels from Uranau, not quite so much.
I've watched a lot of sim racing in my time, a lot of motorsport, but I've never seen anything quite like this. Complete game of cat and mouse, more like you'd see in a velodrome thing where they stand on the they try and stand up straight so that the other. Anyway, I'm sure you've seen it. It's very weird. The most out of hand game of cat and mouse, yeah, something like that. The most out of hand game of cat and mouse I think I've ever seen on a racetrack. Down into the bus stop again, a lot of lifting as you would expect, and into the bus stop they go, into the chicane, over to complete another lap. P1 Esports are not too far behind, by the way, after that pit stop they just made a few moments ago, which has now made it the battle for 17th. Means that we've got quite the train forming here. Diving down the inside goes Jamie Fluke in the Apex Racing Team Lamborghini. On another one Lamborghinis, there's the orange and blue P1 Esports car in the background. But let's see just how much lifting there is going to be up towards Le Cam. I can't see this game ending anytime soon because Porsche Sport need to save some fuel, and Mivano also want to stay behind, so nothing is going to give here, surely.
Yeah, they each seem to just double down on the other's actions.
Here we go. Mivano down the inside, finally had enough of this because they've kind of realised as well that Core Sim Racing were catching up from behind. So now Porsche Sport are behind Uranau Sim Racing, but they're going to be very pleased about that because they can save a lot more fuel behind this BMW now.
Well, I think Mevan has realized that right behind them is Jamie Fluke in the Apex Racing Team car. And maybe they're hoping for a little bit of a hold-up for William Chadwick in the Porsche Sport car so that they can drive away from that Porsche. So St. Michael's maybe playing here a little bit of mind strategy games with Jamie Fluke approaching this battle.
Yeah, there's mind games, strategy games, all kinds of strange things going on, certainly. But it might be an opportune moment for St. Michael's to get away here because Porsche Sport are going to have to let Jamie Fluke through, and that might break the slipstream if things go their way anyway. That may be what they're hoping for. But if they can do that, then Porsche Sport will be struggling to save the fuel that they need to, and so lose what is now 17th position for good. Just see that orange BMW in the background there coming through now as well. That's going to be a fight for position, but still got another 10 minutes or so of this between these two. Let's see what Jamie Fluke is going to do about this. It's the worst nightmare really as a leading car. To have to go through both of these cars at once, it's really a bit of a nightmare, and you'd rather not do it, but it's bound to happen at some point. And here is the moment for Jamie Fluke.
Flashes are made for this moment.
Well, that's a very good point. Here we go, Movano weaving around, lifting off quite a lot. Jamie Fluke doesn't know where to go, what to do. He gets down the inside of the Porsche Sport car.
That was quite confusing and disorienting, and a couple moves. The gamesmanship, the cat and mouse, the chess is all back on. There's a car to split them at the moment. I don't think this is their opportunity to bolt.
I think that's what they're intending to do. Well, that's what I'll be saying anyway. I was part of their team, so let's see if it comes off for them. There's not long to go until the pit stops. Hopefully when they come out for the final time, there's going to be a all-out fight between them. They look fairly well matched when they're not fuel saving. Apex Racing Team in 4th place at the moment overall, by the way, making their way through the traffic. And you can see the Porsche Sport car just losing a bit of time here. But is it enough to break the slipstream from Movano? That's what they're hoping for. Is it going to be enough? Through Blanchimont they go, into the final chicane. Where are they going to let this Apex Racing Team car through, though? I wouldn't really know where the best place to do it is. Maybe up in towards Lecom, but they didn't do it last time, so not sure.
Tough little problem, and I'm pretty sure that Porsche Sport is going to be right back on them. They've also got to worry about P1 Esports. They've got to worry about Core at the same time.
Yeah, only about 9 seconds back now, of course, in racing. 1.5 seconds back from this fight as Movano are going to pull to the left-hand side and let Apex Racing Team through. But is our Porsche Sport going to be able to get latched back onto the slipstream? Well, it looks like it to me, so Movano had a car between them and their rivals for a brief moment, but that's all gone away now. David just giving us some false information behind the scenes.
Well, not some false information, just a bit of interesting information, a bit of word association.
Bit of, word association.
I mean,
definitely.
David is trying to spread fake news, quite honestly, so let's just continue to ignore him and what he has to say for the remainder of this hour.
I'm trying to put nearly 30 years on Sam Michael's age here. Bit rude, but never mind.
So
It
you
does
guys
look that
putting
tired.
words in my mouth. I linked a Wikipedia article to someone who has an eerily similar name to Sam Michaels, and you're trying to make it look like I didn't realise that a young man from Florida is different to an old Australian engineer.
I mean, with you never know what you get in the bag, sir. Oh, silence.
Yeah.
Either way, Mivano has led Apex Racing Team past finally, and that means we're once again back to nose to tail between Mivano and Porsche. However, as you can see, P1 Esports, they are continuing to close down that gap. 4 seconds difference is now, and then you have Core Sim Racing only 6 more seconds down on P1 Esports. So this might close down in the remaining hour and 6 minutes.
Let's hope so. We'll have a good fight between them. Up the hill they go again, through and over the top at Radeon. And now the benefit is going to be for Mivano Sim Racing because they're getting the slipstream of Apex Racing Team. Going to help them along quite massively there. So now Mivano and Porsche Sport, are both saving fuel here, but Mivano got that advantage a little bit earlier on, so I'm not sure how that's quite going to play out. But David, do you know which of these two came down pit lane earliest? I know there's 1 lap of difference between them.
Porsche Sport 1 lap earlier.
Okay. So Mivano Sim Racing's pit stop is looking like it's going to be a second or 2 shorter at this rate.
And P1 Esports have got these guys covered on the strategy as well. P1 are one of those teams who need an extra stop, but they were already far enough up the road that now they've taken their last full stop. They're just behind these guys, and there's a splash left for P1 Esports. So probably a 30-second shorter stop, the final one for P1 Esports. We're going to eventually jump back in front of these guys, but Core is on the same strategy as Mivano and Porsche Sport and closing.
Yes, they are indeed. Going to have to watch the mirrors for Core Sim Racing. But going back to P1 Esports for a moment, we think they're about 20 laps short, maybe. Sorry, not 20 laps, 20 minutes short on fuel here. Would you go for a new set of tyres at that point? Surely, what is 1 hour 20 going to be fine?
I wouldn't, in their situation.
Yeah, I would agree, but I don't know what the track feels. I don't know how on edge even 1 stint is with the track temperature it is.
Well, the temps are very much stabilised around 41, 42 Celsius. It hasn't changed in an hour or so. So the data from previous stints, how the car felt at the end of the last stint, is now pretty applicable to right now. Whereas while the temperatures were rising, you were kind of on a journey into the unknown, like, okay, yeah, we'll start a double stint now, but we don't know exactly how quickly the track is going to grease up and heat up and what it'll be like at the end of the second stint. You were making a commitment on a guess of what the track was going to be like in an hour's time. Well, now you know when you make that commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. So, 1 hour and 3 minutes remaining on the clock. And we're looking for 27 laps to go. And
That's
how
the
long
end of
do
this
we...
lap for Team
End of this
Redline
lap?
Red. Yep.
Okay.
They don't care about track limits anymore at Mivano. I did get an update from our race administrators on who was closest to 200 incident points. That was several hours ago. I don't think Mivano was in that list at the time. This is a 3-hour-old list where it said R8G had 172, Core had 171, and Williams had 169. So we'll get an update from our Sports Car Open race administrators shortly, but some of them might have just saved them up and are getting a little more loose and free with the track limits in places, particularly Movano so far on this lap.
Yeah, oh goodness me, yeah, they are. There's no kidding about that. R8G Esports, 5-Star Motorsport, Uranau Esports, HB all into the pit lane. So, remarkably, I'm a little bit surprised, I have to say. I thought more teams were going to be a lap short than actually is, but it looks like everybody's calculated it really well in the end.
I hate to say it, but sometimes these teams are a little smarter than us, or have done a little more preparation than us.
And also, they've done this endurance thing once or twice before, haven't they? So they know what they're doing, safe to say.
It would look like we've just crossed the magic number to get to the end with how many teams are on the lane right now and how many we expect to see in the next 1 or 2 laps as well.
It would certainly appear so. Expecting both Redline cars in very shortly. But clearly not just for the moment. Looks like it's going to be a double podium for Redline for the second week in a row, but not a 1-2. First and third is where they are right now, and they've got over a minute from the blue car to Apex Racing team. Now Porsche Sport seem to be struggling just a little bit now, dropping off the back of Movano.
Movano are trying to follow Apex, aren't they? Yes. I think that was the reason for, extending the track limits a little bit through to Pouan, through Stavelot campus and around there, is that they just really, if they could, wanted to stay in this slipstream of Apex, because that's going to help them save fuel, that's going to help them drop Porsche Sport. It's kind of their ticket out of here. And so they were putting everything on the line and making a couple bets to try to just keep with Apex for another lap or two if they can do it.
Excuse me, yeah, absolutely. The Team Redline blue car is into the pit lane now as well, by the way. But yeah, good driving from Sam Michaels to be able to pull himself away from that Porsche and also get a bit of distance between himself and Core Sim Racing. This happened in the last few moments. And P1 Esport actually pulling away. Some cars very, very close here on incidents we're seeing. David's telling me anyway.
Well, I'm telling you what Ronald Grossman told me.
Yeah. Who did he get
So
told by?
if the information doesn't get too distorted going through the pipeline, then that should be pretty accurate. And there is quite a few teams now in the final hour, as we are, who can really only afford 1 or 2 more off tracks. Otherwise, they're going to get an automated drive-through penalty, a far harsher penalty than any of the incident responsibility penalties that Race Control had to give out earlier. It's a drive-through, and it's a Spa endurance drive-through if you exceed that incident limit. No ifs or buts, automated from iRacing Race Control if you go over.
Yeah, you're right. Not seeing any teams inside the top 10, however, within 10 incident points of getting a drive-through penalty. So for the main players in this race, I wouldn't be worrying about it too much. As you can see, it's very busy on the right-hand side of your screen in pit lane right now. Williams Esports are in there. Vendaval Sim Racing just leaving. Team Redline Blue coming towards an end with their pit stop right now as things stand as well. Apex Racing Team have just entered the pit lane. So have Logitech G Altus. It's very, very busy on there at the moment, Stefan. It's the very end of this race. The very last pit stop's being made right now by everybody at the same time.
Yeah, and it seems like something happened for Pure Sims Esports, the number 16, which continues to be in pit lane. It's the third car down the line that you can see here stationary. And there's nobody in that number 16. Ross McFarlane put that car into the pit lane. And nobody has taken over, and he has stepped out as well of that car. So a little bit of an interesting story there in that number 16, sitting in 14th place, entering the pit lane. So apart from that, seems like everybody is going for that one full fuel tank and some fresh rubber to end it all off.
And it's going to be a straight fight between whoever you're with to the very end. Williams Esports and Uranau Esports are only less than 2. They are not going to be the race leaders when they leave the pit lane, but they will be shortly after when MSI Esports come in for the final time themselves. We were doubting them for a little bit of time here, Stefan, but at the end of the day, they've actually been quite comfortable here on the field. They've, 56.5 minutes to go. 56 when they leave, less than that, so they'll be very comfortable to get to the end.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be super comfortable going to the end here. Don't even need to take a full tank of fuel anymore. So happy faces for Team Redline as Maximilian Benecke steps out. Jonas Wallmeier is gonna have the honor of driving home at that Team Redline red car.
He's indeed, and it's always a fantastic feeling to finish the car in a 24-hour endurance race, or any endurance race really, but especially a 24-hour. No matter where you finish, it's a fantastic feeling to bring that car over the line. Speaking of going over the line, Williams Esports and Uranau Esports, 1.1 seconds between them. Not quite nose to tail yet. They're getting there, certainly. So tantalisingly close, but it's just a question of if they have enough or not. And by the way, Stefan is trying to get to the bottom of what happened to the number 16 car, as to why they are in the pit lane, and hopefully not retired from the race. Hopefully they'll at least return to cross the line, but let's hope we can get to the bottom of it. On a few cars leave pit lane at the moment. Porsche Sport just leaving right now, and also one of the Lamborghinis.
You now count on one hand, or maybe it takes two hands to count the number of cars that still need their final pit stop versus many cars have now cleared their final pit stop field to get to the end, into the final stint, into the home stretch, and racing towards twice around the clock at Spa. That was a bit of a slide mid-corner from Uranau there, was it not?
Yeah, that Audi has been not liking Puon very much.
I'd be giving it everything. I'd be giving 110%.
Well, yeah. That is a good point. They are absolutely pushing as hard as possible at the moment. That one extra position. We'll see where the other MSI Esports car is going to be here, actually, because they were 7-ish seconds behind Williams Esports, but they're taking a shorter pit stop in this final stint, so they might even jump both of these cars, and that really would be quite a sight.
So we have gotten to the bottom of what is happening for the number 16, and it's a simple thing of no driver for the car. So Ross McFarlane seems to be done with his stints, and yeah, there's nobody to take over that car.
Turned up in the pit lane and didn't see a replacement.
Everyone's turned on Sky Sports F1, and they're not going to bother sticking around if they're not in the top 10, apparently.
I think they're a bit
That's
early,
pure
aren't they?
speculation.
Yeah. I don't know why you'd want to go and watch that instead of come over the line for the last hour or so, but anyway, each to their own. Gap just dips under a second for the first time in a very long time between Williams Esports and Uranau, and already the games are starting to be played. Look at this. You can barely get much of a slipstream.
We've waited 18 hours to see someone, try to fight, try to defend. Now there's nothing left. They're in the final stint, and the games are afoot. I love it. We knew the whole time. It was like, oh, he's slipstreaming up. Oh, he's lifting and coasting behind him. Oh, they're not going to fight this position. That could only last for so long. And now we're at that point where it's been simmering away, and the veneer begins to be removed as they sprint to the end. Lafuente is trying to weave, trying to break the toe. He doesn't want to give Andre Melchers anything for free, because now is where it starts to count. And now is where not where the points get paid, but when the prizes get given out, and boy do the prizes get given out at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. trying to break the toe, even though there wasn't very much of a toe to get. There was the Williams Esports driver. I think it was still Josh Thompson. I could be wrong.
Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports, Andre Melchers for
sorry.
Uranau Esports Audi.
Or Lafuente, I keep misremembering these drivers. Anyway, P1 Esports have just come into the pit lane for the final time as well. Anybody coming in right now is for the final time, by the way. We've passed that critical lap about 10 minutes ago. And so, pretty much everybody has calculated this very well. Pushing very hard through Blanchimont there and into the bus stop chicane. I'm absolutely fascinated though to find out where the 48 is going to be. They could well end up jumping both of these cars. So, Lego Technic Esports into the pit lane. That's going to kind of kick us off for the final 4 cars up front. But look at Williams Esports. It's borderline excessive weaving to try and break the slipstream here, Stefan. Not in terms of the rules, but in terms of feasibilities, really, to do that.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit weird how much they're trying to defend that position right now while the Uranau car is still that far back. And, you know, speaking about the Lego Technic car, this is highly intriguing as well, because with this pit stop, Lego Technic Esports are going to lose that 5th place, and, well, that's not going to bode very well for them in the long run.
No. It definitely isn't at this point. I think they're going to lose out to, well, definitely MSI Esports, that's just happened, but Apex Racing Team as well, because they nearly got through before they even had to come to a stop there. So it looks like 6th place for Lego Technic Esports, possibly. In this race, it should be anyway. This race.
The big question comes in, will Kuanda elect to take tires here? It is still 49 minutes that they have to drive, so...
Could we say? Its sister car, the number 91 VRS Kuanda Simsport car, is also into the pit lane. And I doubt we're going to see anything from them either here in the Porsche team, but, well, I don't really know what they could gain from it. Maybe they'd be in front of Apex Racing Team, but other than that...
And this is very crucial right now. Team Redline Blue, Gianni Vecchio just passed Mac Backham for this provisional 4th place.
Yeah, indeed. And looks like that's going to confirm 2 Redline cars on the podium at the end of this race. A phenomenal effort from them again. But just watch that pit stop timer in the top left of your screen. Is there going to be a 30-odd second stop, or is it going to be up towards a minute long because of the tyres? Well, in the main part of your screen, we're watching this battle that's currently for 8th place, but will it still be for 8th place when the 48 MSI Esports car comes in? They've got a shorter pit stop, let's not forget. They could jump these two, but let's wait and find out. Kind of look like they're going for tyres once again here, David. It's the sensible choice rather than the risky one for them.
Yeah, well, unless you're within 20 seconds or so of a car, then it's not worth it, is it? I mean, if you were 10 seconds behind someone, they took tyres, you think, okay, if I don't take tyres, then after my pit stop, I'll end up 10 seconds ahead of them, but then I'll have to try to hold on to that track position and time with the old tyres. But if you're a minute back off the next car, then you're just making risk for no gain.
You know, we have been talking quite a fair bit about how Kuanda has shot themselves in the foot in the early runnings of this race with their tire strategy. And, you know, it is a little bit interesting how the Lego Technic Esports field car has elected to take tires, because without having elected tires, they would be right now about 22 seconds ahead of Gianni Vecchio. And the question is, can Mac Backham in that Porsche 911 haul in those 2 seconds against a Gianni Vecchio? And I think this will be a very interesting question to watch out in those next 45 minutes, as they're going to be fighting for second place.
Why does the lap matter?
What, sorry?
Mac Backham is a whole lap down to Team Redline Blue.
Right. That is true. I'm sorry. My brain is tired. I'm
But
sorry.
yeah,
But yeah,
also-
he's a lap down. I forgot about that. So
Also, don't
the
let
battle that
Hugo
isn't a
hit-
battle.
Also, don't let Hugo hear you talking about Coanda again and shooting themselves in the foot, because he's not going to be pleased.
As long as they don't shoot themselves in whichever combination of hand and fingers they use for their up and down shifts.
Yes. Leader in, by the way, on the right-hand side of your screen. MSI Esports have put in a valiant effort to try and win this race, but Team Redline have just come out on top, really, in this one. No driver change, just fuel and tyres. Not as much fuel, but some tyres, definitely, for them. And it's going to be second place today for the 47 team. It's, I'm not sure if they're going to be disappointed or not with that, David. Second place in this kind of field is a very good effort indeed, but to come so close to victory, they've got to be tinged with a little bit of disappointment.
I think they're going to be quite sad until the $2,000 clear through to their account.
Maybe. That is true. And a very nice prize to be having at the end of the day. So, second place for MSI Esports. Out of the pit lane they go. They're actually reduced the gap to the leaders. It's going to be about 10 seconds smaller than it was before. If MSI have gained about 10 seconds on the race-leading Redline car here, Stefan, then surely it's not inconceivable that their sister car, the number 48, can jump Williams and Uranau. They were only 7 odd seconds behind before, so surely there's a chance here that they can jump 2 places.
Does the 48 still need to pit? Yes, they do. Okay, so they pitted on lap 565 last time around. So, I mean, it depends if Mark Perez and MSI Esports Red decide to take tires or not.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be a question what they're going to do in that pit stop with 48 machine. Obviously, I don't think Apex Racing Team is going to be able to challenge MSI Esports Blue, especially because they're half a lap down on that car. So, I think we're all set for that 1-2-3 like we have them right now between Redline, MSI, and Redline. But, yeah, no. It's going to be most definitely a close battle, and I think that's going to be the most interesting thing inside the top 5 that we'll have to watch out for. Apart from the outside, by the way, Williams Esports and Uranau, this battle is going to be... I don't know, Williams right now seems to have the pace to stay ahead, but I think Uranau has something on the back of their hand that they are not willing to show just yet.
Yeah, quite possibly. There's a way through for Uranau here, but are they going to use it? How are they going to manage it? Arnage Competition also come into the pit lane, by the way. There they are on the right hand side of your screen. Not going to be a top 10 for them today, I'm afraid, but Logitech G Autos are going to be able to get that one instead. See where the 23 comes out with.
Last team to pit. The only other team that still needs to pit is MB Racing Esport Nordic, the 21st, the number 58, being driven by Glenn Key. And I just had a look again at how many laps Glenn Key has driven. He's up to 270 now, which is 540 minutes, which would be a lot of hours.
9 hours already.
Yeah,
It's not done yet.
You've got to round it up a little bit because they're longer than 2 hour laps as well. They're 2 minute laps. They're 2 minute 20 laps or something. So he's done his serious share there.
Certainly has. And be wondering where his teammates were. Well, probably not, but certainly a lot of
Interesting development. Sorry about that, but Arnage Competitions, Jimmy and Tunis, no tires. They are taking the gamble.
Well noticed. That's all a ploy to try and get 12th position in front of R8G Esports, but with only a 5 or 6 second margin now that they've come out, I find it difficult to believe that they're going to hold on to that, Stefan.
Yeah, it's most definitely going to be a little bit on the hard side for these guys to defend against the raging pace of the number 8.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still waiting to see if the 48 is going to take tyres here as well. Let's look at the weaving from Daniel Lafuente, trying to break the slipstream of Andre Malchers just behind. Still lifting
4 movements
off.
like a good ballet.
Yeah, a lot of movement going on. Seems to be working for now. Even if he's not breaking much slipstream, he's kind of batting him away. Doesn't really want to get near that for the moment. What's still fascinating to me though is that we're still 40 minutes away from the end, but there's still fuel saving going on. It's still a stretch for these guys to even do the 27 laps. They've still got to lift and coast sometimes. Well,
so a normalized pit or stint length is 26 laps, so they do have to save to get to those 27 laps, but they have been doing that pretty much all race long, so shouldn't be out of the ordinary to make it to those 27 laps. And especially Uranau, they are able to save even more fuel because they're behind that BMW that saves them even more fuel. So soon we're gonna see Uranau be unleashed to their full pace because they have saved enough fuel to get to the end.
Yeah, can't wait to see what they have got for us on the unleashed pace. And this battle for 7th is going to heat up even more with an extra customer now, David, with the pit stop of the 48, which is happening very, very shortly.
Yep, they'll be on their in-lap right now. I'm dying to know what they do because I'm pretty sure if you copy-paste the pit lane delta from their teammates in MSI Esports Blue, trips through the lane, fuel, and tyres would put them behind these two cars, but no tyres would put them in front, but a wounded Gazelle to the pace and the speed that these guys are doing with their tyres at the moment. So it is in lap time now for 48. They've got to do that trundle all the way through the pit lane, and then I am dying to know what happens when the fuel is done.
I think they are not gonna go on the checks. I think they're gonna try for it because it is only a 39-minute stint that they're gonna have to put on, and they are gonna have quite a little bit of a margin, I think, to the Williams Esports and Uranau Esports cars, that they, with their pace, would be able to withstand the pressure of those two, especially now that they're gonna soon start to fight for this 8th place.
Well, the fact that these two might end up fighting might be a good thing for them. Might help them out a little bit for them to skip away, but let's wait and see. MSI Esports into the pit lane now, and yeah, there's a lot on the line here, certainly.
Yeah, exactly. These drivers currently 8th and 9th. MSI Esports Red can stay in 7th. As per the table, that's $600. But if they're in 8th or 9th, it's $300. So it's a $600 gamble. MSI are putting it all on Red, potentially, and we'll see if they can make that work. They're fueling right now on the pit lane in the 48, and when the fueling is done, all will be revealed and we'll know what their strategy is.
Yeah, it should be done any second here.
Where they are right now on track, that's not looking so bad if they can finish fueling now, get out and around. They've got quite a bit of time in hand,
there we
actually,
go.
without these tyres.
Oh my word. They're a long way in front here. An awful long way in front. And they're going to be challenging LEGO Technic Esports, which I wasn't expecting. Don't know why, but here they are. They're about to come out in front in 6th position at the moment. So miles in front of Williams and Uranau Esports. So we're not going to see this 3-car battle, but what we are going to get is 2 separate 2-car battles here, Stefan. So fascinating strategy from MSI Esports. A great gamble as well. I'd like to see someone making a gamble in the last 40 minutes of a race. Always makes it exciting.
Yeah, I think they had to go for that gamble, because this right now might pay quite a bit here for these guys, as they are now fighting for 6th place instead of just 7th. But obviously the gap to the LEGO Technic Esports car is a little bit small to be able to defend that for the next 36 minutes, especially because LEGO Technic Esports didn't take it out on the last pit stop.
Here we go. Uranau Esports have got the best opportunity they've ever had to try and get through on Williams Esports, but decide not to take it on this occasion, lifting out of it into Lecom. Maybe just testing the waters ever so slightly with a way to get through. This could go on for the next 36 minutes, really. It really could. So let's wait and see how long it's going to take Uranau to get through, or indeed how hard Williams are going to defend this one. I mean, we're thinking about this going down all the way to the end. Being behind and having that opportunity into Lecom on the final lap might not be the worst idea, but obviously you don't want to leave it that late. So certainly Uranau starting to test the waters, to just try a few things out, but no moves being made just for the moment, realising that 35 minutes, they've got a bit of time to, you know, kind of test things out a little bit here, David. They can just, you know, take their time.
And Uranau's 1 lap shorter on fuel than Williams here as well. We've seen from some of the onboards, you've heard from some of the onboards, there's still quite a bit of saving going on for Melchers. So if he thinks he's got the pace, he might actually still want to hang out for another 20 minutes here, so that when he does make the move, he can go full pedal all the way to the end instead of getting in front and then immediately having to get back into the fuel saving. That's not really the way to do it. So it probably feels like he can have the pace if he has the fuel, but he doesn't have the fuel just yet. So he's just waiting, got to bide his time, and then if he can get the numbers on the good side of the fuel consumption, he might be able to push a little harder towards the end of the stint.
Absolutely. It's all about kind of sizing up your opponent and trying to get it done in the best way possible. So this battle for 8th has already kind of commenced, really. A couple of jabs going in already. 6th place, the battle is going to commence as well, you'd imagine. 4 seconds between 48 and the 92. And then if we go down to 12th, there's also a battle between Arnold Competition and RHG Esports that will develop in the next few moments. 3.6 seconds between them right now, but plenty of things to be watching. It's a very good situation. Uranau Esports having a good run, but are they going to go for... Oh my word, they're absolutely tucked right underneath the BMW there. You could barely see the Audi behind there, Stefan, but that was extreme fuel saving, that was.
I'm highly surprised Uranau didn't go for the move there. That was the run to be had right there, and they decided against it. Also, for the first time, we kind of have to say it, Williams elected to not weave. So, we're gonna have to see what develops here between Uranau and Williams, because seems like Uranau is right now content with just sitting behind and, you know, seeing where their competition might be struggling against them.
Yeah, not weaving, maybe indicating that Williams are not that, wouldn't be that disappointed if Uranau got in front of them at this particular moment, David, because you notice they were both going quite slowly. We're talking about Uranau being the fuel savers here, but it looks like Williams are doing something similar.
I think Williams have realised that they can't weave enough to actually drop Uranau out of the tow without it being dangerous. So the next thing to try to push Uranau on the one advantage that Williams have got, the fuel, is to try to just goad Uranau into maybe trying to take the position. So we'll see. This will get real cat and mousey potentially if the focus changes for Williams, who've clearly realised that Uranau aren't yet going to make the pass because of how much fuel Uranau still have to save relative to Williams.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the perfect opportunity to do so with the BMW right in front. They can lift off almost as they like. And it can't go on forever, though. Just over half an hour to go. The VRS SCO 24 hours of sport. Out front, the positions are settled, but further down, we've got plenty of battles going on. At least 3 inside the top 15. So, very much looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top in those. Williams Esports and Uranau Esports up the hill together. It's Daniel Lafuente versus Andre Melchers at the moment. Uranau with a good run again. Williams not weaving on this occasion, but slightly to the middle of the road there. Hard to tell if they want to be in front or not here, but Uranau definitely want to be behind. There can be no doubt about that. A lot of fuel saving, but I guess the obvious question is, when is the point in the race when Uranau actually managed to have saved enough fuel? You know, they can't leave it until the very, very end. I'm sure they won't, but you know, they can't. You know, surely there must be a point where they realise they've got enough fuel to push to the end, and so they're going to go for it. But are Williams going to be as willing to do the same?
There's still time here, you know, there's still half an hour, there's still 15 laps of Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, so even if they save it till 5 laps to go, 3 laps to go, that's still plenty of time in the grand scheme of racing, and it's still a little while away. They're both more than a minute clear of the next car behind in 10th. They're both 40 seconds behind the next car in front for position, who I don't think they're going to catch because there's no fuel concerns for LEGO Technic Esports and Matt Backham. So this is their fight amongst each other here. And they know it. It exists in a vacuum. It doesn't matter what the cars in front or the cars behind are doing. They're too far apart. It's all about 8th and 9th. It's tunnel vision on this battle between these two. There might as well be no one else out on track.
Yes. There's not even lap traffic around, which is a rarity. But it's certainly helping the entertainment of this battle. 30 seconds in front of them, there's no way that's going to come down, and 75 seconds, more than that, to those behind, so there's no need to worry about that either. We look back from Daniel Fuentes' Williams Esports BMW into All's last source once again. Half an hour to go, almost exactly. The Audi sat behind. We're going to get a fantastic view of the Audi badge on the front on this occasion, I have to say, because it's going to get very, very close indeed. Andre Melchus is pushing hard, applying the pressure to La Fuente right now, but not quite go down the inside. Here comes the Uranau Esports driver, and we'll just listen out here to see if Williams Esports are lifting off any themselves. I don't think so, but there can be no doubt Melchus is. Look how close the Audi gets. So the Williams Esports car here, Stefan, not actually saving too much fuel really on that straight there, but we're still waiting for that Audi to be unleashed.
Yeah, it is incredibly intriguing how this battle is playing out. Both are saving fuel. Uranau saving so much more fuel than Williams, but they're basically crawling about how much fuel they're saving, especially down the Camel Straight. So not entirely sure how they want to play with all of that until the end and when the go time is for both of these teams, but it most definitely seems like their strategies are solely revolving around themselves, obviously also because of the fact that they have a no man's land in front and behind them. So it is literally a 24-hour race just between those two.
Yes, it is basically. It would be quite dull for them if it was that way for the whole race, but thankfully this is just the last hour. They've got the track all to themselves right now. The battle for 6th place, though, David, not really developing as quickly as we were expecting.
I think it's simmering there. You can see it permanently on the graphic, the interval between 6th and 7th. It's been closing up. There was 2 laps or so there out of the pit stop where Marc Perez was still making good speed, but I think he's starting to reach the end of that. It's getting towards 3 seconds. After 3 seconds comes 2 seconds, and once it's at 1 second, you see what we've seen in this battle already, that last second closes up like nothing once you get to the slipstream. So you see a 3-second gap, but if there's still time left in the race, really, it's a 2-second gap from LEGO Technic Esports to the slipstream behind MSI, and then they're at MSI. So you can see on the live update there, 2.8, 2.7, 2.6. There's parts of this lap where Matt Backham knows what he's doing in the LEGO Technic Esports Porsche. He's got more, they're probably both absolutely fine on fuel, but he's got much newer tyres, and he's got a desire to get up there and attack. Unlike Andre Melchus, previous run down the Camel Straight here, he hit a maximum speed of 255, which is 20 kilometers an hour slower than the highest recorded track speed for him so far in this race. And for that car, they are really, really just rolling out of the throttle a little bit, giving it a little brake halfway down the straight and then giving it another 200-meter roll all the way in. He must be off full throttle by the time they come through the Camel Kink the way it's going. He's saving so much fuel.
It's a great advantage to them, though, Stefan, the fact that they've got 76 seconds behind them. They can really play around with this.
Yeah, they can just play around with this and with themselves. So, yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to catch the guys in front. They're not going to be able to be caught by the guys behind. So, could all be worse, could all be better at the same time. Yeah, no, I mean, it's the best that both teams can play for. And once they get the green light from their crew chiefs, this will be a very, very awesome battle to watch, I'm very sure.
It will indeed. I think the best thing about it is the two cars are very well matched on pace. So if, for example, if Uranau do manage to get through at some point in the near future, I think Williams Esports will have the resources to reply and the pace to reply here. So let's wait and see. Very close through the bus stop, nearly pushing the BMW there through the second part, especially as they go over the line to complete another lap in this race. 25 minutes to go now. More lifting from Melchers. Still not quite in the green for fuel just yet. Got to save that little bit for the moment. They plunge downhill towards the most fearsome corners on this circuit. It's definitely, possibly some of the most in the world. They go over Radion now and have a quick listen up the Camel Straight. How much defending does Williams Esports have to do? Not a lot, because Andre Melchers is still really lifting off very early on there. And no way through. But judging by the way the Williams Esports car was behaving there, David, I get the feeling that this battle is really on now, because, or it's certainly on in their eyes. They're definitely okay on their fuel because they no longer really want the Audi to go in front and in front for the rest of this race now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how this one will play out, except for that the amount of saving that Melchers has been doing is still is there. I'm pretty sure he did go from 100% throttle to, 90% throttle at the kink at the top of Radion there to the right. And then, gap still kept closing as Williams rolled out of the throttle a little bit. And then we saw the giant roll in towards the corner. So there's sort of two phases to the fuel saving there. There's one, he's not running at full throttle down the straight, and then two, he's lifting and coasting a long way into the corner as well. So the savings start early, and then they keep compounding. It hasn't hugely deteriorated the lap times for these two, given that they are, given that Melchers is then able to make up about half of that with the slipstream around the rest of the lap. So last lap still in the 2:19s.
Still going at a decent pace, but it's not quite what you'd expect at this point. We're going to go split screen now because we've got two battles going on simultaneously. 8th place and 12th place. The battle we've been watching for the last half an hour or so is on the left-hand side, and Arnold's competition will be defending for all they're worth on the right-hand side. So it's a BMW in front in both situations. And there it is. Up towards Le Com now for the battle for 12, but not quite. Well, say not quite close enough. Really not close enough at all. Uranau Esports tucked under the rear wing of that BMW, but absolutely no interest in coming past here once again. So we've got two battles now raging, Stefan. The one for 12th, though, looking like the positional change is going to be nearer into the future than in the 8th place battle by the looks of things.
Yeah, and I'm quite certain that the battle for P12 will be a battle before the battle for P number 8. So Arnage most definitely much more under pressure than Williams right now, as both teams fighting for that 8th place are fuel saving, while Arnage is trying to hang on to their tires, with the R8G Esports trying to chase them down for this 4th place.
The interesting thing about both of them is the fact that the gaps behind are so big, which does create some good opportunities for racing as well, because they don't have to worry about cars behind catching back on. They can just go for it no matter what at this point. They're not
two drivers, 2 cars in the ring, and nothing else outside of the ring matters in either of these battles, isn't it? Isn't that great?
That is fantastic. But what I was going to say is the fact that Williams Esports aren't actually that far behind the battle on the right hand side. It could get pretty tasty if the 2 battles actually get together in the final minutes of this race.
Still laps left to go. Arnage has been in the 220s. Meanwhile, I think if Williams Esports and Uranau really picked it up, they could get into low 219s. Both of the split screens, if you squint, you can see the other one. You're looking in the green in the round window at the square window, and in the square window at the round window.
It's going to be all in one shot before we know it, I think, unless Arnage's competition get overhauled very quickly, which they may well do.
Can we get a 3rd window for MSI and Lego Technic Esports?
I don't know if we've got enough space for it, but
I'm being greedy and a little bit facetious, but it is really heating up as all the strategies start to converge in the final stint here.
Oh my goodness me!
Slow down for Arnage?
Slow down for Arnage, but well, not a slow down, but R8G Esports didn't really want to go through, but Arnage competition forced them into the lead there, because there was braking halfway down the Kemmel Straight. That was exceptionally bizarre, but R8G Esports do indeed get up into 12th place with the newer tyres. I was very, very surprised to see that. I would have thought Arnage's competition would try and stay in front for as long as possible.
Clever. It's clever from Arnage, because R8G and Uranau pitted on the same lap. They're both trying to make some fuel savings, and the minute R8G gets there, Arnage pulls a trick on them, little swerve, tap on the brake pedal, in front you go. Come on, you've got the tyres, but do you have the fuel? And that's how it is in that little battle between them. R8G has got the tyres, but not the fuel. Arnage has got the fuel, but not the tyres.
Exactly, yeah. Everyone is saving something towards the end of this race, but
Lego Technic Esports have got both.
Yes, they have. They're the only one in the battling 6 who have actually got both at the moment. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to keep on top of all this, because there's 3 different battles going on at the same time here in the final 20 minutes. So it's going to be a little bit of jumping around probably, and it's going to be complicated, but we'll try and make it work. What it is allowing is these 2 to catch up to Arnage's competition, and also R8G Esports in the final few moments. And so I could get things together very shortly. So let's have another split screen display. Mac Backham in the slipstream right now, but seems to be a little bit too far back at the moment, David.
Yeah, this time he is. I'm watching his speed trace all the way into Lacuma Melmedy though. No hint of a lift from Mac Backham. We know that they pitted a little bit deeper because they made 1 extra stop, so they've got no concerns on the fuel. MSI probably shouldn't either, but they're on second stint with those tyres on the Ferrari, and it's beginning to really hurt their pace. 220 flat from MSI last lap, 219.3 from Mac Backham in Lego Technic Esports. So closed 7/10 last lap. He could probably do more on this lap given he picked up the draft.
That battle will be quick snacks for Uranau.
I think it's going to be a slam dunk pass.
Yes, very much. So once we get again to Lacum, we're going to see that pass happening for the regular.
Well, we'll see if they can put up a fight here, MSI Esports, but I appreciate it is probably going to be difficult. You can see, by the way, the Porsche is staying so close to that Ferrari in front. Very impressive tyre performance at the very least. Arnage's competition stayed behind R8G on that last occasion as well, but they did close up quite dramatically in the slipstream here once again.
We're looking at two-car battles. It's 4 different manufacturers on the screen right now. This is what Sports Car Open hoped their block was going to give us. That's what it's giving us. It's come down to this point in the race where it doesn't matter which model of car you picked, so long as you gave it your best effort, gave it your best strategy, you're a chance at the prize money, you're a chance at some glory, you're a chance at making some great moves. And it's not about, is the BMW better than the Audi? It's about, does the Audi team have a better fuel strategy? It's not about, is the Ferrari better than the Porsche? It's about, does Matt Backham have the speed and the fuel and the tyres right now? And I'm sure he does, because he's right to that rear wing.
He is so close now. They go up the hill again. Matt Backham applying a serious amount of pressure. Ferrari is going to do all it can to try and defend. We go on board with the co-anda driver, and there he is, trying to make it work. Not too impressive in a straight line. Is he going to have to dive it? There's a bit of defence from the 48. Mike Backham has to brake a bit early. They've sent it into LeCom. Oh, that was a bad mistake. And the Lego Technic Esports car gets into 6th. MSI Esports handed that one on to them on a platter, Stefan.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised there's nothing coming into Brussels right here from the MSI Esports car, and then obviously you also have a little bit of a pressure put on by who is that? Altus right behind them, who is a lap car. So a little bit annoying that they are putting on some pressure here on the lead lap battle, as we have now also this battle erupting. Uranau going for the move down the inside, a little bit of a door-to-door contact maybe there, and Williams comes out in front once again.
Finally, Uranau Esports are taking the initiative and wanting to go through, but that was exceptionally close between them, not quite able to do it on that occasion. It's going to be an all-out fight for the final 15 minutes between them. We think the battle for P6 is going to be settled here, David, but I reckon this one on our screen right now is going to go down right to the very final minutes, judging by how hard they fought it through there.
Oh yeah, exactly. Nearly side by side through all 3 apexes of that complex, but I think Uranau might have just got caught a little bit by surprise how deep around the outside Williams went in there. No harm done, but my goodness, they are both going to have to be careful here, because we've seen Uranau clearly want to be on the attack now. Williams are not going to have too much of that.
No, absolutely not. The gap for the battle in P12 is extending now to 1.3 seconds. It's exactly why I wouldn't have let RHG Esports through if I was on Oz competition. You don't really have the tyres to come from behind like that, so I think that was a bit of a mistake, but looks like it's settled now. The battle on the right hand side of your screen is for P22 right now. Fuga trying to stay in front. The Ferrari's got some good straight line speed here, going to the outside line right now, very late on the brakes as well, trying to make it work. Mercedes on the inside, it's going to turn to the outside.
Touch.
Oh, little bit of a touch, and the Mercedes goes out wide onto the grass, trying to not crash into the wall. The Fuga car drops the position. That was very, very close indeed, Stefan. Taz Edwards unfortunately losing a place though.
Yeah, very much so. Unfortunate as... Oh, Uranau!
My goodness. The battles all of a sudden are springing up everywhere. Uranau Esports going for an unorthodox one at turn 1, La Source, as they now go back towards the main overtaking opportunity on the lap, which is at LeCom. We saw how close they got last time around. We can only expect something very, very similar on this occasion. Williams Esports are going to defend the inside line, or the middle of the road really. Maybe they want Uranau down the inside so they can get the inside for the second part. Let's find out. Can the Audi send it in deep enough to hold on to the place? Side by side between them again. Williams Esports with the inside for the second part. They've not been able to push Uranau out. Through they go. The Audi goes through. And can Williams respond? That's the big question now. But a very good pass there from Andre Motors. He slid his car through a very, very small gap, but precision driving from him there, Stefan.
Yeah, that was a tiny bit naughty there from Williams Esports, but in the end they did pay the price, as Uranau Esports did not back down and made that move work through LeCom and Malmedy. A very great job by Andre Melchers. And let's have a see how this is going to develop, because if Williams Esports can hang on, they still have the chance to get back in front, just because of how good that BMW is through Rouge and Rallion.
Goodness me, this is a tremendous battle, and they were extremely, extremely close. through Lecom on that occasion. Now the roles are reversed though. Williams versus Uranau the other way around, but David, they can't afford to, Uranau especially, can't afford to go at this all guns blazing, certainly.
No, the great thing about this Sports Car Open event and the live administration and all of the things, including balance performance and everything that they're putting, we've got access to the incident sheets for the drivers, and they're only allowed 200 before a drive-through. Uranau are up to 193. They're so lucky they didn't get any from that side-by-side brush with Williams. If that had somehow been an unlucky 2x or 4x, then they'd be staring down the barrel of 6 laps to go in a wheel-to-wheel fight, not able to put a wheel wrong, a wheel off the curb through any of these corners, lest they pick up a super penalising drive-through penalty right at the end here. It's on the edge. They've used everything that they've got all the way so far through this race. And now, Uranau have got to be so careful. Daniel Lafuente needs to be careful as well, because they've already rubbed a lap ago. That could have been millimetres away, just a little bit more contact away from the Williams Esports BMW ending up in the wall there. And it's going to be on once again. Here's the fight back.
Here we go, Daniel Lafuente's response. What's it going to be into Lecom? He's very close. He pulls to the outside line again. It didn't work for him last time around. It doesn't look like he's going to work this time either. Oh, squeeze! And into the wall! The Audi goes into the wall. And that is a disaster. We didn't want to see the battle end like that. But Uranau Esports into the barriers. How much damage do they have? And, well, whose fault was it as well? I guess these questions are yet to be answered, Stefan, but really, really... not good for Uranau in terms of those incidence points we were talking about earlier, but just in terms of the battle for entertainment purposes, not good either.
Yeah, I'm quite honest gonna say this. I don't know what Lua Fuente was thinking in that move. Had no overlap, had no right to the inside of that Uranau Audi, still made it work and pushed that car quite heavily into the outside barriers.
Let's have a look. Lafuente, he is there for me. He's out on the outside line, and yeah, I don't know. It's a very...
He hit the side, he hits the rear bumper.
Yeah, I know, but yeah. Well, I'm sure that's going to be argued about many times. Let's have another look here in slow-mo. What do you think, David?
I think what I thought at full speed, you know, the bumper of the Williams car isn't even to the rear wheel of Uranau. That's been 4x right there for Uranau, and I don't know, much damage for Williams? Probably not.
I doubt it. I doubt it very much. There's definitely damage on that Uranau car. They're going to have to limp to the end here. And that can't have done them any good in terms of incident points either. So, yeah, we'll see. Let's have another look from the air here. Stefan, the Uranau car on the inside line. Lafuente trying to make it work on the outside. And the Audi ends up off second best there. Very tough one to call, that for me.
Yeah, no, there's just not a sufficient overlap to sustain that kind of pressure on the Uranau. Williams should have backed out, should have realized what is on the cards here, and then collide with the Uranau like that, where they are completely off track, making that kind of bump to the rear bumper of the Uranau car. That's just always on the Williams car.
Let's have a look and see what the stewards will say, if there's going to be any late penalty for it. I'm not entirely sure, but to be honest, if I was a steward, I'd need more than the 8.5 minutes remaining to review it, if I'm honest. It's a very tough one. But yeah, we didn't want to see the battle end like that. We didn't want to see Uranau's final minutes end with damage. And of course, we didn't want to see that battle go away either. But most disappointing for Uranau, who have spun around and had heavy contact with the wall now. I'm not entirely sure if we're aware quite how far away from a drive-through they are at this point in terms of incident points. Surely that would have got them a few.
Last I heard, they were just 2 incident points away from the drive-through, so on 197.
Wow. Okay, so...
They haven't got a whole lot to fight for now,
no.
Though, as far back as they are. I think they're... drive at 99% now for the remainder. They shouldn't have any problems. It was when they were battling wheel to wheel like that where you thought gee, I think about how many incident points I've got remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're on your own, it's a little bit more easy to control, but another car in the way, maybe not. There's a lot of discussion going on in the YouTube chat at the moment about different opinions. I'm sure it's a very controversial one. It's going to be argued about for a long time, but I certainly don't think Williams Esports did too much wrong, if I'm completely honest. But we all have different opinion on these things. Uranau, there's no doubt about the fact that Uranau Esports have come out second best, whether it was their fault or not. They've definitely got more damage than Williams Esports. I can spot a very small amount of a crinkle on the front bumper of the Williams car, but other than that, it's absolutely nothing. And Uranau have obviously got half their rear wing completely in the wrong angle, so that's not gone particularly well for them either. The gap's 4 seconds. The battle settled between the two of them now with 6 minutes to go. And we do have another battle you've spotted, David, that could be developing in the next few moments. I can't quite spot it for the moment, though. Here we go.
Well, we saw earlier as MB Racing Esport got around Fuga Sim Sport, the next car lining up there is Entropic ERT Race Gear CZ, because Fuga Sim Sport, their tyres are absolutely falling away. They tried to do the double stint, tried to hold some of that track position towards the end here. Their last lap at 2:21.3, and I'm not sure this one's going to be a lot better. So there's a possibility, although it's slight, that Entropic ERT behind might be able to close this one up if they really hit a cliff here at Fuga.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle for 15th may happen as well. I think there's just about an outside chance, the same as this one at 2.7 seconds with 5 minutes to go. It's also a small chance, but you never know. There's the mustard car, the 5-star motorsport car, or gold as you called it. It looks more like mustard to me, but each their own.
Are you gaslighting me? I swear you said it was gold and I said it looks like mustard.
I thought I definitely said mustard. We might have both said it. I don't know. Somebody said gold. Anyway, it doesn't matter what colour it is. They're in 15th, and considering the couple of weeks they've had, it's a pretty good result for them, really. They had a disaster in the official iRacing 24 hours of Spa last week, retiring on the second lap of the race, was it? Black Star Motorsport, somewhat ironically. And their other car in this event has also retired, so it's just not been great for them. They're running in the top 15 at the moment. Looks like they may hold on with 2.3 seconds remaining on the clock. The leader's just in front of them here, so we've got just about 2 laps to go here, Stefan. The battles are extended out just a little bit after that little incident, and yeah, it looks like everybody's going to run to the flag as they are.
Yeah, I mean, the big question mark will come in between the 25 and the 94, obviously. How are these stewards going to decide that incident? So we really won't going to know the official finishing order until the stewards have decided what is going to happen to them, if that decision comes in after the results have been posted. So yeah, a little bit of a question mark in terms of that, but apart from that, as I said, it seems all set with the running order right now.
Looks like it. 42 seconds is the leading margin for Team Redline at the moment. A really good race from them. Calculated it pretty much perfectly. And controlled the race from a long way out. Not able to get the 1-2 for the second week in a row, but did a pretty good job of it nevertheless. And next time around we'll be taking the white flag for one more time around Spa-Francorchamps, and it's going to be the sweetest lap of all for Team Redline.
Big movers. Team Redline Blue came from 12th on the grid to be running 3rd right now. Apex Racing Team came from 11th on the grid to be in 4th, and the Altus Esports 83 came from 17th on the grid to be just squeaking into the top 10, to reiterate, the last prize money paying position.
Yeah, but the biggest mover in all of this is, I think, the P1 Esports car, 32nd to 16th.
Very, very good effort from them as well. Although, I'm not taking anything away from them, but it is a little bit easier to gain positions when you start that far back. There are the movers and shakers on the left-hand side of your screen. Arnaud's competition haven't done bad for themselves either, with 12. Yeah, you're right. To gain 9 places onto the podium is a very good job, in my opinion. White flag then, one more time around for Team Redline, and they should be taking this race victory in 90 seconds time. And up towards Lecom, should I say, for the very final time. And yeah, through the last 2 weeks at Spa, David, they've been absolutely unbeatable. In BMW, Ferrari, whatever it is, they'll beat you at Spa in the 24 hours with it.
Yep, good speed, perfect strategy, no foibles on that. This is going to be 24 laps on this final stint when he gets to the line, so they probably could have had a 26 or so lap stint there. You saw they were maybe 10, give or take 10 seconds away from this this race going one extra lap as well, so you're never quite sure, and they always did the right thing on the fuel while still managing to make pretty damn decent pace off the 27 lap stints. Jonas Vollmeier's got a pretty big smile there. What do you think he's imagining he's going to buy himself?
Well, yeah, that's the question, isn't it? He's probably sharing a joke with his teammates. It's a good moment, this, Stefan, for everyone at Redline.
Yeah, I can very much imagine that the benches are running high right now
yes.
in that Team Redline red car. So yeah, very great result for them. It's a 2 out of 2 for the Team Redline, a red outfit. They have won the iRacing Spa 24. They're going to win the SCO Spa 24 with a little bit of prize money attached to that as well. So a very great achievement by the Team Redline outfit.
Absolutely, fully deserved as well. Into the final couple of corners then comes Jonas Vollmeier. And for Team Redline Red, they are going to win the VRS SCO 24 hours of Spa. A completely dominating drive from them. By 40 seconds, they take the victory. MSI Esports, valiant effort to be runners-up in second. But it's a perfect day for Team Redline, who finished first and third in this race. For the second week in a row, they have won a 24-hour race at Spa, and it wasn't even in the same machinery both times. Whatever GT3 car it is, they have conquered it in the last 2 weeks. And yet again, they are victorious. A very enjoyable race as well, David, from the commentator's position, from the spectator's position. Thoroughly enjoyed this race.
That's always what you get from these races. You know, we spent 23 hours talking about the stint lengths, talking about who was going to be in the right place with the right tyres right at the end. And the answer for our podium was Team Redline Red, winning by a very big margin from MSI Esports Blue. But Team Redline Blue are just taking the checkered flag now, 2 Redline cars on the podium.
Absolutely, and the prize money that comes with it will be very sweet as well. MSI Esports, another team who managed to get 2 cars inside of the top 10. Coanda the same as well, but wasn't quite the day to be for them, I'm afraid. But a very good race indeed, a very enjoyable one as everybody comes over the line for the final time. Nearly caused an accident actually just in front of our camera, but they've all made it through, and there is your winning car. Everybody coming in behind over the line to complete a 24-hour race. Stefan, it's a special feeling whether you've come first or last.
Well, no, that's true. You put blood, sweat and tears into this for the full 24 hours. And so, you know, you want to see it come to fruition. At least if there's not elation or joy, there's at least relief in seeing the checkered flag at the end after you and your teammates put in all that effort.
Certainly a lot of relief flying around at the moment, yes. Some great battles
there's gonna
towards
be a
the
lot
end
of-
as well. Sorry?
Burnouts? You think there's going to be a lot of burnouts here?
There could well be, yeah. Let's have a look. Make sure they know how to turn the traction control down, because I've seen that in the past. But Jonas Vormeier completes his victory lap with the P1 Esport car in tow. And as he comes alongside the pit wall, I think we are indeed going to see a burnout from the Redline driver. If you can find the settings, there it is. And he gets rid of those tyres. Doesn't need them anymore. And a donut for good measure as well.
Put it in reverse and fire up for another one potentially here. We've talked about tyres as well and managing the tyres through the double stint and when they'd single stint, when they could double stint. But now it's not about managing those tyres anymore. It's about leaving them on the track in celebration, putting the smoke in the air because they've won first ever VRS Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa and the prize money to go with it as well, and in perfect fashion that no one can argue with.
Absolutely not. Here are your race results. Jonas Vormeier took the car over the line to win the race for Team Redline by 41.7 seconds in the end, and Gianni Vecchio completing a perfect day for the team in third. Jim Fluke and Apex Racing Team in fourth, ahead of Coanda in fifth and sixth. MSI Esports 48 in seventh place, ahead of Williams Esports and Uranau Esports. A contentious issue at the end, but 8th and 9th for them, and it was Logitech G Autos Esports getting themselves inside of the top 10 to be the second Audi on the grid as well. Their sister team in the Lamborghini were in 11th, ahead of RHE Esports and Arnold's Competition, who battled it out late on. Vandervelde Sim Racing in 14th, and 5-Star Motorsport rounding out the top 15. P1 Esport, Movano Racing, both BMWs in 16th and 17th. Then the Porsche Sport Car and Core Sim Racing, who were battling throughout the day, and ASR Able Esports as well in the number 27 BMW, finishing in 20th. Now coming all the way down to 5 laps down, Carbon East SimSport in 21st, MB Racing and Fuga, we saw them battling late on. ERT Race Gear were not too far behind. Pure Sims Esports 25th, ahead of Satellite Racing in 26th. And I believe Orion Race Team did get to the end as well. Pure Sims Esports didn't cross the line, but they retired fairly late on, with Ross McFarlane didn't find any of his teammates in the pit lane. Then we've got DB1 Triton Racing, Biella Racing, Euronics, both of those cars out of the race, and all of those outside of the top 30. I'm afraid retirements at the end of this one, including Chaos Latin Gamers, Volante, Impulse Racing, the other 5-Star Motorsport car, Phoenix Racing Esports, Pure Sim Racing's the other car, and also Race Clutch, who were last and I'm afraid retired very, very early on, even in the first hour of this one, which was a real shame to see. Let's talk to our winners then, shall we? We've got Maximilian Beneke waiting for us. David, if you want to have a little chat with one of our race winners. I can't actually move him, somebody else is going to have to do that. Yeah, here he is. David, if you want to take it away and hear from Maximilian Beneke from the 71 winning team.
After 24 hours, the first thing I can say to you is congratulations, a team effort, as evidenced by, I think it's getting a bit of a team photo taken right now with Team Redline Red and Team Redline Blue. How important is the team? How important is the teammates and having more than one car in this fight as well?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Obviously very happy with the overall team performance, and as you said, yeah, team is probably the most important factor when it comes down to endurance racing. Because it's not just about the raw pace. Obviously that's quite important, especially with a strong field, but in general, having the setup worked out so that you can double set the tires, and having the fuel worked out so that you exactly know what to do with the strategy, that you don't have to take a splash and dash at the end. So all of these things come together, and that's a combined team effort. And I think we've shown that we did a good job there, so I'm very happy about that. Obviously, especially after winning the 24-hour race, the official one on iRacing last week. That comes on top of that, so very happy about it.
Maybe you'll get to sleep next weekend or the one after, who knows. But 12 hours to go, we were already speculating about, the fuel, who has the stint length to make it to the end with one less stop. and in the end it was you guys, a lot of other teams as well, but notably a few other teams that didn't save the same amount of fuel ended up with that extra pit stop that really saw them fall to the wayside at the end. How early was the strategy decision to try to do the 27 lap stints?
Right from the beginning, like before the race even started. That's what you basically plan out before. I think that's what everyone does. You know that you have to get there to just a bit of pace, but in the end that's still quicker, and quicker than first doing the extra stop, and also quicker because you manage your tires better and you can do the double stint more easily. You have more or less tire wear, and therefore you can do better laps in your second stint where you can save as well. So it all comes together. It's one big strategy. It's not just one thing. You have to make sure that you're on top of your game there.
Max, in the BMW last weekend, in the Ferrari today, what's drawn you to, and your teammates, to the Ferrari? Is it style, is it brand loyalty, or is there a particular characteristic to it in the BOP that you thought, this is the car we need for 24 hours?
Yeah, our decision was kind of based on contracts we have as well. Sometimes we get forced, we don't get forced, but we have to drive a certain car just like others do as well. And here we had basically the free choice. And once we saw that the balance of performance was really bad for the BMW, we knew that we can't go for it. So we just opted for the second best car, which was the second best car in our opinion after we did a couple of hours of testing, and that was a Ferrari. And we are quite experienced in the Ferrari as well. We drove it last year here, we drove it at a lot of special events last year, so we are quite experienced with it, so that was our car to go. And we were actually worried about all the stints in cold conditions, because we know that the Ferrari is not the best there, and we saw that other cars were better on pace during the night, but luckily we had a big advantage in the hot weather conditions, so that in the end, together with the strong performance by everyone in the team, made us win this race today.
You're going to run out of room for trophies, but which one tastes sweeter, last weekend or this weekend? And what was, I guess, a key difference about this race this weekend that was maybe good, or the way the officiating was?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Obviously, there were some teams driving last week which were not driving this week, and this week there were some cars driving which were not driving last week. So I think they both are very much important to us. Obviously you get a bit of money here, so that's like the cherry on top of the cake, but in the end they are both very important for us, and it just shows that in just a matter of 1 week we can adapt to two different cars and then still make it work. So that's just important for us as a team, and it pushes us because especially like cars like Coanda were missing last week, and we still beat them today. So that's the biggest thing for us today, I guess.
You've already laid out a lot of thanks to your co-drivers and your teammates in the 72, but any final thanks, any final words, and other people you need to give a word to?
Well, just thanks to the team, obviously, because I mean, those are the people who participated and made this work in just about a week of time, put a lot of effort in it, and those are the people I want to thank, because without them this wouldn't have been possible.
There you have race winner Max Benecke of Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to Max Benecke and all of the Redline guys. We'll move Gianni Vecchio in here now to have a quick chat with him. Gianni, it's another double podium for Redline, the second weekend in a row you've managed to do this at a 24 Hours of Spa event. What's the feeling like in the team right now? I'd imagine it's absolutely fantastic for all of you.
Yeah, the feeling is good. I think we are all exhausted because that's like the second 24 in between, like 1 week. We did the official one last week, then we did this one today. I did the PES qualifier race yesterday. So yeah, I think we are all a lot like exhausted. Like, I think obviously the emotions and the feeling of winning it are better. But yeah, I think we are all pretty done with the day. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, I can't blame you, honestly. It's been a very long day for all of the drivers, I can imagine. This week, obviously, a little bit different to last week. We were just talking with Max Benecke about how there's different rival teams for you this week to last week. But I want to talk a little bit about the car selection. You've gone for the Ferrari this week, as opposed to last week. You're running a mixture of BMWs and Porsches for Redline as a whole. But how has this week been a little bit different driving the Ferrari? How is the Ferrari been different to you than the Porsche and BMW of last week for the team?
Yeah, like obviously we had like pretty good data from last week, so we could compare it pretty easily. Like when we tested the cars, we knew already, okay, that is like, because we had like fully made setups for the Porsche and BMW, we know, okay, we slapped the BOP on them, do the laps, and then we can compare it. So we just saw from the beginning the Porsche is a bit off, the BMW was almost on the same level, and we were like, okay, like that's probably not the car choice. So we kind of took the risk with the Ferrari, because on paper it looked like to have the best BOP. So yeah, there was always like some kind of a gamble added, because it could have been that it just get bopped to be way worse than it was actually today. But yeah, in the end it paid off. Obviously it was a bit of time that we had to put in the setup this week, because we started basically from zero. But yeah, I think we did a good job. The setup, the car was absolutely amazing to drive, and yeah, we had like no issues at all in terms of tire wear or in terms of just pace.
Yeah, absolutely. You've obviously tamed the Ferrari very well indeed. One more thing as well, I guess, and David posed this question to Max Benecke, so I guess I'll do the same. For you personally, and for your team, the teams that you've been driving in, which one was more enjoyable? Which 24 hours of Spa in the last couple of weekends is the most enjoyable, this weekend or last?
I would say like last week was obviously a bit funny with Max around, but last week was a bit frustrating, because we drove so well and we were like consistently 0.3 off, so that was a bit frustrating. So like today, to get in the car, to like put lap times to be fast, I think that was a bit more enjoyable today, because we know like today we had like a really good shot on something, while last week we were like hoping for a top 5 at maximum. And I always want to get as high as possible in the ranks, so yeah, this week was better.
Yeah, of course, it's been very entertaining to watch you indeed. Thanks very much, Johnny, for coming to join us for an interview, and yeah, well done on P3 today.
Thank you.
There was Gianni Vecchio of the 72 team. We're going to have one more interview as well with Mac Backham of the 92 Coanda Simsport team, David.
Here we are. I'll try and grab him by the scuff of the neck. Apparently I can do it. Welcome, Mac Backham. I think an interesting race, no doubt, for you guys in the Porsche.
Yeah, no doubt. That was very interesting, especially how the car drove in the later parts of the stints. Yeah, I would say very interesting. Really, yeah, I would say one of the trickier 24-hour races that we've had to do.
Yeah, certainly not the hottest track temperatures we've ever seen, but the difference between the night and the day is a night and day difference, no doubt. I mean, the two key points is not just, saving those tyres in the second stint during the night, but the decision on the transition to go from single and the decision to go from double stints back to single stints. Who made that decision? What was the feeling? And do you think you made the right call at those points?
Yeah, so we kind of just made the decision on the go, kind of. I mean, beforehand we planned to just take tires in the very first pit stop, and then so Charlie started the race, and then Charlie would immediately double stint the tires from there on, and then maybe when it got hotter again later on in the race, we would start singling again. But it was just so hot, especially considering it's Spa. We just kind of had to keep going for singles for a long time, because we were looking at the tires and we were kind of feeling how the balance of the car was, and it was just not possible. I really think that we kind of went at the first possible opportunity, and I also think the last double stint I did, so I think that's 4 hours that ended before the race ends. I think that was also the absolute limit of where you could do a double stint.
Certainly, with the balance of performance and all of the different models, all 7 GT3 models in play, there's going to be a strength and a weakness, and sometimes more strengths or more weaknesses to different cars. But if there was one place that the Porsche was strong compared to some of the other models, what would that have been?
the drivers. No, I don't know. Yeah, no idea. To be honest, I never really drove behind. I only drove behind the Ferraris every now and then, and I would say that we were especially weak in like straight line acceleration. But I think under braking, we were probably quite decent. But of course, when you arrive at a corner a bit slower, then that makes up for it. So I guess the Porsche really only had an advantage on the braking, probably. But overall, lap time wise, I think we were just a little bit off today, and yeah, that was just it was too bad.
Fuel consumption wise, do you think the 1% reduction for the Porsche was fair? It seems like some teams maybe struggled with 27 lap stints more than others.
Yeah, no, I think that was fair. I think I'm pretty sure all cars could go roughly equal amounts, be it like around 25.6 to 25.8 laps roughly when just fully pushing. So at least for us, it was no problem to stretch it to 27. However, it was just not really worth it after we looked at the results in the first few stints. And we kind of came up with a strategy to do an extra pit stop over the course of the race and then to just fully push, because for us that was faster. And yeah, I'm pretty sure in most cars that would have probably been the case as well.
You and your teammates were driving one of the best looking cars out there, one of the most interesting ones. I think anyone of any age sees the Lego car and thinks, oh, that looks exciting, and it looks very different to a lot of other motorsport liveries. You proud to be wearing that livery? Does it factor in when you're behind the wheel?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, when you're behind the wheel, you don't really notice it too much. But when I'm watching Charlie or Dane or Tommy or drive, you see the car, and it's a cool little reminder that what kind of car you're driving, and it's obviously really cool to, represent a brand like Lego Technic, and what they kind of mean to the world, considering how big that brand is.
And the 911 GT3R is still pretty new to iRacing. Do you think there's any more bits to find there, more pace that people might find out of that car later on, or is every single avenue being explored by people like you and Redline?
I think we're basically there, to be honest, especially considering we're using kind of the same base setup for all the races in SCO. It obviously varies a little bit, but at the same time, there's also not too much you can really change about the GT3 cars. So really, it's quite basic, and I think, I don't think there's going to be too much variance unless there's an update to the car or a new tire model or something like this.
Well, anytime you see the checkered flag of a 24-hour race, you've had a pretty good day and given it a pretty good effort. So congratulations to you and your teammates. Any final thanks here on RaceSpotTV from you?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, absolutely. I of course want to thank everyone that helped with the car this weekend. I think both our cars really kind of extracted the maximum that we kind of got away from the team, apart from, of course, some minor things that always happen in 24-hour race. So big thanks to everyone, and huge thanks to our partners as well. So Virtual Racing School and Lego Technic.
A delight. Congratulations, and hopefully we see plenty more of you guys in future Sports Car Open events and championships.
Yeah, thank you. I hope so as well.
Thanks very much to Matt Backham and to everybody at Coanda as well. A couple of cars in the race. 5th and 6th place for them here today. 91 and the 92 cars in that order. That is it then for the VRS SCO 24 hours of Spa. It's been a very enjoyable day of racing, but it's now finally time for the drivers and the cars indeed to have a bit of rest. We're going to do the same here, but on RaceSpotTV, there's still more broadcasts going on here this evening, so make sure you check out the YouTube channels and so on and so forth to make sure you don't miss those. They're going to be very much worth watching indeed. It's Redline's day in Spa here today. We'll see you next time here on RaceSpotTV. Goodbye for now.